L'ambition est une épée à double tranchant. Avoir la finale mondiale en vue est impératif, mais il est facile de perdre de vue ce qui est important maintenant. Si les joueurs veulent jouer devant leur public, ils vont devoir conquérir la Coupe d'Europe.
Making it to the Euro Cup was always my goal number one. I achieved it now.
This year I have to be the champion.
Oh, I was really excited and it was completely unexpected.
La simple élimination est un format sans merci. Une partie ou même un tour peut faire la différence entre aller à Paris la tête haute ou rentrer chez soi la tête dans ses mains.
I really wanted to try my best what I can do this year.
You still get this feeling of excitement and joy. It still stays the same after all those years.
As long as I'm happy with how I play, then that's all I can do.
Certains ont sûrement construit de la confiance à travers leurs performances, pendant que d'autres ont des doutes qui s'installent. Mais c'est un nouveau champ de bataille, un nouveau départ pour tout le monde.
To make it to the Worlds this year will be pretty hard, I would say.
I can beat him anytime again.
The most important thing right now is the draft.
Après avoir posé les bases pendant les préliminaires, nos joueurs peuvent mettre une nouvelle couche sur leur route de la gloire.
Rather want to kill the Dogyans first. He takes it out! Fire beats water! No, it might be! It might be! The ball comes in, his damage down! It wasn't enough damage and then takes it out!
Skill 2 into skill 3. Oh my goodness! What is this? What am I seeing? All things in nature changing the game!
Here we see it. This is why he is here. Back to back to back.
C'est maintenant le début de la Coupe d'Europe du SWC 2025.
Welcome to the Summoners War World Arena Championships 2025. You're watching the Europe Cup. Bienvenue à Paris, the City of Lights is exactly where we're at this week. 8 different competitors all qualifying for this amazing event. But who will go all the way and win the Europe Cup? We're about to find out. It all starts right here. My name is Adam Savage, delighted to be your host, and I'm joined by the amazing team, the crew, the fellas. It's Sam and Seishizu. Lads, we are here. The Europe Cup happens again. The City of Lights is our arena. Sam, how are you feeling, buddy? I can't wait for this.
I'm so excited to be here. This is an incredible time to be around at the SWC Europe Cup. I mean, it's been a whole year since we've been again in person with these guys, seeing what they've got prepped and ready for this competition right here. New faces, old faces. Just an absolute incredible experience so far.
Oh, yeah. Say, I can see you're ready to rock. You explode like a firework. Ready for this?
Always ready for them fireworks, and we're starting off with crazy matches in that round 1 already. We have seen similar matches in the prelims, so we're gonna see some fireworks again and again. But in the end, all we're playing for is those top 3 spots to make it all the way to the World Finals.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is one of those years where we're very fortunate here that we're going to see some Europeans in the mix big time, courtesy of the World Finals later on this year. You can see $216,000 worth of prize pool here throughout the course of this season, the Championship 2025 here. But looking at the players who will qualify from the different cups here, I want to turn our attention to the Open qualifier in France. One player, Sam, already qualified from Europe who's going to be there in Paris with us for the World Finals.
Exactly. Guts the Berserker's already guaranteed his ticket to the World Final, but there's still plenty of other spots available. China, we also know who's qualified from that region as well. And now we're into Europe. It's the last 9 to be decided to join us in Paris on that November the 1st.
Yes, it certainly is here. Looking at the overview of our competition here, we've got best of fives coming your way. Quarterfinals, semis, and a final and a third and fourth place as well, which is going to be hugely important too, and we'll get into that shortly. You can see at first place, $10,000, but let's turn our attention to the schedule here. The Europe Cup today, September 20th, but say we have other cups coming our way too.
Yeah, we still have on the October the 11th the America's Cup, followed by October 18th the APAC Pacific region, and then we're going back to Paris, 1st of November for the World Finals.
Oh, we are. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful, c'est magnifique. You can see here the world finalists already confirmed, Sam. Some players joining Guts as well, already from the China qualifier too.
Yeah, exactly. Kangjing and Ask maybe put to a few people's prediction events, not quite exactly what people were thinking, but it just shows anything is possible when you get to these competitions. If you've prepped hard enough, you're ready to take on your opponents, maybe those 3 spots from Europe might not be who we're expecting to be there.
I know we've talked about this a lot here, but it's like a mix of veterans, new players too. Anything is possible in this competition. This is Summoner's War after all. Take a look at this, the prediction event here as well for you folks watching at home. We've been predicting all weekend long, the prelims as well, and you can as well. You can earn prediction points all the way up to the World Finals for loads of different rewards, scrolls and emblems and all sorts. I think we can agree this is a really fun way for the community as well to get really involved with what we're doing here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Always when you're watching and you're voting for someone, you always feel a little bit more bonded, like you're cheering for that person to be winning, and you're also kind of mourning with the person if it doesn't work out. So let's see how that works out. We have seen it from the China Cup that actually the favorites were losing in the first round. We have a lot of opportunities right here. Are those favorites actually going to make it all the way to the World Finals once again in Paris?
Exactly. Maybe to add there, we've already had 2 previous SWC champions knocked out from that China region in Tars and Lest. So right now, Europe, is it our time to shine?
Oh, I mean, it could be. It feels like the time to shine. You can see here, you could shine as well at home, courtesy of some live stream coupon codes that are coming at you thick and fast here. You'll know exactly when those pop up here, courtesy of the bells and whistles and us screaming and shouting and jumping out of our seats here for you guys to get involved and make sure you make the most of these codes to get some amazing rewards that you'll be familiar with. It's a kind of a way for us to kind of reward you guys to say thank you so much for being here, part of the wider Summoners War community here, and you can take away something for your time spent with us here across the course of the Europe Cup today. And we're looking forward to seeing exactly what those look like later on. But for now, I guess we turn our attentions back to what's happening, courtesy of Summoners War, and some of the amazing new additions, such as the Summoners War Tekken 8 collaboration, which is officially a thing here now. You can really jump into. You can see Summoners War is meeting Tekken 8. The ultimate showdown is happening right now on the Sky Island. So log in, enjoy the collab exclusive Nat5 Heihachi giveaway event, collab scrolls, and plenty more as well here. I mean, we saw this in the prelims for the Europe Cup that the players couldn't quite use them yet, but Europe Cup, this is now an opportunity for them. Sam, do you think we'll see any of the Tekken 8 collaboration kind of monsters available or being used courtesy of the Europe Cup?
There's definitely a few players, especially in this Europe region, that do have something up their sleeve, most likely. That light Hwarang on the very far right, we can see just how dangerous he is currently inside the meta as well. Maybe some Fire Jin as well, but in all honesty, it's all about how much time you've had to prepare with that exact unit, right? Because if you haven't prepped and you're going into a competition like this not prepared, usually it doesn't work, but hey ho, let's see.
Let's see indeed here. I mean, look at Paul's magnificent hair there as well. Say Shizo, I'm thinking, does he use a bucket? Is it a traffic cone? There's a way to keep it on edge, stand it up like that. I mean, how is it possible?
I honestly have no clue, but it definitely does look very aesthetic, but that's always what they would like to do. But you would know what's also very aesthetic is the lineup of the quarterfinals that we have today. There's so many great matches, but Sam, which one does stand out most for you?
I mean, in all honesty, you'd have to be blind to not see that match number 4 of the quarterfinals. OBABO versus PINKROID. Wow. Heavy community interest for sure inside this match as well. Fans on both sides. OBABO, very well known as being at SWC, but never quite taken that last final step. Looking at PINKROID, he's been there, he's done it. But what's going to happen this time round? I mean, there's a pressure. Is this the year?
Is this the? I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I think that's the incredible thing with this competition here is that, as you mentioned, a real blend of emerging talent and talent we're so used to seeing as well here. But knowing that big matchup with match 4 there, one of them will at least be knocked out. But looking at the semi-finals as well, we run ourselves here as well. 3 places up for grabs today to join. Our third and fourth decision maker as well is going to be massive later on. Today going into this as well, any predictions yourself? Anything? Are we going to be full of surprises? We like to have surprises here at the Europe Cup. But today, do you think our players could bring things we're not quite expecting to the party too?
Well, the thing between now and the prelims, you might think like, oh, the meta didn't really change. But the experience of the players did change a lot, because what we've seen a lot from the players and also talking to the players, during the prelims, a lot of people are hiding their strategies, not playing the meta that much, not playing that many matches. What they have been doing a lot right now is playing a lot of matches. All of these players are sitting very high in the leaderboards, very much understanding the meta, because in the end, on paper, you can always write down what should work. But what in the end does work when you bring it to the battlefield, they will figure out today.
Yes, we will. And I think we're about to get started as well, because I hear that players are waiting in the wings. The quarterfinals are getting underway right here, right now. Let's meet the first of our competitors in our competition today here at the Europe Cup. This is Pavix. Pavix enters the studio, a hulk of a human here, Sam, but will he bring a superhero performance to today? It's going to take a lot here to beat his opponent.
Definitely is, but I mean, Pavix, very well known. He's been part of our European leagues before, never quite made it through to a Europe Cup, so technically his debut here, but he has been around, very high on leaderboards usually as well. Very much a huge LD box available as well. Maybe not so useful right now with the meta, but if you can have and add those against somebody like an ISMOO, maybe it's going to prove beneficial, I'd say.
Yeah, we actually have seen it before. Like, current meta is very much revolving around the normal elemental units, and it does also represent in what we see over here. Also, looking at the record over there, those are numbers I like to see: 3-0 and 3-0. And one of those is against ISMOO.
Exactly, you've beaten ISMOO already. Is the story already written for him right here then, or is there an upset on the cards?
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, what a confident way to qualify for this competition, 2-3-0s. But you're right, you know, is it that feeling of confidence that's going to get you through the next matchup, or do we have a vengeance story on our hands here? We're going to find out here. I think it's time we meet his opponent, waiting in the wings, ready to try and get that vengeance. It's ISMOO. Welcome ISMOO in, and we're so used to seeing ISMOO in our competition here, say a formidable competitor in Summoner's War, the Europe Cup, and back here for more of the same, I hope.
Absolutely, and if we're always talking about rune quality, units of what do you have in the box, both of those players are arguably one of the highest rune qualities that we have in Europe, including also one of the most LD heavy boxes. So you might not see it in every draft, that it's not going to be a full LD draft or anything like that, but it's going to be the core meta units plus 4th and 5th pick on those LDs or wherever those LDs might fit.
Yeah, exactly. Look at him. I mean, you can only be an underdog for so long. There's the moment when it changes, and the self-proclaimed underdog right now technically is still an underdog because he lost to Pavix last time, but what will happen here, we'll find out.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just to set the scene for you guys at home as well here. Every single one of our quarterfinalists here, if they lose this best of 5, they are out of the Europe Cup, out of contention for one of those places in the World Finals. So there is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of our players here. However, if they do manage to win and ascend to the upper echelons of the competition, then fortune and glory awaits. It could come in any way, shape or form, and have their eyes set on the prize of qualification, but also coming in first place as well. I love this cam here as well we're seeing here. I mean, this is like cat cam, like hamster cam. We're seeing it right up their nostrils here. I love it.
I mean, you could see just how in-depth they're looking at each other right now. And I mean, honestly, very close to call this one in my opinion, sir.
Yeah, definitely. It is a very hard one, but in the end, we had to fill in the prediction event. So, Sam, what did you fill in?
I'm not going to tell you right now, but is it me? Is it you? No, it's ISMOO. Guys, the puns have still not been fixed, so get ready for the rest of this Europe Cup, say.
We always do love them. Bans are already coming in. We have the Gianna and the Shiho being banned.
Gianna and Shiho, so we're getting some of the speed contests taken out already. Following it up with speed league picks now then, say.
Yeah, these are very normal picks. We see the Oliver on one side, other side, we mostly like to go for that Jogun. Jogun is slightly added newer to the meta by having that boost of 15% attack bar on that skill 3, and a lot of players like to pick that up. So let's see what ISMOO is gonna go for countering the Jogun. Is it gonna go for Hagang? Is it gonna go for speed contesting in the form of Yeonhong? There's a lot of options in the box of ISMOO.
Yeah, he was constantly saying in the background yesterday how his Yeonhong is basically his basically his Jogun as well. But right now, opting maybe for a little bit of a different strat with that Hagang, knowing that if the strips are coming, can you boost up and bringing some good damage there with that Ashur?
Yeah, bringing the good damage. So going more for a bruiser right there. So it does also ask the question to Pavix. Do we join on the bruiser route, or are we going to go for the outspeed? Or how are we going to deal with this Hagang? Are we just going to ignore it? There's a lot of options right there that you could go for this draft. And the 3 and the 4 of Pavix will say a lot about this matchup.
Definitely, Will. He's thinking extensively about this one because, like you were saying, how do you battle around it? A Tian Lang coming out on the field, going to like some of the attack bar from some cleanses, and an Okeanos.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very hard bruiser matchup for both of the players. We're not going to see that much potential for a snipe except for that Sierra right there. After that, it's just bruisering it out. Where do you connect your hits? NFL, very strong unit, but do you like to pair it with, it's going to go for a Marsha, trying to take out more damage.
Yeah, exactly. Providing that immunity in every single turn as well, going to prevent some of those bombs hopefully coming through. 5th pick right now, though. I mean, you've gone into that bruiser. Maybe you need a bit more.
Yeah, the big question is, like, if you go for a Sonya right now, ban out the speed lead, it always gets a little bit awkward. So you're trying to find that one unit that can clear the whole battlefield. But in this position, ISMOO has such a well-rounded draft that the 5th is not super obvious on Pavix's side, and therefore he does take a good bit of time of seeing what he wants to lock in, and he locks in a Julian.
Yeah, so he's not going to be getting killed easily with that unit out on the field, but does that signal an Oliver ban even?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard ban because on one side, left side, we have 0 healers. Right side, you have the NFL, you have the Ashur. So can you have enough snipe potential to take something out? Because your bruiser matchup after that is going to be difficult.
Yeah, you're going to be on an uphill battle to try and really take this out so long afterwards. But let's find out the ban's super important. This first set is really going to start the charge for these players. We're getting that Jogun out and the Oliver right there, so we're likely taking a speed lead. And maybe an attack Watt lead as well for that Anavo right there. Going in to our SWC 2025 Europe Cup Match 1, Set 1, Pavix versus ISMOO. Who takes the lead right now?
We have the Okeanos set up for the skills. We have a skill 2, double chance to land. But where are you going to connect it? It's going to go for the NFL, so we're not going to see her any healing anytime soon. Taking the additional turn, having a very early armor break. With early armor breaks, you always tend to do a lot more damage. If you send the S2 right now, Hagang might start cutting turns. We do know the NFL moves next, but what moves after that? The Sierra moves after that. Ooh, resisted on the sleeps. No additional turn. Armor break still sitting there. Do you go for the bomb? Most likely has to go for the bomb. Or is he actually gonna wait? He's gonna wait with the bomb because the Julian follows up next. Double 17Ks taking out the first unit.
Oh, wow. Triple stuns coming out from a Hagang, though. Now can you land an early defense break on that Ciara and get rid of her from the field?
Oh, that's so much damage coming in. That's why I was maybe thinking you do have to go for your Sierra S2 because she might not be that long on the field. It's going to be taken out by that fast link.
Definitely is. I mean, Julian can take turns. You need some extras as well, though, going through because Marsha is slowly going to start cycling.
Yeah, Marsha's gonna take the cycling over there. Okeanos does have the Rain of Stones, but is sitting at that glancing. Is sitting at one wrong element. Additional turn on the Marsha. One turn away from the heavy fast link once again.
Now, can you even get a silence right there? Do you even want to get it on that Okeanos, obviously? Because he's going to be able to throw it back at some point.
Yep, very smart choice to just go simply over there. Rain of Stones does come in, does connect on the Ashur, which is the only unit it could connect on, but the Marsha with the immunity sitting very strong. Noble just not taking out the first life of the Marsha. Therefore, Marsha will have the fast link available once again.
Yeah, she's going to have to commit to a kill right here. Gets it on that Tian line, gets that additional turn as well. Get a slow.
Oh, I don't even think it was an additional turn. There were that many debuffs on the enemy. Marsha, for every debuff on the enemy, gets 25% extra attack bar. But now we are not looking at a mounted Marsha. So let's see. We're looking at lower and lower HP bars on both sides, but I definitely do think ISMOO sitting in the driver's seat.
Definitely is right now. There's cool time still on there. If you can start getting through the Asher skills to a skill 3, it's going to be very beneficial because Julian's waking up.
Julian's waking up. Also, Okeanos was one turn away from that third skill, the Rain of Stones. Couldn't make it. Right now, if you hit this on the Julian, most likely you will take it out because there's not enough HP on this Okeanos. He's doubting if it's going to be enough HP, still goes for the clean on the kill on that Okeanos.
Yeah, confirming the kill. We always say it. Oh, big additional turn there as well to finish that first set off there for ISMOO, taking a 1-0 lead against Pafix right there, say, out-bruisered.
Yeah, out-bruise it, and that's the thing. If you're in a bruiser fight and you have those healers to your advantage, sure, your enemy took out your 1 core unit, but then the 3 against 4 was still very beneficial for ISMOO, especially having that Marsha time and time again, every turn. The immunity being there just made it very hard for the Okeanos to do anything with its stunts.
Definitely did, and that's why ISMOO now with that 1-0 lead against Pafix. So rewriting what happened in the prelims, it was a 3-0 to Pafix in that first one. Right now, pre-bans coming in, getting rid of that Yon Hong as an option, and the Haegang being taken away from ISMOO.
The Haegang being pre-banned does always mean for a Gianna owner that a Gianna is definitely coming in a slot 2 or a slot 3 at some point. We have this time around the Oliver going to the side of Pafix. We have ISMOO picking up the Sierra and the Shiho, so Jogan could be a counter pick on the side of Pafix if he so pleases. He does also have a Kovaci that he could go for. They're kind of similar units in certain sense. They have the boost, they have the attack buff, but in the case of Jogan, you also have that strip. So the big question is, does he opt for that? Or maybe even go for both.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, again, stealing it from a deadly duo that could be a Ciara on the side with a Jogan of ISMOO right now. That final few seconds as well to lock it in. Stealing that Marsha, didn't want to face off against it like last time, but into a Shiho.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's pretty early for a Marsha. Marsha current meta feels more like a 4 or a 5 pick. Sure, it's a great kill on the Sierra, but a Shiho will definitely take care of a Marsha for the early bit. In this case, Gianna is also kind of free to pick up. You could add more speed leads to it, so a lot of options for the draft ISMOO right there. Gianna does make a show to the battlefield. Are you going to go for a speed lead already right now, or do you go more bruiser and then speed lead potentially in the 5th?
Yeah, exactly. How are you going to work around it? Goes for that speed lead then as well, and it's very much a disruptive unit, right? Even if that Marsha's getting some of the immunity going up, you can still knock her back down and get some stuns.
Yep, the only thing is, ooh, we're gonna see a Chow, and that is one of the hidden picks. We see a Zenizek, great counter into a Gianna, and that is a recent pickup by Pafix. So let's see how good a Zenizek will do for Pafix right here.
Exactly, really strong 4th and 5th pick right there, but ISMOO also has this 5th pick as well. Maybe it's an instant sign of a ban though.
Yeah, it's gonna be the big question. In the end, if you work with something immunity right now, besides the Jogan, there's 0 strippers. But you know 100% sure if you lock in an immunity unit right now, you are banning that Jogan, and Pafix would know that.
Yeah, he would. Is there some Chow food though?
Oh, I'm not too sure if the Chow has that great of a matchup. It's into double bombs, it's into slows, it's into armor breaks, it's into a Shiho. So could be a difficult matchup still. So I expect Jogan not to participate in this battlefield. And Gianna is kind of on the weird position because Zenizek does take care of it. But if your Zenizek is banned, it's not as great.
Exactly, mind games, and that's why they're going all the way through to those final seconds. We've got the Jogan banned out, we've got the Ciara taking away one of the speed leads. So we're going to be having speed leads for both of these guys going into our quarterfinals set number 2. Right now, is Zenizek the answer for Pafix in this one against that Gianna? We're on a defense lead instead.
Very interesting to go for a defense lead because in the end, most of the damage from ISMOO is going to be additional damage artifacts and bombs.
Let's find out then how it's working right now. Shiho going up first. Who are you looking to try and get stunned out? Is it an Oliver situation or maybe even that Marsha?
I think he would go for the Marsha. Actually, to revert back to like the defense lead, might it be the case that Zenizek would not outspeed the fast base speed units with the speed lead? That could be the case, and therefore it would happen in this case. But we're doing so much damage on this Marsha already. If we just drop a skill 3 on an armor break, you might even take out that first life. Skill 1 will definitely do it, but I would have to opt for the skill 3 right here.
Yeah, let's see. Skill 3 try and disrupt as well with that Oliver right there at the moment. You do get it as well, and right now you've set up, it's still mounted at the moment.
Still mounted at the moment, so you have to go for skill 1. Does not want to interrupt the turn order. Oliver moves in front of the Zenizek. Zenizek only does cleanses when he gets the turn.
Yeah, and the slow is huge on there, maybe for that Zenizek as well.
Oh, Chow not doing that much damage just yet. Can provide the bomb that Zenizek does actually fully connect it on the NFL, so NFL healing is not coming anytime soon.
Exactly. Do you need to start targeting into that Megumi? Just trying to go for the Annabelle.
Ooh, going hard on that Annabelle, trying to take it out, trying to remove all of that bruiser, but Giannas on these kind of levels have a lot of additional damage artifacts. They're still doing a good bit of damage. Megumi taking, once again, an additional turn. If you land this defense break right now, ooh, it's actually trying to do more damage into that Zenizek.
Yeah, now you've got got even that skill to as well. Get some big stuns, and you're going through again, cycling. Say, I mean, it's very strong for ISMOO.
It's definitely strong for ISMOO, but all eyes are still on the Chow. I don't really see too much potential for the Chow. First Justice did not do that much damage, but the more allies the Chow loses, the more damage the Justice will do. So Chow has to do an incredible performance right here to get back on this match.
Yeah, and I mean, Megumi just taking those turns, spreading out those defense breaks, getting the stuns where it's needed, just allowing Chow to see what he can do.
Yeah, this is definitely like, ooh, at least we have one apiece, and actually a great timing to reset this Shiho. So we still have that going. A little bit of healing coming in on this Zenisek. Also taking the additional turns. So where we had the additional turns on the Megumi, we also have those additional turns on the side of Pafix right now.
Yeah, we do, and you can control. You can leave that bomb for the Anavel, target onto the other units, try and get that control through the Oliver, but can you get rid of that Zenisek if you're ISMOO?
Ooh, no armor break. He was definitely hoping for that armor break, but additional damage artifacts still do enough damage. Is this enough? It's not enough, and the stun is not gonna help because Zenisek does like to cleanse those off.
Exactly, and right now you can look to try and land a bomb, maybe even disrupt on that Gianna.
Goes for the Gianna. Do we get the bomb? We do get the bomb, and we do get the stun right there. Oliver is also doing all of her things. At this time, the additional turn is kind of a little bit disbeneficial because you were already taking the turn anyway. So let's see if he also has a chance to go for the Megumi. Does go for the Megumi, so Megumi also no skill too. But we take out the Zenisek right now. Still, we're trading a lot of additional turns right there. 22% ain't the number in this fight thus far, but Justice, how much is the Justice? 19k, not taking out this super tanky Shiho.
I mean, it just shows Zenisek was so close to falling, but just hanging on by a slither. Right there, that monkey, huge right now. I mean, he needs to get some turns into that skill 3.
Whoa! Ooh, the bomb stun resist, so you can drop the bomb right now on the Oliver, not care about the Oliver anymore, and then you have to full care about this Chow. But Gianna and the Megumi, can you take out a Chow? That is the big question, because this monkey is not going to participate for much longer. 2k per hit, but how much is the healing? I think I saw like 5.9k healing. That's the full damage that this Gianna does with an S1, and this Chow is actually winning. I always love to meme on Chow, but Chow in the right meta, the right draft, the right runes. Pafix has all of that, and Chow is doing an amazing job right here.
He definitely is. I mean, like you say, a little bit of a Chow hater sometimes, but right now, proving his worth for Pafix to be able to come back right there, huge.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Also, what ISMOO tried to do, Chow only dispels 2 debuffs. If there's 3, 1 will be on the field. Did not happen, and Pafix takes the victory.
Yeah, look at that. The seriousness, laser focus right there from Pafix. I mean, I'd be laser focused if Chow has just managed to get that one for me right there. Just shows as well the rune quality of these guys. The pure amount of health that was just able to stay in for each of those units. How important it was for that Zenisek to stay alive for Pafix.
Yeah, we actually saw that both sides. Also, the Shiho did not have any skills at that moment available, but also the 1 HP. It shows all of these players in the back room all the time. They're trying to get all of their gems on plus 13, all of their grinds on plus 10. They're even like re-rolling for days on their artifact to get the perfect line with the highest stats, and that's what you see right here on the screen.
Exactly. Pre-ban's already come in, then Shiho taking out that Gianna as well, respected through, even though it didn't quite work out for ISMOO in the first one. But some early normal picks, I would say.
Yeah, definitely the early normal picks. What you more often see is a Sierra plus a Jogun rather than a Sierra plus a Heigang, because in the end, Heigang is not countering the Oliver. It counters whatever comes later. So you could maybe go around the draft way, just ignore it. But in the end, stealing that Jogun is still really strong, because if you don't take the Jogun right now, your enemy will pick up that Jogun.
Wow. I mean, it almost looks like he nearly ran out of time there, ISMOO. Maybe a little bit taken aback by that Chow. We've got Josephine being locked in that 3rd pick.
Yeah, it's one of those drafts where, sure, we see all of the units on the screen right here, but these players are drafting against everything that isn't on the screen just yet. Every draft you make, you have to keep in mind, like, ooh, my enemy has a Tianlang, ooh, my enemy has a Yanong, we just got beaten by the Chow, maybe there's a Misty. There's so many options that you're not seeing on the draft right here, but could be picked at any given moment if you draft wrong.
Exactly, we've seen that match. We've seen a first-time steal as well of that Anavel going onto the side of Pafix. Wow, okay, that's one direction to go.
That's one direction to go. It's also a very interesting one because Layla likes to be with other units that are providing the debuffs. Currently, the only debuff provider is going to be that Josephine, so you probably have to lock in another debuff provider. But let's see if he has something that is interesting enough. You could also go for your route of a Sonya, maybe try to snipe out a Sierra, but always the big question is, defense trap or not.
Exactly, especially at these competitions. Do you want to really risk it onto exactly finding out a Sonya-approved unit is against you? Probably not, no?
It's always difficult to do. In this case, once again, we have some bruisers on the side of Pavix right now, but not that much bruiser on the side of ISMOO in the form of healing. So let's see if that he has enough damage, because in the end, Jogan is going to be providing attack buff, but none of these units really stack too much on attack.
Yeah, and we're seeing there Juno locked in on that 5th pick, going to be loving those debuffs right there, but is there enough damage if you even take out a Marsha?
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one, because I think that Juno is a really well placed one. You probably have to go for the ban on it if you're ISMOO. But on the other side of Pavix, you have a lot of good ups for the ban. Oliver is that unit to be banned.
Taking out the speed lead option on ISMOO's side right there. So Pavix, I mean, I don't even want to say he's going to take a speed lead. Took a defense lead on the last one.
I'm pretty sure that the defense lead was because of the Zenisek just having the right turnover there, because that's in the end the thing. If you're trying to hide a unit, you never actually fully tested it, and the speed fluctuation between speed lead and not can be bringing something over that edge.
Let's find out in our set number 3. 1 apiece right now. Jogan taking that first turn, gets all of the strips, but Hagan cutting through.
Again, cutting through, we get the double stun. 1 stun, wrong element, but 1 stun is enough for the Josephine to move. Josephine, where would you like to place your skill to? Are you high enough accuracy? Because NFL is moving next, and NFL mostly is high on resistance. Does actually fully manage to land it, gets the additional turn. Still not being stunned, however. Also, Okeanos is not moving just yet. Sierra is gonna go for the bomb. Do we instantly explode the bomb? We do go for the bomb right there. Not that much damage. That's an incredible high shield on the Josephine.
Yes, so much shield coming out, but no shield now. Do you just send it with the defense break and get that landing? I mean, Okeanos is probably out soon.
Oh, Okeanos once again, 1 HP. It's the grinds, it's the 10 grinds. These guys have been farming so much R5, and it has been showing. Opting to go for the reset rather than the Rain of Stones right there. And we have coming off the Ghost. Ghost do actually connect that land on the Annabelle.
Yeah, I mean, right there you get the stun, but there's nothing else right now. You can put away in that scroll trap right now, but really you need to be pushing back and get Okeanos taking another turn.
Yeah, if you can get Okeanos on the turn, it would be really nice, but in the end, Pavix is sitting on the speed lead. Ooh, that additional turn right there gets resisted on the other side, also the additional turn. If we're gonna go for the Water Guardian Angel right now, we will take out units, and we're looking at 3-turn armor breaks.
Yeah, with those 2-turn slows as well right now. I mean, it's driving seat for Pavix right now. Has to be able to control and just chip away at these units.
Chipping away these units is what they do. Let's see, Annabelle does go for the sleep, does go for the counter. We first have the turn belonging to this Josephine. Is it high enough accuracy? Once again, high enough accuracy to connect the provoke.
Yeah, managing to make it work right there. But I mean, coming back is that Marsha. She can still hit on a defense break.
Yep, she has the defense break. The slow is still on that Jogan. It's just a skill 1, but skill 1 is already doing good bits of damage there. Taking that additional turn, taking out that Jogan, leaving ISMOO only with 2 units on the field.
Ooh, but that's what you'd like to see. Getting some cleanses, getting some stuns, again those slows as well. Can he have enough? Do you need to dismount already?
You kind of want to go for the dismount, but the big issue is Girl's Prayer is available on that Annabelle. If Annabelle takes any turn, sure, there's some cleanse blocks right there. Additional turn on this Josephine, but you have to be taking care of this Annabelle.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't dismount right there, and look at that, fully cleaning out the unit, basically.
Ooh, these Marshals do so much damage. They're so dangerous right there. We do once again get the cleanse block, but the cleanse block is most likely not enough. Whatever you hit right now, the other unit will do a really good job. If you land on this Marsha right now, it's gonna go for the Marsha. And in the end, Hagang was still on the field.
Yeah, he's put it up so he can get that revenge as well on there for the 2 turns, right? I mean, with the bomb though, conceding already. Pavix doing the reverse sweep right now, getting it back to 2-1 in our best of 5 right here. I mean, wow. Big change up there. A lot of different plays coming through, and it just didn't quite land off for ISMOO.
Yeah, we definitely have seen it in a few matches thus far, that in the end, the bruiser fight where one of the 2 players has the healers and the other player doesn't have the healers, the comeback potential is a lot easier where you do have an Annabelle, where you do have an Assure, or where you do have anything that provides some healing in your favor.
Exactly, you've got to bring something with that kind of kit that can be able to help, especially with these bruiser matches if they're lasting a little bit longer than you expect. You need to have something prepared. Yeonhong and Hagan repeat pre-bans.
Yep, we're going for a repeat kind of style of matches. Definitely the same similar style of matches being distributed between the 2 players. Once again, Jogan as a steal to not have the pair of the Jogan and the Sierra. Big question right now, are you gonna go for a Gianna? Because Gianna loves to be paired with the Yeonhong, but that one is banned.
It is, but you're picking out instead then that Fire Megumi coming in. Maybe not always good into a Josephine, but let's see how he can work around it. And that Gianna as well coming out onto the field. Pavix, There's your answer.
I'm fearing the Chow. I'm once again fearing the Chow plus Zenisek because it looks like very strong. I'm not too sure about the Nyx. It does provide a lot of chance for the enemy to miss things, but it is also difficult because it doesn't provide any proper sustain. Whereas Chow, great sustain for himself. Or another, like, well, you take some of the life from your allies, but a great sustainer for himself.
Exactly, and so much damage there coming out as well, especially if you're landing any... Well, there's no defense break for him to land against, right? But Layla is a response.
I love the Layla into a Zenisek. It really denies the cleanse potential from the Zenisek with that cleanse block. But the big question is, does it come into the match? Because there's so many good counters on the Gian on the field. Jogan will outspeed it. Josephine will do her thing. Zenisek will do its thing. Julian also cleanses. There's so many good counters to the Gian on the field right here.
Definitely is. I mean, mind games. This is it. If you win this set right now, if you're Pafix, you are going to be definitely going into those semi-finals. ISMOO, the classic underdog, can he bring it back here to have an absolute buster of a game with a 3-2 potential? Let's find out. Jogun has been banned out. Layla got the respect ban coming out as well. So speed leads for both Pafix and ISMOO. This is the quarterfinals of our Europe Cup 2025. Could be a deciding set, say. Let's find out. Can this monkey get your stuns in?
Well, even if you get the stuns in, Zenisek is moving first, so all you would do is give the turn to the Josephine. So let's see what it goes for. Oh, it does actually not manage to stun, so that's actually very beneficial, because for that reason, the turn order is a little bit more awkward. Still going for the Gianna though. However, we do have a Megumi moving first. Are we gonna go for the stuns right now? Because the Josephine would move right after.
Yeah, maybe you have to though to prevent that Gianna pushback coming through in the next turn. I mean, stuns can go out now, that's huge.
Ooh, Gianna taking the turn, and also if we go for AoE stun right now, Josephine does not have to pass up. However, Julian, as mentioned, will cleanse all of those BB buffs, and the Zenisek is moving right after. But what is there to stay is that bomb.
Exactly, and that bomb, if Ciara's still on the field and can survive through this, I mean, she will survive through, can land another bomb potentially, get some detonate, maybe you can even get 2 units nearly off.
Yeah, if you drop this on the Oliver right now, you definitely would take out the Oliver, but are you also overdoing the damage right now? It's gonna go for it, just guaranteed taking unit out 29k damage, and now we're still bruising. But bruising against the Zenisek plus a Julian is super difficult.
Definitely is, especially when you've got no healing on your side as ISMOO. Really needs to start getting to work quickly, because the longer it goes on, look at that.
Look at that, and we have a bomb. Like, Ciara's one of those to place bombs, so here we have another unit to place a bomb with the Cursed Apple, and also providing that stun plus skill 1. Good healings on that skill 1.
Exactly, and Julian even has a skill 2, if I remember correctly, going through right now. Maybe can even take out this Ciara.
Or we're looking at about double 7.5 gauge just earlier. We're going up in damage, slightly lower in the HP, and we're taking it out with, once again, so many units sitting at that 1 HP mark. But we're stunning units, but the stun only provides the shield and nothing else.
Exactly, I mean, Ciara's looking like she's going down soon. Gianna with that bomb's going to get stunned unless it resists again. I mean, Pafix, this could be the moment.
This could be the moment for Pafix, making it finally to the cup itself, right away, sitting in the driver's seat for his final set.
Let's find out. Deciding to use that skill 1. Still doesn't quite kill on that Ciara though.
There's so much HP on this Ciara. That's maybe why the bomb did a little bit less damage when there was the double bomb potential right there. But in the end, Julian is taking more turns. Resisted over there. Resisted both sides.
Yeah, resistive. I mean, you've landed a defense break, but you're not going to have units to counter on it, and especially if you get an additional turn. Wow.
Ooh, there's so many additional turns flowing back and forth right now. There's good damage from this Gianna, but Gianna is going to leave the battlefield very soon. And in the end, taking out this Julian is going to be so difficult.
Definitely will. I mean, look at this. You can get that stun, don't get the pushback, and I mean, say, Pafix really looking good.
Yeah, Pafix looking really good. And actually, Zenisek is one of those few units you cannot push back. So therefore, pushbacks cannot connect over there. And that is just such a great counter. Pafix already had so many counters into stuns locked in before the Gianna even came. And that is reading the draft, knowing, hey, gang is banned, so my enemy will go for its Gianna. Pafix has all the answers.
There we go. Pafix takes it against ISMOO.
He certainly does. Pafix is the first of our semi-finalists who are within touching distance of the Europe Cup. Congratulations to Pafix. A reverse sweep, fellas. Incredible to see there, and what a display there as well. You know, we saw previously they competed in the prelims, and you know, Pafix leaving off, carrying on where he left off ultimately, and he did an amazing display, and I'm happy for him, but commiserations to ISMOO too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ISMOO's been around, he knows the game, he knows exactly how to play, but Pafix right there, it just shows if you have something in your back pocket that the opponent doesn't know about, like a Zenisek, wow, how things can change here. And I mean, it's going against current meta.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's so many stunts in the current meta. That's why Josephine is so incredibly strong. And having a Zenizek at that moment just incredibly works super well to get all of those matches in.
Yeah, I was checking the demeanor as well of the players. You could see there was I think when it came to 1-1, you had ISMOO kind of like smirk and be like, okay, it's on. Whereas Pafix was just focused. There was no time to enjoy it. It was just straight back to business. And we saw a 3-1 and, as we said, a dominant display there. I mean, drafting seems to be a huge factor there. Pafix seems to have done a lot of homework, as all the players have there, but just seem to have an answer for everything that ISMOO was chucking at him, Sam.
Definitely did. I mean, it just shows the preparation that these guys go through, right? You get to this stage and then suddenly the bright lights might get in your eyes and you're like, oh my god, what is happening right here? I think what we can demonstrate from these matches that we saw as well, Marsha, just how annoying she can be. If she gets some of those defense breaks on, lands some crazy damage, it's almost like a snipe unit.
Yeah, it's definitely a snipe unit right there, but it is a snipe unit with a double life. So the double life really helps it. Also just the permanent immunity. If you pair that with a Heigang, normally Heigang, next to a unit that doesn't have all of the buffs, you're losing a lot of the value of the Heigang of the skill tree. With that Marshal on the field, you always have feeling for that Heigang. Same with the Josephine. Josephine providing so many of those shields. We've seen it in the previous match, like Shiri were trying to stun things, but the Josephine was countering that. Zenizek made all of the stuns nullified. It was just so well played right there, because you do know what your enemy uses right there. And that is just reading the draft, doing your preparation, but also getting into the enemy's heads like, I have something you don't know. Like all of these players in backstage, I have something you don't know. It's gotta be good. It's gotta be good.
It makes it fun, doesn't it? It makes it fun for all of us. We love to see that, the surprises. But congratulations to Pafix, who goes through to our semi-finals. You saw there in the bracket as well there, the very first player who's confirmed a place in that next round of the competition here today at the Europe Cup. And it's all to play for. What thing I think about as well is obviously we have all the players, all 8 competitors on site here, kind of ready and waiting in the wings. You know they're watching. You know they're watching everything, seeing kind of like what's potentially coming at them in the next round should they qualify to the next part of the competition. So, I mean, I'm sure the vibe is kind of quite tense up there right now, Sam.
Oh, definitely tense. I mean, they're watching. I mean, they'll be laser focused on their first match for sure. But I mean, when it comes to those second matches, right now, whoever Pafix faces, whether it's RAXXAZ or TAYFUN from the next one, they know he's got a Zenizek now.
This is true. This is true. That's happening in the competition, and you have to adapt accordingly. That's how this works here. That's one quarterfinal down, 3 more to go. Should we go into the next one, fellas? Are you ready for this? Let's just crack on. Let's just keep going. Let's see who is up next here, joining us in the studio at the Europe Cup. RAXXAZ, let's go! Welcome to the stage to RAXXAZ, who is stone cold. You can just see ready for this. Oh, I love this. There's talking to the audience at home. There's pointing. There's getting everyone on board. I love the hype. The hype feels real, and we've seen RAXXAZ in the prelims was really strong. Like incredible. We know RAXXAZ so much, obviously, from previous kind of years of the competition, but we've got a good feeling about this. This could be quite an interesting one here with Rax going into this. When Rax is confident, opponents need to be wary.
Absolutely, and we're talking about understanding the meta. The man is sitting at the current rank 6. Looking at the record that he provided over here, we've seen it with Pafix before, 3-0, 3-0. We're seeing a 3-0 and a 3-1 over here. Also very well understanding the meta. Plus, we were talking about the Tekken 8 collab light Hwarang. RAXXAZ will be showcasing that unit. If the enemy is not like, I'm gonna be banning that because you have a new toy, I'm not gonna let you play with that new toy.
I love that. I mean, let's see exactly who he's going to be going up against as well here, because of course he has someone waiting in the wings, ready to challenge him. This is TAYFUN. TAYFUN joins us now, coming into the studio, of course, to take a seat opposite RAXXAZ, ready to do battle. I guess to the fans at home, I'm already on board. I love this guy.
I mean, there you go, TAYFUN. bag of fun, this guy. I mean, let's see exactly what he's going to be able to bring to the table. It's his first time at a Europe Cup. I know in previous years he was famous for even being the highest G2 player ever possible with a 301, but right here, he's earned his spot, and he has seriously earned his spot the hard way. Look at that, 0-3 to Pafix, but then 2 more 3-2s against very strong players as well that had been around before, and you see right there, are we going to see a crazy Trevor?
Ooh, the Trevor. It's going to be an interesting unit, but we have seen it on the leaderboards not performing that well. Also, it's interesting to say he played the maximum amount of losers possible to still qualify. So in the end, that is still potential right there, and let's see what these two gentlemen can bring in this matchup.
Yep, here we go. It's Rax versus TAYFUN. Let us know in the predictions who you think is going to be the victor of this quarterfinal match 2. It's a set 1. It's a best of 5, of course. Over to Sam and Seishizu. Let's jump on in, boys. Let's go.
Damn right, the pure skill is back in the Europe Cup, but has it been cooked too hard? Well, it's a funny old game. Let's find out in this quarter-final match 2. Pre-bans already coming in. We're seeing the Yonhong being pre-banned, and we're seeing a Shiho as well.
Once again, Shio is one of those units. It's just so dominant. It's not one of the speed leads. It's not one of those LDs, but it just works so strong. On the other side, we do right away. We're not going to opt for a speed lead. Often we see a Sierra or a Oliver first pick. But in the case of RAXXAZ, we just simply say, no, we want that Joe gun. Whatever you pick, I'll pick the other one.
There we go. Hagan coming out as well as a first pick for TAYFUN with that Sierra. Again, very meta, say.
Very meta right there. So let's see what we followed up with. Tianlang, super strong unit in the current state of the game as well. But let's see what he likes to pair that up with, because in the end you do know that your enemy already has a bruiser potential, and we're gonna go for a bruiser healer in the form of Sure right there.
Yeah, pivoting already then in that 3rd and 4th pick. You've got a 4th and 5th if you RAXXAZ right now. We saw it from the prelims. Love to go for that Beelzebub, just a very annoying unit, but is it the place right now?
It's going to be the question if he does like to go for that unit or just simply add in the light wiring. No, it's actually going to go for more. Is actually somewhat countered as well by Tianlang, and it's actually going to go for the Inosuke. Inosuke is a very interesting unit, has the pushback, has all of the potential. So the big question is that a ban on the Hey Gang? Because you didn't see the 5th pick just yet.
Exactly, 5th pick super important right now if you're TAYFUN. You want to get off to a good start, especially against an experienced opponent in the form of RAXXAZ right here. You've maybe put yourself in that bruiser corner. Do you have to just back it up?
Yeah, it's going to be the question. Like, in the end, your enemy does have 2 speed leads, and we're actually pairing speed leads with speed leads. So we do see double speed lead on the side of TAYFUN right now as well.
Yeah, here we go. We see that Fire Megumi coming out there. A disruptor of a unit right now. But are we signaling still we're getting rid of that Heigang?
Yeah, it's going to be the big question. The Heigang is definitely the annoying factor. But in the end, the Tianlang kind of does a similar thing. If you have both on the field, it's going to be a lot of trouble. So one of the two has to go. Actually decides against that. It's going to go for the bruiser route where the enemy does not have its healer.
Speed leads for both RAXXAZ and TAYFUN then in our match number 2 of the Europe Cup 2025. RAXXAZ versus TAYFUN. Who's going to be taking that first lead right here? Getting the strips.
We're getting the strips, but then the Megumi moves, the Tianlang moves. Nearly all of the units move 50-50. Did strip the attack buff. Not what you like to see. Dragon Dance, not fully connecting, but still good enough with a 1-stun right there.
Yeah, you're getting the 1-stun. You can follow up with an Annabelle right now. It's looking good for RAXXAZ right here. You've got Oliver coming, can get some pushbacks as well.
Yeah, getting all of the debuffs, but also look at the artifact damage on that skill 3 and also the skill 2 of the Moor. So much damage has already been done. Most of these Olivers these days are crit rate. This is crit animation, and that's gonna do a good bit of damage towards that Sierra.
Definitely is. If you're that Megumi, you can try and get a defense break landed out somewhere. But remember at the moment that Annabelle still has that skill 2 as well. Ooh.
Ooh, the Megumi for the clans. No Josephine on the field. We're looking at a stunned unit right now, and also the Oliver is moving in front of that Annabelle.
It is. You've got glancing right now on that Moor. So we saw the damage before, but it's not coming through fully right now. But Annabelle,
can you take it out? Can you do something against it? You're not looking at any turns, so we're gonna go for a Girl's Prayer. It will get a little bit of attack bar to the enemy, but at least you get cleanses in and you get a lot of healing. It's actually doubting his chances. Maybe does he want to go for a skill 1 takeout? No, doesn't want to go for skill 1 takeout. 15k AoE healing is what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think HP is probably more important at this moment, but that Megumi again disrupting. Get down that Oliver. Can you stun? Or going for the Jogun instead?
Going for the Jogun, opting for the bomb on this Oliver. Can you take out an Oliver. If it's on the crit rate 4, it's not on super high HP. But how much bomb damage are we looking at? Or are we going to keep it? No, promise time, 15k. More of a tanky Sierra it is, and therefore bomb damage not as high to take out this Oliver.
Definitely not, and I mean, even that Sierra still looking healthy. You've got rid of that Megumi now. That's the Disruptor gone. Can you now look to make efforts go towards that Sierra?
Yeah, we're still looking at slows on a few units, and we have the additional turns. Sierra is potentially looking at a crit animation coming in once again on the Tianling. 9k damage. The chip is strong.
Definitely very strong right now. Maybe even you've got to sleep if you're an Annabelle. Not quite there. You can get rid of that Oliver, but 3v3 with a healthier 3.
We have the skill 2 of the Moor coming in, which is a lot of damage we have seen before, and taking out 2 units. Just the Sierra on the field right now, and she's not going to be performing this solo.
RAXXAZ taking that first set win then against TAYFUN in our Europe Cup. I mean, like you were saying there, that Moor came up with some crazy damage on that S2.
Yeah, Moor is definitely the interesting choice to go for with that Inosuke, and actually your enemy also highly respecting that Inosuke, because Inosuke would have been really good if it actually got all skills off. But in this case, he just did not want to take the chance of being pretty much hard disrupted by that Inosuke, taking it out. But the Moor and the Jogan together made it where the Heigang just didn't have enough value.
Exactly, you've shown maybe that card now as well, right? This is where pre-bans maybe take a little bit longer in this set number 2. How are you going to figure your way around it? There could be a Yonghon potential on the field as well right now. That Shiho as well maybe coming back. But I mean, from the last times, they weren't even, they were mainly picking those types of units, right? The high base speeds rather than the speed leads first.
Yeah, let's see what they go for this time around. Shiho was out, Light Hwoarang was out, so in this case, Light Hwoarang not being picked. Also, the Tianling was the only unit that gave RAXXAZ a fair bit of struggle, so it's going to be taken out this time around. First pick goes to TAYFUN. Is he going to go for a steal of Jogan, or does he lock in comfortable units first?
Exactly, we're seeing there Oliver being put in for the moment. He is going to confirm that one as well. I like the little smile as well about the Light Hwoarang. They obviously know how strong it can be, but is it even something where RAXXAZ just didn't even rune it up?
I'm pretty sure it does have it run up. RAXXAZ has crazy good runes, and it's one of those units that doesn't have to be your fastest set. It just has to be very efficient for the HP, the attack, and then also good additional damage artifacts. RAXXAZ is definitely taking his time, where a lot of people would simply just lock in a Sierra plus a Jogan right now. But RAXXAZ is taking his time to, in the end, go for a Shiho.
There we go, Shiho and that Jogan coming out, taking away again those high base speed units, allowing TAYFUN to get as many of those speed leads as possible. But how are you going to follow it up? A Yonhong though, very high base.
Yonghong, very high base, also disrupting those stuns once again with the Josephine. So let's see what RAXXAZ would like to go for in this matchup. In the end, on the side of TAYFUN, there's not too much damage or an armor break just yet. You can definitely follow that up on the 4 and 5, which RAXXAZ has to keep in mind. But what kind of bruiser style does RAXXAZ want to go for right now? Because he doesn't have enough speed in his repertoire to actually full speed contest. Sierra is the speed contester. Do we go back to bruiser, or do we go even more speed contesting?
Let's find out. Again, really kind of knows, very confident in what he's picking right there. Instead, we're getting that Asher, so he has leaned a little bit into the bruiser with that pick right there.
Yep, we're going into bruiser against bruiser. Let's see if TAYFUN does go for that as well. With the NFL, very common pick right there. Could even opt to go for an NFL plus a Layla, even though you're already fighting 2 fires. But let's see if he has something else against the fire. Could maybe go back towards a Masha. We have seen it a few times. We're actually going to go into a Lamila, which is a very interesting unit right there to see. We haven't seen it too much in the European region. Can be very strong, but you have to strip to make her strong.
Definitely have to make sure that she's taking that turn, usually that high resistance as well, to make sure. How does Rax respond then in that 5th pick right now? I mean, he's kind of pivoting still into that bruiser.
I could see a potential where you just simply ban out the speed lead of the enemy. You might have your own speed lead banned regardless, but going for a Sonya in there, then it's just the question, is the Yonhong faster than any of your speedy units if you were also lose that right now?
Oh, and Etna, another response as well then, that high base speed to try and get some sort of disruption. Signaling an Oliver ban?
Yeah, the big question with the Oliver ban right now is still that an Etna is not that great into a Josephine, so you're enabling more and more on that Josephine, so it could be a potential ban right there as well. But there's a lot of options for good bans, because if you take out the Lamila, the highest damage threat is gone, so there's a lot of options for both sides on the bans.
Exactly, mind games as well right now. Remember, we're in set 2 of a best of 5 right here in our quarterfinals of the Europe Cup. Bans have come in, taking away the speed lead with that Ciara and Annabelle being taken away. So it's going to be speed lead versus attack lead in our set number 2. RAXXAZ versus TAYFUN. He's 1-0 up. Can he extend that lead right now?
Big question is always, do you go for the skill 2? No, actually goes for the charge vitality right away. Is probably going to try to perform a Provoke. Do we get Provoke? We get Provoke on 2 units. That disrupts the first turn. Plus, we're looking at Branding. Also gets that skill right now. There's a lot of value on the skills of TAYFUN at this moment. Plus, the Oliver is moving, and TAYFUN is absolutely sitting in that driver's seat.
Definitely is. Needs a big additional turn here if you're that Asher to try and get some cleansing, but nothing happening in the way of RAXXAZ right here. I mean, taken out on that first turn. Can you confirm it here?
Yeah, we got the Arsenal sacrifice doing a good bit of damage. 15k on those brandings. All of those units are not looking lively, and also this Oliver is taking that next turn. You can still reset that Assure, and I think that we're looking at a 1-to-1 match very soon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it just shows they managed to take that first turn on the side of TAYFUN, really landed everything and got into that control moment against Rax right there. Almost you could see on his face, he was like, okay, I'm gonna have to work this out for the next one.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one because TAYFUN in the end does not know if your enemy is or is not on Will Runes. In this case, there were 2 Will Runes missing on the side of RAXXAZ. The Jogun was not on Will, but also the Athena was not on Will. Because of that, Lamilla had potential to land all of those provokes and get off a very good early match.
Here we go, 1 apiece then in our quarterfinals, match number 2 right here. I mean, if the script has got anything to be written from that previous match, somebody turned around from a 1-0 down to a 3-1 right here. Has the momentum shifted right here, or can RAXXAZ look to put a stop on it again against TAYFUN? Look at that smile.
The TAYFUN is having all the fun. First you saw him look up, it's like, okay, what is the next match? What was the previous match? What was the pre-ban? How was that looking like? And then he's just like, I got my idea. I love these camps with these kind of matches.
Here we go, pre-bans back to that Yonhong and the Shiho as well. Again, similar then for this draft so far. TAYFUN lost that very first set when they had these types of picks. Does he change it up now, or do you just continue with it?
Going for an early Heigang right there, so let's see how that would work out this time around. Going back to the Sierra, let's see what we do have for a third pick right now, because none of the units are super high speed contesting just yet. Going back to Bruiser.
Yeah, bringing that Annabelle. Again, we know how good her kit is with that S2, with the S3, with all of the defense breaks and slows. Oh, I feel like that was a little bit of a joke between the guys.
That's one of those things that you're not really sure if it's going to be seeing on the field right there. It does also take it away. It's going to go for some interesting picks. Irene is definitely good if your enemy is not showing that fast, but it might still be that the Jogun of your enemy is faster, so therefore we're actually taking a Layla.
Yeah, that Layla coming in, looking to try and disrupt again with some anti-cleanses. I mean, right now, 4th and 5th pick right now. How is RAXXAZ going to commit to this draft?
Let's see what he has. Do we go for double speed leads apiece? That's definitely an opportunity. Both players are just sitting on that 1 speed lead. But it's a lot of options. You could go to that light Hwarang, but in the end, there's a lot of units that have chip damage that could actually take it out. Nope, we're gonna see the light Hwarang, and we're seeing once again a Marsha.
Yeah, I mean, Marsha super dangerous. Before, how much does TAYFUN respect that light Hwarang as well right now? He's got a 5th pick to try and answer into it as well.
Well, the reaction of TAYFUN on the cam was like, oh, I was expecting this, but I'm laughing, but I'm not happy about it. So I think he will actually take it out. Going back to that Lamilla, it did work out very well in the previous match, but that was because of the pair with that Yonhong, because of the pair of moving first, because of the pair, there was no immunity on your enemy side. Do you have all of those factors again?
Yeah, exactly. How are you going to play it right now? It's a different ban phase. We're into set 3 right here. Who's going to take that little step closer to our semi-finals to potentially be in our Europe Cup? Well, in the finals, essentially, is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, let's see. We do actually manage to see the light Hwarang, and we do see players once again banning out the sustain of your enemy to have sustain on your side, but not on the enemies.
Here it is, RAXXAZ versus TAYFUN in our set number 3 right here. That Jogun again can look to get the strips through.
Gets the strip through, but then Heigang says, I'll take those turns for you. Sierra still looking at the tech buff and the immunity. Still looking at both. You have to land the silence right now. Otherwise, Sierra will do a lot of damage.
You definitely will. I mean, he's deciding whether he's going, and he resisted. Whoa!
Ooh, resisted. The Sierra is resisting everything thrown at her right now, and she's gonna have the potential from that bomb. That's going to be very devastating for TAYFUN.
It is. The attack buff has gone, obviously, but right now you can look to land. Where are you going to land as well? And Asher skill 3 is still available as well.
You have to go, ooh, where there's a lot of resistance on your side. You'll also see a lot of resistance. It did not even become the best doddering game because even that part wasn't connected.
Yeah, and I mean, you've pushed back the attack bar right there, but Oliver has come to play. Can he look to start controlling?
Well, also right there, 15% is supposed to be the number, but it looks a little bit higher in this match than we would like to see. So let's see what these two gentlemen can work with. That scroll trap does actually connect, so Ashur is not on the field to go for the third skill.
Yeah, exactly. Hwoarang, this is where you need to really start chipping away if you are RAXXAZ here. I mean, Marsha, you need to get her online with the defense break as well.
Marsha has to go online for just taking the immunity. The moment that the immunity is there time and time again, you have a way more favorable position for Marsha in later turns. But also the light Hwoarang starts stacking more and more speed, so in the long run, TAYFUN might be looking at a very bad matchup. We can go for the skill 2 right now, does actually go for it, does not connect it, but Hwoarang is just taking out units. And this is also the moment, you see the Hwoarang at very low attack bar, but suddenly it shows as like flashing up, where it's like, hey, I'm outspeeding this, whereas I was at very low attack bar before.
Exactly, so many hits coming in from those skills as well. And right now you're going for that skill 3, but if you absorb, you're going to get bombed.
Ooh, we go for the absorb right there. Hwoarang is moving next, is looking at max stacks right now, taking so much damage, taking the additional turn, is just doing so much damage.
Definitely is. I mean, Ashur has this skill 3 to get some heal up, but you need to send it on the Hwoarang.
You have to send it on the Hwoarang, but also the Ciara will take you out if you don't send it on the Ciara. It's actually going to go for the Hwoarang. How many crits do you actually land? Is glancing about half, but no defense break connected.
And exactly, just target if you RAXXAZ into that Ashur right now. It's the only real form of damage left on the side of TAYFUN. It's just a waiting game.
It's a waiting game for the Hwoarang to start moving. Can we get some stunts? We do not get any stunts right there. Hwoarang is once again moving next, has that skill 2 available, and it's just doing so much damage.
Wow. I mean, that's why it's such a scary unit right now, I say. I mean, just being on the field, getting those turns in, and look, he's already going again.
Yeah, he's already going again, and you saw the attack bar of the Hay Gang when it was still on the field before that scroll trap being like 75%. The Hwoarang was sitting at 50, and it's like, nope, I take those turns. I like those turns, and I like it to take out your units.
Exactly, and I think we've seen it there. The commitment from TAYFUN to the loss, RAXXAZ taking it 2-1 against TAYFUN in our quarterfinals. Again, you have to, in the drafting phase, be prepared for what's not out there yet. The moment in a fourth pick somebody can go, oh, here's my light Hwoarang. That's why TAYFUN was a little bit scared.
Yeah, that's why TAYFUN, he had the laugh on the face, but also the laugh right away went into like, I don't want to do this. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pre-ban on a similar unit right now. He's already sitting backwards thinking like, okay, how am I going to deal with this match? Last time around, it did work out for him. TAYFUN has a better matchup when he has the Yeon Hong available. Yeon Hong was pre-ban before, and TAYFUN is just taking a chill moment. He's like, okay, I locked in my pre-ban. I'm just waiting for whatever you're going to do right now.
I mean, this is the most relaxed I've ever seen two players look on a camera at an SWC ever before.
I think I have seen it before, but the interesting thing about this part is he is that relaxed while being one match behind. He's not in the driver's seat. He's actually one match behind, and we do see the light Hwoarang ban. Maybe he's that relaxed because of not having to play against the light Hwoarang, at least for this match.
Exactly. Get him out of here, but also from the side of RAXXAZ deciding to take away that Oliver, so there's not going to be a speed lead option from there. Does that mean you have to take the Ciara instead if you want to still compete?
I think that TAYFUN should be opting to take the Jogun, because if you go for the Ciara right now, you're giving that Jogun to RAXXAZ, and RAXXAZ cares a lot more about the Jogun than he cares about the Ciara or an Oliver, otherwise he wouldn't be pre-banning it and giving that first pick to the enemy. So it's actually, I think he's thinking about those two options right now as well, because we've seen it every time for RAXXAZ, when he has that first pick, it is that Jogun, and he is flashing the Jogun. He has the same idea of like, okay, I'll lock it in, you're not going to be playing with this one.
Yeah, exactly. I think he has to lock it in. He's seen already that Rax has it not on Will as well, so it must be a super fast broken set right there, maybe even one of his fastest. Get rid of those runes, try and deal with, well, the other rune depth quality, but still, get rid of those ones.
Yeah, that's also one of those things. At some point, you're not just stealing a unit, you're also just not necessarily stealing the rune set, but making sure the rune set is not on the battlefield. RAXXAZ is really taking his time, but still there's very good options right there with the Ciara and the Shio. But Shio with the Jogun interaction is always interesting. Joguns could be at 100 resistance, Shios are mostly not high on accuracy.
Yeah, let's find out. The second and third pick right here then for TAYFUN really has to have that win, otherwise he's already saying goodbye at the Europe Cup. Are the Paint Masters his solution right there? We've got also the Hay Gang coming out on the field.
Hay Gang coming out on the field, not locked in just yet, but what are we gonna do for the damage? Thus far, we're still providing a lot of CC, a lot of setups, but no real damage just yet with locking in that Layla.
Exactly. How are you gonna look to respond that? I mean, looking at it, there's strips available, then you can try and get some cleanses in. Do you already signal maybe some sort of Anavel, or are you going to try and deal it with a Bruiser? Is there some sort of Juno stuff coming out?
Well, there's a lot of options right here. If you go for Bruiser and you commit to that, it's very fine. But it also does commit to, I have a speed lead already, you don't have it yet, which could be an opportunity as well to go for more speed contesting units. But we're actually going once again for the Bruiser with an NFL and a Masha.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she's going to be eating away a Layla if she can get a defense break landed right there and the immunity popping up. TAYFUN, no speed lead yet, but I mean, does he need it?
Yeah, let's see what we have for the speed lead, because in the end, we have seen RAXXAZ play a more before, so if TAYFUN doesn't go for any speed contesting unit, I could see a RAXXAZ more in the 5th, Hagang on the ban, so TAYFUN has to keep those kind of things in mind. He's actually gonna go for very hard turn 2, and we're gonna go back to a Smicer. That's a unit I haven't seen in about 1.5 to 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she was so dominant at a previous SWC before. Crazy healings on that S1, also getting those stuns, bombs coming out on her side, but it seems to me like a Marsha would deal with her.
Yeah, I would say Marsha would definitely deal with her, so Marsha's already taken care of that. I would say a Sierra kind of takes care of that as well. We have the shield with the protection of the immunity and the invisibility, so it will be hard to strip. RAXXAZ once again taking his time. It's gonna go back to a Demon. Lots of AoE hits. Big question always with the Demon is he gonna get the snipe at that right time?
Exactly. Can he bring back his accompanying monsters out on that field if he goes down, and does it work out? The ban is going to be coming in very soon. It's going into our set number 4. This could be the moment that RAXXAZ goes through to our semi-finals, or does TAYFUN have a little bit more to play with right here? Bans Lamila and that Shiho.
It's going to be interesting bans right now. It's also interesting to see that neither of the two units really have any providers of immunities. There's a fair bit of strips on the side of TAYFUN, but let's see if that's going to be enough, because in the end, the TAYFUN damage is very just small chip focused.
Let's find out right now. Very fast Annabelle as well going through. A little bit of an out slow even with that Jogun right there. So just skill 1. I mean, let's move on.
Yeah, skill 1, we're throwing that teddy bear at someone's face, but with the immunity it doesn't do too much. Once again, scroll trap not connected, and even RAXXAZ is like, oh, I'm feeling bad for my opponent right now.
Yeah, you've got those strips. Can you get some more big stuns coming out right here? Doesn't get stuns, but the glance-ins are going to help.
Glancing is gonna go, oh, here come the ghost, here come the ghost. Does actually stun the Demon, which is looking at very low HP. But if you take out the Demon now, you have to keep in mind, the moment you take out any other unit, Demon will come back with 100 attack bar, whatever comes more from the artifacts, but it will come back with high attack bar potential.
Exactly, and you've got this silence right now, so there's no defense breaks, and she's not getting turn cycling. That's the one that you don't want to see from a Ciara.
That is a super interesting build on that unit right there on the top left, the Smice. It dealt so much damage, nearly taking out a Ciara for just one simple bomb on an attack buff.
Yeah, I mean, huge damage coming into play. Annabelle, get your units online with a cleanse right here, and if you're Ciara, you need to start doing some good work.
It's actually the question, because your Demon comes back. Do you want to heal right now, or do you want to heal when your Demon comes back? And he actually wants to heal when the Demon comes back. However, you were Glance, so therefore you're not connecting any of those debuffs on the wrong element. Does get the additional turn. Also the dot sitting on this Smicer, so that's where a unit is very high on damage. It is also squishy.
Definitely squishy, and right now you've got that skill 1 going into the Hagang on the defense break. Throws away at least a little silence on the leaving the battlefield.
Oh, we have here come the ghost, but the big issue is this is not a unit that is on violent. If you take out a unit when the Demon is coming next, you cannot take the additional turn. We're looking at a 63k heal.
Yeah, and right now Ciara's straight back into business. Defense breaks, looking around for RAXXAZ right now as he's managed to look and confirm his way into that semi-final with a 3-1 victory against TAYFUN.
Wow, wow, wow. Edge of my seat over here. I'm sure you guys at home are as well, as we watch RAXXAZ progress through to the semi-finals later today, and sadly we lose TAYFUN from our competition, but what absolute effort it was. Incredible to see there. And you know, I mean, I think there was a couple of moments in that, I think, the course of those 4 sets we saw there where it could have gone either way, Sam, and RAXXAZ just having enough to get it over the line, to the Light Hwarang being the lean bean battering machine that it was in that that third set, should I say.
Yeah, definitely. I think we can see from those matches that obviously we were still revolving a lot around kind of meta picks, but having in a 4th or 5th pick some sort of really contentious LD unit like that Beelzebub, like the Light Hwarang, just adds so much to a box, and especially with those pre-bans, you can work around it, and it shows again how good RAXXAZ is at drafting. Let's be honest, he's not had so many LDs in the past, so he had to always work around it. Now he's proven, oh, you give me a few, I'm going to, set myself up on the stage.
Well, he's definitely there for fireworks. We have the hard-hitting unit with the light firing. It's the chip damage, but it just does so much damage over time, so many turns. And then we have the Dark Demon. Just a 63k hit plus a 63k heal on a dead ally. It just does so much work if it works. And then it's just so strong.
Yeah, I mean, the body language there as well. We saw after that third set of TAYFUN just lounging back in the chair thinking, this is mad. Like, what do I have to do now to ensure that I at least stay in this? And I thought that last set we saw there that RAXXAZ took to make it a 3-1 victory, it looked like it was definitely favouring TAYFUN there. But I mean, with RAXXAZ now we've seen kind of like what he has been so capable of in the previous rounds of the prelims and now here as well. One step away from the Europe Cup. That matchup against Pafix later is going to be huge.
Yeah, it's going to be massive, that one, in all honesty. I mean, how is he going to play around it as well? Again, a little bit more of a relaxing match in your semi-final. If you lose, you still have a chance to try and get through to those World Finals, but knowing RAXXAZ, he'll want to be performing at his top level. You can see how serious he was taking it during the drafting phase, especially when things were happening for him during that match. But TAYFUN, what a competitor. Like, so fun around the whole competition as well whilst he's been here with us. And I mean, he's going to be likely, let's see who he cheers on in that next round.
Yeah, we've seen it, haven't we? Say, like, the fact that TAYFUN, as one of our kind of our newer competitors here, and there is a great energy about some of our players, and TAYFUN certainly had that coming into this.
Yeah, definitely. Especially like the lean back. Like you're 1 to 2 behind and you're just like, I'll just locked out this unit. You had a lot of fun with it last time. Not this time around. It's like, oh, I'm behind. Doesn't matter. I'm having fun right here.
Yeah, he certainly is. You can see here, folks at home, the bracket and how things stand. We've seen the first 2 of our quarterfinals done and dusted with Pafix and RAXXAZ both confirmed. A semi-match finals best of 5 coming your way later on this afternoon. Sadly, we say goodbye to ISMOO and TAYFUN from the competition. But we start to turn our attentions to the latter half of the quarterfinals here, where there are still 4 players all ready to go who I have no doubt, Sam, as well, will be watching this, watching the kind of 2 that have qualified, thinking, whatever happens, even if I win this next match, I have got myself a serious test in that semi.
Yeah, you definitely have a serious test coming up. And I mean, me and Say always love speaking about it when we see brackets. There's a pattern right now.
Yeah.
There's a 3-1 and a 3-1. I mean, if it's going to continue, is that something that's good for everyone's predictions? Maybe let us know in chat. I'm not sure. But I'm so excited to see the rest of the matches. I mean, the next one, we've got 2 debutants. So we're guaranteed a new person in that semi-final as well. And then coming up later on is still the big one.
Yeah, I'm really interested actually. The debutants we've talked about, versus the kind of like the more seasoned players. Say, what do you think the kind of debutants are learning from the seasoned players they've seen? Obviously, we saw earlier today ISMOO knocked out, who's been in this competition many times by Pafix. But do you think there's a lot to learn from being around them in person, as well as there is kind of watching them perform in a kind of in-person event as well?
I definitely do think so. And also just for me and also the other people behind the scenes, everyone is kind of showing off runes, but also kind of trying to hide it. So it's more for the after party of actually like learning and showing things. But in the end, it's always very interesting to hear different strategies because some of them are streamers. And it's like, oh, I know the good runes of the streamers, but you don't know the good runes of the people that are not showing things. And those sometimes are way better.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I've got nothing to hide. I've got nothing to hide.
Yeah, me too. I'm an open book. Yeah. We all are here. Right, we hear the news that we have got our quarterfinal third matchup coming our way right now, thick and fast. I say it's time we meet the first player in that matchup. It's GOLEMPICHAGA. Let's have a look. As the studio erupts here like a volcano, GOLEMPICHAGA walks in and grabs a seat ready for this quarterfinal. And, looking forward to seeing this. A debutant coming in. We talked about confidence, talked about kind of like personalities. Look at that. I think GOLEMPICHAGA kind of kept himself to himself over the course of the last couple of days here, Sam. But I think maybe that's just kind of a strategy. Maybe it's just kind of like, kind of saying, like you talked about, kind of having something a bit hidden here. Could bring anything into the competition, but we can see there on the screen, FAMICOM already faced his next opponent and did a marvelous job.
Yeah, we've got a repeat from a preliminary match already right here. I think what's interesting to see, especially about GOLEMPICHAGA, is he knows the meta like the back of his hand. You can see the units on screen right there. Even just like popping out with Douglas's. I mean, he just knows that these units at the moment are super strong and can adapt around it. Difference is still now at the Europe Cup. people do have LDs, and if there's one that fits in that correct position, how are you going to be able to deal with it?
Well, the interesting thing about GOLEMPICHAGA is he has a few LDs, but he's actually nearly drafting none of them. They're not fitting that strong in this meta, so he's focusing more and more of those good runes on the meta units, and it works out very well for him.
Yes, will his opponent be able to untangle that meta and find a way through? Let's see who he's up against. This is FAMICOM. We welcome to the studio FAMICOM, who is, dare I say, one of the arguably the most charming Summoners War competitors that we have here. I mean, Sam, he's a wonderful guy. I had a chance to really catch up with him, and just really happy to be here. But don't be fooled by the smiles and the kind of like the confidence there that he shows to his opponent, because he'll be massively focusing when it comes to this this matchup here, wanting to ensure that he makes a stake in this competition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen him. He's doing so much work right now as well. Against GOLEMPICHAGA already, faced off against him, did lose. But other than that, had some very convincing victories against players that are very well known. A 3-1 versus Neff is no easy feat, and a 3-0 versus Charge as well. You've earned your place to be here right now. Also for him, I know he's really been doing all of his studies, making sure that his runes are perfectly, maybe to his detriment sometimes, needed a bit of sleep, but on that, let's see if he's prepped now for GOLEMPICHAGA.
It's also one of those players that has a lot of the LDs. We're definitely going to be some firework over here with the LD potential. But then again, does the LD work better than the normal elemental units that are so strong in this meta?
We're going to find out right now in our match 3 here of our quarterfinals at the Europe Cup 2025. GOLEMPICHAGA versus FAMICOM. Who's going to win? Predictions. Get those points in. Make sure to do that online right now and predict who you think is going to be going into the next round, our semi-finals. Play that later on today. Which player do you think is the favorite here as we get lined up and prepare ourselves for the pick and bans? One of the huge parts of the entire competition here that dictates sometimes whether or not a win is going to go one way or the other here. GOLEMPICHAGA and FAMICOM. Dare we have our own predictions here? Are we not doing cast occurs? We kind of keeping this. What are we doing here, Sam? I'm following your lead.
It's really hard when you've got 2 brand new players and debutants to the competition, because obviously there's not so much history around them, and these guys aren't actually streamers as well, so it's really hard to know what they're playing right now. FAMICOM maybe a little bit more we know about, just because he's very good friends with some of the community that have been at these events before. People like Lufia, people like an ISMOO. So he kind of knows the scene and what it's about, and that's why he wanted to get here. GOLEMPICHAGA, not as well known. So how do you prepare against somebody when they kind of are doing very well on ladder and leaderboard, but when it comes to these competitions, it's a whole different baby.
Yeah, it's definitely a whole different, but in the end, you do know, if you do know the meta and your enemy only plays meta and nothing outside of the meta, you know exactly what's coming. So that's definitely something you can prepare against. Plus, you also have the fact right now, in the prelims, you did not know at all what he was playing. This time around, you played against it before. So let's see if he can make a repeat, or do we make a difference?
Yes, let's find out. It's FAMICOM versus GOLEMPICHAGA, a best of 5 over to our casters, and let's dive on in.
Why doesn't Golem go to family reunions? Too many filthy proxies in this one. GOLEMPICHAGA versus FAMICOM pre-bans have already come in, the Yonhong and the Shiho as well, with GOLEMPICHAGA on that first pick as well.
Yeah, let's see what we go for early picks. We have seen a bunch of things thus far, all of our Shihos, but also Joe Guns, which simply says, I do not care which of the 2 strong speed leads I have, I'm gonna give you one. I haven't seen anyone draft both of them right away. It could be an option, but it's mostly not that strong. But Jogan is just that well-rounded.
Definitely well-rounded, and Oliver being seen on the side of FAMICOM right now. Who's he going to look to partner up with? Do you need to also bring some sort of high base speed? Wow, Light Twin Angels making an appearance.
Light Twin Angels. Actually, if we're talking about units that are very similar to a Jogan, Light Twin Angels has Disruption on the skill 2, has the push-up and the attack buff on the skill 3. A lot of options right there. We're actually going to see something that we saw a lot in the China region. Back to Sekhmet.
Yeah, Sekhmet coming through. Can she always land that skill 3? It's usually the big question on everybody's lips right there. 3rd and 4th pick right now for FAMICOM. I mean, he's going up against a speed contest, changing it up.
Changing it up, but also an interesting fact, because in the end you don't have any passives to deal with either a strip of the Jogan. So if you lock this in right now, I he's really betting on that his Twin Angels boost up enough, but also fast enough where you might potentially not have your Oliver on the field for that speed lead.
Exactly. Does he need to lock in a speed lead in that 5th and final pick? GOLEMPICHAGA right now, a little bit fire dominant. Do you need to look to how you're going to answer a Marsha?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the question, where does the real damage come from? Sierra, great damage, but if that's the only damage dealer, you might get that banned out. We're gonna go for more, and we're gonna go back to a Lamila.
Yeah, did a lot of work for him during those prelims as well. Did a little bit of work for TAYFUN in an earlier match as well. You can get that provoked, get the branding in for some serious damage setup right here. FAMICOM, how are you going to look to respond?
It's going to be an interesting position where you almost would say a Chiwu as a speed lead is one of the most interesting speed leads that you could lock into. Megumi is still pretty strong, but is it going to be strong enough? Because you're facing off against a lot of things. Plus, if the Jogan provides that attack buff, your Megumi is looking at a 50-50 to remove that immunity.
Exactly. This is where the mind games are being taken into account right now. How are they going to deal with it? It's their very first set, their first appearance at a Europe Cup for both players right now. How are you handling those nerves?
I think taking out the Twin Angels will definitely deny the setup from Famicom. Sure, you still have to deal with the Megumi, but I think at least the setup potential is gone right there. On the other side, you could do the same thing with removing that Jogan, but let's see what these two gentlemen do lock in.
Segment being taken out and those Twin Angels as well, so both of the guys will have speed leads available going into our set number 1 of this third match in the quarterfinals. Remember, best of 5 for this one as well. So this first set, maybe a little bit of a testing ground, seeing exactly what you're coming up against for the future sets to come. Let's find out. GOLEMPICHAGA versus Famicom. We are here.
First turn belongs to the Jogan. Jogan, can we connect all skills? We do connect everything except the one unit that takes the turn regardless. But even if you land a stun right now, you have to land a stun actually on the Lamila, which is even like 3 times harder because the wrong element goes for. Ooh, does actually connect it on the Sierra. But Lamila moving after is still incredibly strong because you have to set up from this more S2 into the Lamila S3. Let's see how many skills we can connect.
Yeah, going in with that S2. Some good damage coming out through right there. And now the Mila's turn. Can you get these provokes in?
We have to get the provokes, but it's a multi-hit provoke with an amazing looking skill right there and connecting all of those provokes, including wrong elements.
Yeah, you've managed to take it. I mean, it's looking a little bit tricky right now for Famicom. You're going to need that Megumi to get some turns through.
Yeah, you need the turns. Ooh. Does actually get the turns over there. But in the end, you have to keep in mind, branding is sitting on 3 units. If you just lock out the Sierra, you still have the seal or the Arsenal of Sacrifice coming in. Ooh, but not if you are stunning it with a Zhongshan Lao.
You've managed to stun, but you didn't get any additional turns on those units, which were likely on Vio as well. But that's going to help a lot for GOLEMPICHAGA.
It's gonna help a lot over there. Actually, the Marsha is outspeeding right now. Fastlink did not manage to get the pushback. Therefore, we have an attack buffed bomb potentially going on either the Oliver or this Zhongshan Lao. Where would he like to place it? Goes for the Zhongshan Lao. Is the safe pick over there. Could provide a stun potential for the whole team. It's not gonna be there because a 39k bomb takes out the unit.
Huge bomb right there. I mean, GOLEMPICHAGA has made it work in this round right now, and that's huge. Getting a skill 2 off right now, confirming it pretty much for GOLEMPICHAGA, taking that early lead against Famicom in the very first set here, say. I mean, it worked. You take that first turn, you get that Lamila, getting the provokes, and all of a sudden, Famicom's just kind of sat watching.
Yeah, it was definitely the moment he locked in the Marsha plus the Zhongshan Lao. You had potential to do a lot of work if you were taking turns. But the big issue is your enemy was taking the turns first. You didn't have proper passes to actually counteract that. Sure, you had the Megumi, but Megumi only works against 2 or 1 unit, whereas you had to actually disrupt 2 units.
Exactly, not enough disruption going on in that set right there. Pre-bans, we're in set 2. Dare I say it, we've seen it before. People can suddenly look to get a little bit of a reverse sweep. A 3-1, is it on the cards right here, right now? Pre-bans, what do you reckon?
Pre-bans are a lot of options right here, especially on the side of Famicom towards, and we're actually seeing 2 normal elemental units being pre-banned. No more Jogan. It's been actually the pivotal pick of a lot of the players thus far. So in this case, we still have the 2 wind speed leads. We have the Oliver and we have the Sierra available, but a lot of the faster contesting units aren't available. But still, Famicom has a Yan Hong, so you have that in his back pocket at the later mode.
Exactly. How is he going to look to respond with this right now? Taking a 33 Oliver, always useful. Maybe deciding against it right now. I mean, how's he going to look to combat GOLEMPICHAGA right here, taking that 33?
We're going for the 33. That does most likely mean that GOLEMPICHAGA is gonna go for Sierra. But since he doesn't have a Joe gun, it could be one of those things that he opts against it and just goes for counterplay units right now. Nope, still seeing the Sierra out there, paired with a very early Marsha.
Yeah, taking away a Marsha, a little bit of damage that obviously Famicom could provide if you wanted it in that second and third pick right here, say. But I mean, this is the moment he can look to pivot if needed.
Yeah, let's see if we go for Yeonhong over here, because in the end, your enemy doesn't show anything yet that will hard counter Yeonhong. We're actually gonna go for Twin Angels once again. Are we gonna pair Twin Angels plus Yeonhong? Because that might be a little bit too much of the same thing.
Yeah, how are you gonna look to respond there? Gianna coming out to play then instead, a different way of dealing.
Yeah, we also of course have that Gianna out there, so in this case, Haegang is available. We also have the Josephine being available. You could even pair the two. It's a very strong pair. You could be locking that in, but you have to fight against a Twin Angels, and Twin Angels cares a little bit less with those pushbacks.
Definitely does right here. Maybe looking to opt for a Josephine, like you said, in that fourth pick right now. Is how else are you going to deal with a Gianna? Maybe go in front of her?
Ooh, we're actually gonna go once again for Sekhmet, so probably has the fastest runes on that unit, and therefore you're more leaning towards a unit that you might normally not draft as much. But Sekhmet, it's always one of those units, probably you guys in chat are saying it right now as well. If she misses, she would lose you the match. But you can also look at the other side of the coin. If she lands, she might be the winning factor. And we're actually gonna go back to a meta that we saw in the World Finals of last year a lot. Back to a Miles plus a Raccoon.
Yeah, we're going Bruiser, bringing that damage through right now. I mean, GOLEMPICHAGA isn't showing any heals on his side right there. There is a little bit of sustain from the side of Famicom, but is the match going to take that long?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question, and I do like the style of the draft of Famicom in the 4 and the 5, but the big question is, can you make all of those units also into the field? Are we going to go for more Bruisers? We haven't seen a Misty thus far just yet, but it could be a unit. No, we're going back to a Moor, and that Moor was unviolent before.
Yeah, we're taking through another 24 speed lead. Does it signal again? He doesn't have to deal with a Sekhmet potentially throughout. We didn't see how fast it was in that last one as it was banned.
Well, the thing is, you kind of have to deal with the Haegang in case your Twin Angels are banned, but it's going to be the big question. Does GOLEMPICHAGA ban the Twin Angels, or does he go for Raccoon for that cleansing and also sustain potential?
That's the moment to find out right here, taking the full amount of time. It's the mind games. What are you looking to ban in this situation? Going through, we're getting rid of that Haegang and the Gianna, so mind games working together.
Yeah, let's see what this Miles can do, because Miles on a 33 lead might be faster than a 24 lead on a Sekhmet.
Let's find out. Going into our set number 2, GOLEMPICHAGA versus Famicom. It is going to be taking that first turn right here. Looking for the stun.
Are we looking for the stun? Do go for the stun. Does connect the stun right here, so we can actually push up the units right now. Only thing is, if you push up and you also hit the Moor would take a turn, but we're right away stripping that attack buff, so we're lowering the damage output.
Exactly, less damage coming through now on Famicom. The moment he can get Oliver online, let's start controlling right here.
Big question right now, you kind of have to reset the Sierra. Sierra is more value, but we're losing the cycle of the Oliver. The moment that you miss your skill 3, you have the off turn, and the off turn means you don't have any of your 2 reset turns available at that moment.
Yeah, it doesn't, and right there I think he took a bit too long realizing what was happening, because Oliver just took a turn. We've got Marsha coming in. You can go on that Raccoon, but oh, whoa!
Ooh, that's so much damage, and that is the one unit you had to reset at that moment. You still had to reset that Marsha. I think we was opting between, okay, do I still reset the Sierra because it missed before, or do I go for the Marsha? Taking too long on those turns does mean that you cannot do neither, and just whatever the AI decides to do, will do.
There we go. We've got it coming in now. The Twin Angels going in, getting some more cool times going into that Sierra. But I mean, it's going to be a long way up. We've seen Raccoon and Miles before, though.
Raccoon and Miles can do a lot of work. That's also the potential. If we take out this Sierra pretty quickly, we're gonna go for a skill 2 right now. Do we land the Curse of the Beautiful? Curse of the Beautiful is actually connecting a lot of debuffs, including a defense break on the highest contested unit right now, which is that Miles.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, if Marsha can get another turn on any of these defense breaks with her own, it's going to really be bad for Famicom. But Raccoon is going to follow up soon.
Who's gonna follow up soon? Still 13k hit on the skill 1, which is normally a lot less damage right now. Do you go for the boost? We're going for the boost right there. Do we go for the stun? We do actually go for the stun, nearly taking out a unit. Once again, those grinds are working.
They are working. You've got that speed buff as well right now, and hopefully your Twin Angels are going to be able to provide something going into that next one.
Good additional damage because of the defense break right now. You can boost up that Miles. I'm not sure if it would overtake the turn. I don't think so because the Twin Angels only go for a small boost. We're going to be taking off the Masha from the Beast.
Yeah, you're going to take it down, but Sekhmet right now has that skill 3 available. You just need to get rid of the Miles and you're good.
I was thinking about the same thing. If you go for the Miles, at least you steal the speed buff. You will have the speed buff for the next rotation. Actually, with the skill 3 and the crit on that more, it would have done enough damage. Now you're still giving more turns to a Miles potential. Additional turn on this. Ooh, did not take it right there. But I'm not sure if this Miles is going to be living much longer because it's taking hard focus. Also taking out 1 unit, taking it this turn, taking out 2 units. It is more against the world and against the Raccoon. That's always an uphill battle.
It is, but we've seen before it is Vio, right, Say? So, I mean, if it can take some extra turns, it could be huge.
We have the S2 on an attack buff right there. We're taking 4k crit hits, doing so much damage right there. Twin Angels really have to step up the game, but stepping up the game without any skills available is very difficult.
Definitely is. How are you going to time it right now? You really need the sustain to come into effect, but you're going to...
Oh, once again, it was on violence, so it can take the S1 into the S2. Does not do it. However, there's also no skills available on this unit right now.
Yeah, there isn't, and this Raccoon, you need a huge extra. Not coming out, and this skill 2 is going to be a lot of damage.
Skill 2, a lot of damage. Not a single crit this time, so you're going to get 1 more skill off. The thing is, Moore has the passive up, so we see Raccoon flashing on the screen with that attack bar, but it's not going to take that turn just first. We're going for Barrage, a little bit of attack. How much are we doing? Good bit of damage, but we're going to say goodbye to the Twin Angels, and it's Raccoon against the Moore.
Okay, Say, I mean, he's got the passive as well. Surely it's a Moore.
Yeah, surely it's the Moore. Like, unless the Raccoon goes for a heal right now, gets the additional turn, and then gets 2 hits off, because the Raccoon needs 2 more hits, but we're going to be absorbing some of that attack bar right now. Takes the additional turn, gets back the passive. We'll definitely take it out right now, because I don't see a world, even if the Raccoon takes this turn right now. Ooh, back for those crits, and those crits do very high damage, but we're not done just yet. Skill 1 into a skill 1, no skill 1 potential, but we have the second skill 2 once again coming in. He actually goes for skill 1. Interesting choice right there, but wants to do it when there's the attack buff. Does actually get it on 4k per hit.
There we go, Golempichaga extending his lead 2-0 here against Famicom in the Europe Cup quarterfinals right there. Showing the significance of more. We saw it in the last match with RAXXAZ how much damage. On the Vio build right here came clutch in the end for Golempichaga.
Yeah, it was definitely a very good pick right there, especially into the Twin Angels. And maybe it's also a specific counter to the Twin Angels, because the Twin Angels boost up their team by just a little bit. It's not as much anymore. Plus, you're just taking those turns on those Moors and performing the solo pretty much 1 against 3 is amazing.
Yeah, definitely huge moments there for Moore in our Europe Cup right here. Famicom, you're 2-0 down. This is your first time ever being here. Is the reverse sweep on the cards for you? Really needs to focus up, find a way. How are you going to get through Golempichaga in our next coming set? Pre-ban Shiho and Jogun would be back in the fray if they don't opt to pre-ban them again. Shiho though, again, we're not in, taking out that Yeonhong.
Yeah, taking out the Yeonhong, unfortunately enough for Famicom, he doesn't have the chance to go for a Gianna plus a Yeon combination, which is normally one of the stronger combinations out there in the game in the current meta. So also in this match, he doesn't have that potential. But let's see what Golempichaga does go for the first pick. Last time around, we actually had a Jogun coming in first, and we also do see that once again.
Yeah, Jogun coming out right there. We've still got speed leads available in these picks right now. Deciding this time for the Ciara instead of an Oliver.
Yeah, Ciara, but what do you like to pair that with? Do you already go for the Heigang? Because Heigang would be countering the Jogun. No, actually gives a unit once again, which is bad against the Moor, but also bad against the Heigang. Where it has okayish potential against the Heigang, but it is difficult with the Jogun on the field, which is also very fast.
Exactly. Thinking through his time right now, Golempichaga. He's 1 set away from already joining in those in the Europe Cup semi-finals right there. And Oliver and Marsha, big damage.
We have seen a lot of damage on this Marsha, but we also have seen it being taken out pretty fast by a Miles. So it's a squishy glass cannon kind of style of Marsha. But if it works very well. If it takes damage in, it does a lot of damage. So let's see what we can take around this time. I would love to see Famicom go for a Heigang or any kind of like potential for disruption plus a Heigang. I absolutely love that. I'm not too sure about the Gianna. I would have rather seen his Zhongshalao for the main reason that the you already have a strip. Now you have 3 strips on the field. You don't need 3 strips. Just 2 strips plus the work of a Zhongshalao would have maybe been better.
Yeah, maybe so. But I mean, in those clutch situations where you have to think of something, the time is ticking away right there. 4th and 5th pick right now. How are you going to look to deal with that Gianna and the Heigang? Moore's been his answer in every other match.
More has been the answer, and also Sekhmet has been the answer. He can definitely go for both. No, he's actually going to go for more of a bruiser style right there, but he would also give up a potential speed lead if the Oliver is banned out. So let's see if FAMICOM is going to go for speed lead. Is going to go for speed lead. That draft is one of those drafts that if the bombs do not connect at the right moment as you want, you're lacking damage. So let's see if he can connect those bombs.
Yep, how is Megumi gonna save FAMICOM here from this final set? Changing it up then for that Sonzan Lao. Does it just signal an instant ban though, say?
I actually really like the Zhongchen Lao in here because that makes the ban for Golempichaga a lot more difficult because you kind of want to ban the Hey Gang. But the moment that the Zhongchen Lao would take a additional turn at the wrong moment and you did not reset with the Oliver, it is very dangerous. So there's a lot of dangerous things on both sides of the field.
Definitely are, and that's why they're deciding speed leads are no more in this matchup right now. Banning the Oliver, banning the Ciara. So going into our set number 3, deciding set potentially if Golempichaga can get the win with a HP lead and that accuracy. It's here, our Europe Cup SWC 2025 Golempichaga versus FAMICOM. Let's go, Sekhmet.
Sekhmet, where do you connect your skills? Because you will push up the Hey Gang. Probably is going to go for the Zhongchen Lao. It's the most potential there. Does go for the Zhongchen Lao, does fully connect on the Zhongchen Lao, which will take an awkward turn right now, but we can actually still boost up the Gianna.
We can boost up that Gianna. The Twin Angels are going to be able to come in right now, and it's going to be how much control until that monkey gets back online for him.
Ooh, this is always one of those moments. If the NFL does NFL things, you're looking for no additional turns on your enemy. That is what you need. Takes the additional turn himself, so that does mean 27% on your enemy. This is a dangerous 3 turns flying by real quick soon.
They are. I mean, Hey Gang's going into it right now. Get some more glancing.
Ooh, that's where we go for the additional turn. Maybe the slight safer play would have been going for a pushback on the NFL, because at least that way NFL would have moved after the Marsha, and after the Marsha does mean that the Marsha could not have taken turn. Plus, if the Marsha takes the additional turn, it's a little bit less deadly, but still we have a lot more strips coming in, but we have to protect this Zhongchen Lao because that is the main damage dealer and also the main damage provider.
It definitely is right here, and you've got bombs. You can look to try and land right now, but coming soon is going to be so much damage coming in, say.
Yeah, let's see. We also have the Hey Gang moving next, so let's see. Do we get glancing? We do get glancing on that Zhongchen Lao. That's what you do not like to see. How much damage it's gonna be is not enough damage. Zhongchen Lao, do you take an additional turn back? The FAMICOM definitely needs it, does not get it.
No, it doesn't get it right now. You've got all skills available on that Joe gun as well. Do you just want to get rid of the Twin Angels and deal with the rest?
Yeah, I definitely do think if you either put the Gianna or the Twin Angels in the trap, actually Obsegantis, go for the Hey Gang so you can more freely strip. But in this case, I think you can just simply send your skills because you're in a good position, because you're going to be reapplying those skills and debuffs with this Water Guardian Angel.
Oh, look at those slows landing with those defense breaks right now. Driving force for Golempichaga right here. It's going to take a miracle, I think, for FAMICOM.
Yeah, this is going to be a very uphill battle. Gianna is a very strong unit, but Gianna is not that much of a strong unit if she cannot connect her skills. In this case, glancing does matter because she's not stripping anything. Did actually connect it on the high value target.
Yep, she did right there, but I mean, right now, she's not looking healthy with a defense break on her. And if any of those units are going to take a turn, it's likely to seal things for Golempichaga.
Let's see, can we get that pushback right there? Actually goes for a pushback on a unit that wasn't about to move just yet because of that bomb right there. Skill 3, 13k with the crit, taking it out, and I think that that is game.
Yep, I think right now you can see Golempichaga. It'll be our first 3-0 in this Europe Cup as well. He's going to take so much confidence because in that next round as well, he's going to have to face off against a really experienced player. But you can see there the clap from FAMICOM. It's going to be Golempichaga joining us in those semi-finals as it's a confirmed win for him.
It certainly is. Golempichaga is a 3-0 victor here. The triumph. Love to see it from these two friends and great competitors as well here. And what a dominant display as we've seen in previous rounds as well. And Golempichaga is really staking a claim here that he wants to be at that Europe Cup, and he is very close to being in it.
Definitely is. I mean, he's just showing his dominance with that current meta. I mean, he's picking around other people there. FAMICOM throwing her through different LDs. We've seen the Gianna, like Twin Angels. Golempichaga just has an answer for literally everything at the moment. He's in a really strong position. And again, not everybody knows what he's doing.
Well, that's also the fun fact, because where a lot of players would go for the LDs in their 4 and 5, Golempichaga is actually going back to old metas. We're going back to a Sekhmet, we're going back to a Moor. Those are units not really in the current meta, but if they work very well.
Yeah, we saw that obviously with Golempichaga's amazing prelims as well. We've seen that now in the Europe Cup, and we look ahead to kind of what could potentially be a very, very tasty semi-final with whatever happens next in this next match, which we've all been really looking forward to, biting at the bit for, actually. We'll get to that in a second here. I mean, GOLEMPICHAGA goes away now, remains himself to himself. I mean, what do you, FAMICOM there, I want to pay dues where it's deserved for getting to this position in the first place here. FAMICOM, a debutant as well. What does he learn from this experience? Because obviously, in the prelims, GOLEMPICHAGA dominant 2. What does he take away from this?
I think he takes away a lot of experience, right? He's kind of seen friends that have been here and done it before. He's now got that experience. It not always happens on the first time, right? Sometimes you need that second time to really get into things. But I mean, still, against an opponent like that, well, let's see where GOLEMPICHAGA can end up by the end of today as well.
Yeah, I mean, say, as a previous player in this competition, when you have a player that you're up against, like GOLEMPICHAGA, who doesn't give away too much, does that make you more wary of what they could bring, or does it kind of inspire you to find those cracks and make sure to make the most of when you find them?
Well, it's actually one of those players that preparing against looks easy on paper because she's like, oh, he's going to be playing the meta. But then it's like, there's so many slightly side picks, which makes the meta actually as wide as it is right now, with a segment. But also, the rotation that we see around the Joe Gun actually being more important and more of a first pick rather than an Oliver Sierra or even the Shio is fairly interesting. And actually, these players are picking it up and it's working very well for them.
Yeah, it certainly is here. We see some highlights now of our recent match with a 3-0 clean sweep from GOLEMPICHAGA, which was an extraordinary performance there. And goes into our semi-finals, where later on we'll find out who we'll be up against very shortly, whether it'll be PINKROID or OBABO. We're going to find out, and we cannot wait to see, because whatever happens, that is going to be a real battle. Two veterans have been across the scene for a long time here, and great to see, despite the fact that FAMICOM out of the competition, so much fun, and so jovial still, even in defeat here. Look at our bracket. This is how it stands. Sam, it's starting to fill out now, my friend, and there's only a few spots left ahead of our final and our third place match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, looking at that pattern right now, all those players that qualified from day 1 and day 2 have had the strongest output coming into our quarterfinals right there. 3 1s, 3 0s. I mean, OBABO versus PINKROID in this next one, which I'm sure all of the chat has been waiting for, as have we. Maybe not the players as much because, you know, good friends having to play off against each other in such a big match. But having watched that just then with GOLEMPICHAGA, they know that even if they beat this guy in front of them, there's a big opponent coming even in the next round as well.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, that must be a fact. It must play into that. Although, again, we think about, is it just you play what's up against you, what's in front of you, and then think about that later on, say?
Well, there's a lot of options right there. Well, the big plus that GOLEMPICHAGA has right now, he can relax for a little bit. He can actually watch the next match, whereas, sure, PINKROID and OBABO were watching the previous match, but they were still full focus on their own match. Like, first I have to beat one other guy to beat the guy that wins in the previous match. So there's a lot of it going back and forth, and we're very curious to see what's going to happen between OBABO and PINKROID.
Well, it is a moment we've all been waiting for quite some time. Now, we saw the draft and we thought that is going to be very spicy indeed. And here it is, our fourth match in our quarterfinals here. Let's meet the players. And first up, it's OBABO. And here comes OBABO, the first of our 2 Titans to emerge from the trenches onto the battlefield, ready to go toe-to-toe with the 3-time that's ahead of him as well here, a Europe Cup previous champion. OBABO is going to have to do everything now, bring everything to the forefront if it's a case of beating out PINKROID to go through to the next round. But we've kind of spent a few days here now. We've got a chance to chat to the players here. OBABO, one of those players as well here, Sam, that kind of feels like if there's any type of OBABO in the last few years, this feels like a headspace that he seems like he is really focused today.
Yeah, definitely. He's had like a quiet air of confidence around him kind of the whole previous days. I think he knows right now he's got these kind of meta units, but he's even got some of the really strong LDs to partner with it as well. That Sonzon Lao, there's always a Zerato in the back pocket as well. I mean, even on his way through the preliminaries, he actually did beat PINKROID before 3-2. So, I mean, if history is anything to go by, he should be really looking forward to this one. But obviously, these 2 guys can seriously cook.
Absolutely, and that's also what OBABO has been saying. He has been cooking. So let's see if it is cooking a lot or burning down the whole place over here. But then again, he really likes this meta. He's talking about his Zhongxialao, his Seimei. He's absolutely loving the LDs he's having right now. Some people on the stream was like, OBABO, what happened to you free-to-play kind of style draft? I have cool LDs right now, and I'm slapping them in where they fit. So I'm very ecstatic to see what he can bring to the table.
All right. Well, let's find out exactly what his opponent is bringing to the table as we welcome the second Titan. It's PINKROID. He's done it all here at the Europe Cup before, thrice times. And PINKROID, we welcome back to the stage. The Sky Arena is waiting for him. And man, this is going to be so much fun. I say we're having fun here. For them, it's probably a very different story, Zay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things, they very know each other. They talk a lot to each other. They talk a lot about strategies to one another. And this is the point, it's like, I don't want to talk to you about strategies anymore. I want to hide some of those strategies. And if we're looking at a big amount of matches, also, I would say that's -1. PINKROID played all of the matches possible to qualify here. He played 14 individual sets to qualify right here. But once again, if we're talking about players that really do enjoy this meta, PINKROID is one of them.
Definitely super high up on the current leaderboard right now. Been there, done it, got the t-shirt, got everything else that you can possibly get from all these other places that he's been to at World Finals before. Maybe you want to add a little, toy Eiffel Tower on top, being in Paris.
Indeed, yeah. You can feel there's such a mutual respect between players as well here. And we know for you folks online and in the community are absolutely buzzing for this as well. We've been asking across the course of prelims and now as well for the Europe Cup predictions. Who is going to be the winner of this quarterfinal going up against GOLEMPICHAGA in the semis later on today at the Europe Cup? Is it OBABO? Is it PINKROID? Get those predictions in. We want to hear from you folks at home as you're a huge part of this as much as we are here. You're a big part of the family and we'd love to hear from you here. But what's going to happen, I think the pick and bans phase here will be absolutely essential to giving us an inkling as to how it's going to unfold very shortly here. Remember, this is all best of 5 here as well. So it's the first to 3 ultimately, as it is the entire course of this competition. But they're going to want to get past this first giant hurdle in the form of a veteran who's been there, done it, got every t-shirt basically. Sam, I can see you're absolutely buzzing for this, as we all are. We head into the pick and bans. Let's ride, baby.
His name is Pink, and it's really nice to meet you. Oh, OBABO, is this match illegal?
Ooh, is this illegal?
I love that one. OBABO versus PINKROID, and they got straight into it with pre-bans. No monkey business, sir.
No monkey business on both sides, not on the water nor the dark side. But we once again have a first pick going to a Joe Gun. It seems to be the meta of not actually landing that speed lead first. We're gonna go for good AoE or like strips, but also disrupts. So many things going on. We once again have a Moore coming in.
Yeah, Moore coming back out onto the field, and then Anavel looking to provide obviously some defense breaks, but some sort of healing and sustain right there. Wow. Sonya coming out, I mean, are there traps around?
That's always the big question. Most of the time, Anavel is definitely not a trap, but the big question is Anavel too high on HP to actually take anything out? Because Sonya is only good against that Anavel right now. The other 2 units, you're most likely not going to take out. Plus, OBABO is probably the most well-known Sonya user. That does mean he knows what's countering a Sonya as well.
Exactly. Looks like he's going to go for a bit of a speed contest there with an Etna. We know how good his Etna can be ruined up if he's using some of the parts within his box right there. And partnering up with another 33 lead with that Vanessa at the moment.
Big question on this draft right now. Is the Sonya on Will? Because if the Sonya's Will paired with that Hey Gang, the Etna skill is not going to do as much. We're actually going to go for Piranha. So where both players have a fair bit of LDs, we're not going to see any on the field if this Piranha is locked in.
Exactly. Piranha coming out obviously has that revive as well. Can do some good damage when it gets going as well there, say. But I mean, what are you seeing for signaling of bans?
I would say that if you go for the Piranha, you're probably not liking his Athna on the field. And on the other side, if the Athna's gone, do you have to respect this Sonya? I think that he's not going to respect the Sonya, but maybe respecting the Piranha. So I would say Piranha and Athna.
Let's find out in this one. It's the absolute colossus of a match right here. OBABO versus PINKROID in our quarterfinals of the SWC 2025 Europe Cup. Who's going to be taking home that first set win on their way through? Piranha has been banned out as well as the Etna, so we've got 33 speed leads for both of our players right now. We're getting right into it. OBABO, PINKROID, is there a trap?
Let's see if there's a trap, but NFL is one of those awkward units to put a trap because you want that much HP, that much attack to actually do anything. So let's see, Guard Crush does go in, and we're going in for a trap!
Trapped it out right there. Annabelle has survived. You can look to take a turn right now. You can get those strips in. Heigang is going to be annoying, but more.
Oh, what's even more annoying than the Heigang is a Jogun that's simply not connecting the skills right now. So more, are you going to connect your skills?
Let's find out in this one right here. More we're going to be seeing. I mean, maybe let's just find out right now. Oh, let's see exactly what is happening right there within that original match. I mean, you could see it there, though. Traps.
A lot of
we
traps.
already know about traps now. I wonder what is going to be happening during this one.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those traps that you don't really expect, because in the end, the NFL is pretty low on the defense. You definitely want to be focusing on high HP, you want to be focusing on high attack, because that is where you get a lot of the stats from the additional damage artifacts, that's where you get a lot of the stats from your healing. But it's one of those things, knowing that you play a lot of Sonya means that your enemy might want to steal it, and OBABO read that like a book.
And exactly, if you know what the stats on your Sonya kind of are, you can kind of build the exact thing that you know you can defend against, and with these top players, they're so close on these kind of stats as well, right? You know what's going to work, but in the moment, the confidence to be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to trap it out here. I mean, let's see what is going to be happening here. So, I mean, again, just this little pause right now, it's so much going to be going through their minds.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also one of those things. In the end, the NFL was locked in before the Sonya was locked in. And that's always the dangerous thing with traps, because a trap only works if your enemy places that unit after you already placed your unit. So there's a lot of mind games going back and forth. And we're trying to bring that from us, from the caster desk, to you guys as well, because there's so many things that you might not want to see, because there's so many small key factors coming into this drafting, so much into the cooking, as they would like to call it. And it's just working out for OBABO in those first few turns. But in the end, nothing has been said yet. There's still a long battle in that first set.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're just waiting to see if when we get the players back online and getting back into the gameplay for you folks at home here, which looks like it's happening right now. So it's back to the cast. Let's jump back on in and see how this one unfolds.
I mean, we're just finding out exactly there. We've got a unit down already right now. I imagine we maybe still have a revive on a Vanessa as well.
Yeah, so I think what we missed is a Moore doing a lot of damage on the skill 2. We had the Heigang also coming in with skill 2, most likely did stun this NFL over here, but also provided the glancing on all of those units. So definitely PINKROID is sitting on a bad position right now. Ooh, also Oliver is missing 2 skills, so that's 2 off turns. That's even 3 turns until you get your skill 3 back. That is pretty much an Oliver that's not doing anything. And even the skill 1 did not connect.
No, it didn't. And I mean, right now, I mean, this is helpful right here. You're getting it through. But I mean, Moore's going to be getting his passive back up very soon, and maybe Jogun can get back online right here.
Ooh, we have some damage on that Vanessa right there. In this case, you want to hit. Ooh, not enough damage, and it was guaranteed glance right there. I'm not sure what it is. It's supposed to be 15%, but 15% does not look like the number right there. A lot of resistance flying back and forth.
It is right now, and I mean, Marsha, the moment she's demounted, maybe it's, wow, big damage.
Big damage, but we also see big damage coming there back again. And we have seen the Marsha fight against the Moore in similar style before, and that did not work out that well for the Marsha.
Oh, skill 2 though with that Annabelle. So much healing, get rid of that defense break. You can land your own defense break right now. Maybe you can get bounce.
Yep, we're going in for the bounce right there. Once again, missing a defense break, but that is a 1 versus 4 potential. You're gonna win those.
Wow, OBABO taking the lead then against PINKROID right now. But PINKROID, been here, done it before, gathers all that experience and is likely going to adapt. Knows Sonya maybe should keep her inside the box.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of things that you don't like to draft if it did not work before. But that's also PINKROID. I gave him praise for that before, is one of the best drafters in a best of 5. He rarely ever runs back a match where it's like, ooh, maybe it was just slightly unlucky the last time. He's like, no, it just simply did not work out. I'm gonna do something different next time. So let's see what he has going on wrong or going on next time, because for PINKROID, it's very common to have 5 completely different matches with completely different drafts.
Exactly, rune depth, artifact depth, everything kind of ready and prepared for that one instance where all of a sudden you might need it. Paint Masters have been pre-banned out there, taking away Jogun, taking away a Heigang.
It's almost as if they agreed. It's like first match, no Monkey. Second match, no Paint Masters.
Well, there you go. They're not going to be featured in right now, and it does take away a possible first pick right there. So maybe you do want to lock in that speed lead.
Yeah, let's see if we go for Oliver's kind of speed lead. Also, She-Hope, yep, we're going to Monkey business right now. And that also does make it where OBABO can go for something along the lines of a speed lead plus his own Monkey. But is he going to be running that when he does know that he doesn't have the option for a Hagang later?
Exactly, Oliver coming in there for OBABO. Previous years before, there was that one time when he didn't have the Oliver and it was really disbeneficial during that current meta right then. But opting to change it back then, that Vanessa, we saw the high damage, going for that high base speed with an Etna.
Going for the high base speed with an Etna, which is definitely interesting. Normally on ladder he does like to go for his Sonya, but he does know in tournament play people are way more prepared for Sonya than people are on ladder. So let's see what PINKROID has prepared against an Etna. Or is it actually one of those OBABO tricks, having the whole Sonya set back on the Etna? If the Etna's willed, that is the Sonya set.
Exactly, let's find out. We've got that Fire Megumi coming out on the side of PINKROID. It's a good speed leader, disruptor, going to prevent hits on the other units right there and taking away a 33% speed lead of his own with that Oliver.
Yeah, let's see if we're now diving into the LDs or we're still liking to go for the normal elemental units. There's still a strong couple of potentials out there. You could go for an Anvil, you could go for an Ashur, you could even take the Marsha that was taken by the previous player the other time around. However, we're gonna go for passive units with the form of a Juno, and we're gonna go for a Josephine.
Yeah, I mean, bringing in some bruiser units right there, looking to try and hold on a little bit longer. Oh, okay, taking away the damage then from PINKROID.
Yeah, we have seen the Marsha doing time and time again thus far in the European Cup, doing very well today. So that is one of those units that is here to stay and here to take out Olivers.
I mean, there you go. How are you going to respond to some of that damage? Bringing in likely 100 res Annabelle as well. But I mean, an Etna still potentially out on the field there as well. 5th pick important.
Yeah, 5th pick is very important. You probably have to lean towards fire. Maybe an Ashur is gonna do good. Or even a Tianling. It is an option if you want to keep that Etna in. No, it's actually going to be stealing out a Sonya. Doesn't want to have the potential to fight against the Sonya.
I mean, there we go. Sonya being taken again. How many traps can you have? I mean, right now there's only really one on the side, which could be.
Yeah, like, is the Josephine also going to be a trap? Etna most likely not, but also the big question is, if you lose your Vanessa, Etna's going to be a lot slower, and all of the speed leads are almost kind of gone. You still could go back to a Chiwu, but there's so many fast units on your enemy side, plus the Megumi can also take care of that. We're gonna go to a Fire Monkey. That is signaling me a Sonya ban.
Yes, send away that Sonya, try and bruise it out. Obviously, we're all about monkey business, me and you say it, and when they get online later in these matches, there's no real sustain apart from that shield.
Yeah, the only thing that I could see for this Monkey is having a difficult match. The moment that there is a slow and a long-term slow from that NFL on that Monkey, Monkey cannot cycle as much. So let's see how that's going to revolve around. But first, we're looking at those bans. Is the Sonya actually going to be gone, or are we locking out another unit? No, Sonya's being gone, and also the counter to Sonya is gone. OBABO once again read the draft as he needed to.
Yes, we've got an accuracy lead followed by a speed lead right there. It is our quarterfinals, set number 2 between OBABO and PINKROID. He's currently 1-0 up, but that Monkey, you need some stuns.
That Etna is on will, so that's looking like a Sonya set right there. So let's see, where are we connecting this stun? Do we go for the Marsha? We do go for the Marsha. We got a very late stun, but still a stun is a stun.
Stun is still a stun right now. Are you going to be looking to get a strip? Resisted big.
Ooh, resisted right there. It's a 50-50 right there. Does not connect the 50-50. In this case, do we go for skill 2 rotation into the skill 3? Because if you send a skill 3 right now, you have to go for the NFL. NFL does not fully connect, nearly taking out 50% HP, but not exactly just there yet.
It's not there yet right now, but it can set up some defense breaks on that Marsha. Shield is super important right now, but how much control can this Oliver dish out?
Yeah, Oliver against units with 2-turn AoE slow. That's definitely going to be taking time. We also see a crit animation flying towards this Marsha, dealing a lot of damage.
Yep, and you can strip away from that Etna right now. Monkey needs to get online and get rid of a unit.
Ooh, we're also going for wrong elements, both sides trying to take out the NFL. OBABO does know if the NFL goes online, that is where the Girl Sprayer, that is where the healing comes from. So if you take that out, the Monkey can have a good match, but we're still waiting for that moment to happen.
Yeah, I mean, right now, big stun there on the Etna, and now Oliver again pushing everything back. More.
Ooh, we have the additional turn. Oliver once again not fully connecting its skills. All eyes are on this Monkey right now. Wrong element crit, no wrong element crit on the additional turn. Are you going to be critting on this NFL right now? He's taking his time, he's not critting, not connecting enough damage to take out the NFL.
Yep, Annabelle is going to be able to get off that skill 2. And he can even send another skill 3 onto that Josephine on the defense break, taking it out.
So much damage coming from that Shiho on defense breaks, being on crit rate 4.2 Ks per hit. In this case, we have PINKROID sitting in the driver's seat in this matchup.
Definitely is right here. I mean, some additional turns right now, but Monkey versus the world, I mean, crazier things have happened.
I have seen Monkey come back from crazier things. The only big issue is you have a potential from a Megumi to land the defense break once again by the sliver of health. 800 damage, not enough. And I think that Ghost Prayer is not available right now, but you still have to waste one more hit, the additional turn, however. But that is actually a slightly bad additional turn because that gives more additional turns to the Monkey. However, the pushback does connect, and all of the elements go out of the window right here. Oliver is going for a little bit of cycle to the point that PINKROID was even like, I don't even need that there's any more. However, 22% doesn't seem to be in the number right here. But are you going to go for the Shio? Is trying to get the Shio out first because he does know that's where the damage comes from. But I'm not sure what the number is, but 22? Along that lines?
Yeah. I mean, right now as well, you've got that skill 3 coming in. Big, crazy damage coming into that Monkey, and it's going to confirm it 1 apiece against PINKROID and OBABO. Again, slither of health. OBABO crit rate didn't play into great effect.
I'm not sure. I do actually think that this Monkey is 100 crit rate, but you're fighting the wrong element. So if you're fighting the wrong element, you can miss those crit. Actually had the second chance with that additional turn, still missed the crit. I would have liked to see if he actually did land the crit, if he would have actually won that match, because in the end, the Shio was still there. The Megumi was still there. He might still have lost from that position, even if he were to take out the NFL.
Yeah, exactly. We're back to the Monkeys. No more monkey business. Well, maybe the Meihu Wang wants to appear in this draft, but let's find out with our set number 3. 1 apiece between both of these Titans right here. We're going to see a Jogun.
Jogun is definitely what we have been seeing thus far on the first pick, and we also do see that here in the match. We right away see his brother, the Hagang, for the counter pick.
Yep, Marsha appearing as well. We know how much damage. This is similar.
This is so far a full repeat. In this case, PINKROID went for the Sonya in the 3 or 4 over here. We're 100% not going to see that right now, because now PINKROID knows for a guarantee that all 3 of the 3 units on the field of OBABO are not being Sonyable, either through wrong element, passes, or being the simple trap.
Exactly. So now the 4th and 5th pick can, 3rd and 4th pick can change their CR. Wow. Hello.
We are going back to Twin Angels meta. It is a very strong unit for the slow, but also for the immunity provider, plus a lot of stun and strip potential. So let's see how that's going to work out in this meta.
Yeah, what has he been cooking right there? PINKROID bringing those Twin Angels back out. OBABO, similar positions before. We had to see the Vanessa because of a Sonya on the field. Right now, maybe doesn't need to lean towards it. Ooh!
Ooh, it's actually one of those units he always calls out as a very bad unit and he doesn't like it. But he also has to give some credit to it, because we're going to go for an AoE, cleave, CC kind of style of draft, and I'm absolutely liking it. But the big question is, what can PINKROID do against that?
I mean, right now, Signal's surely a Hagan ban, right? Or...
Well, the Hagang ban, yes, but also the Megumi could be one of those factors to still stun you. So are you going to be betting on pushing back enough by your Robo and your Moore, or are you going to be betting on that the Megumi cannot do enough?
I mean, these are the mind games going through these guys' heads right now, because it is set number 3. You've got that extra step, which only means you're 1 set away from even joining us in the semi-finals of the Europe Cup. Big decisions to be made today. What would you do?
I would definitely go for the Hagang. I would take the Megumi, because Megumi works against 1 target, whereas Hagang can work against multiple targets, and that's also what OBABO goes for right there.
Yep, we've got speed leads for both of our guys going into set number 3 of the Europe Cup. OBABO 1, PINKROID 1. Who's going to get that lead?
Moore is taking that first turn, so let's see. Actually decides not to go for skill 2 right there. Goes for it right here. Does get a lot of pushbacks, but the big question right now is, does the NFL also move in front of the other unit?
Yeah, that's the moment we're waiting to see right now. It will be Say.
It will be. Do we go for another skill 3 right here? Because if we do so, we will give a lot of attack bar to the Megumi. Megumi already took the additional turn, so we'll have the skills coming up very soon. But actually, there's one unit getting more speed the moment that pushbacks are happening on your allies. It is called a Marsha.
Yeah, Marsha's going to be cutting in that turn, and you've got the pushback. This could be the moment Tuning takes into play with that Nemesis.
Ooh, it is not looking like 100 resistance Nefties, which you sometimes seen, and that would have been very nice for OBABO right there. But once again, it's just It was almost working, but then in the end, it did not really work out in this position.
Exactly, bomb landed on that Anivil right now. You can detonate, maybe kill the Nephthys as well. You do, and right now PINKROID has survived through it right there. Marsha come into play, and wow, what a turnaround.
Yeah, definitely turn around. I really like the idea for OBABO. I definitely did see the vision over there. But in the end, you do have pushbacks. And because of the pushbacks, Marsha takes more speed. And if your Nephthys is not looking at resistance, the pushback of the Marsha would have been too bad to be working with.
Yeah, and I mean, there we go. PINKROID taking the lead 2-1 against OBABO in our quarterfinals right here. Again, tune in. Things happened during that moment. The idea was good. Execution failed a little bit.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. But we also did say that after the first loss of PINKROID in the set 1, PINKROID always adapts. PINKROID always goes for different kind of style of drafts, find different units to also be drafting in this matchup. Sitting at match point right now. Let's see if OBABO can have something in his box that could actually turn this around.
Let's find out. 2-1 in our best of 5 right here. It's the last quarter-final of the Europe Cup before we move forward into those semi-finals. Last time we saw the Paint Masters both being pre-banned out during the set number 2. Monkeys back on business. More monkey business?
More monkey business, but so far the Zhongxiang Lao hasn't been in a favorable position thus far. Also this time around, Joe Gunn is available for the first pick of PINKROID if he so pleases.
Yep, he's got that first pick right now. He's got that Jogan if he wants to take it. Is there another speed lead that he wants to contest with? OBABO's seen that PINKROID has lent towards that 33 of Oliver.
Yep, we go with it over there. Also, we're not stealing the Sierra, we're opting to go for Vanessa instead. So let's see what that can bring to the table.
Yep, getting in the 33, getting in that revive as well. Again, did a lot of damage actually even in that first set as well from the Vanessa.
Yeah, it's definitely a build that is on crit rate or at least higher damage potential right there. So let's see what PINKROID does want to go for. He's gonna go for that Sierra, so he does have the strong pair of the Sierra plus the Jogun. And also, once again, we've seen a lot of Annivels here.
We have Annivel. It's all over the shop. Just such a crazy good skill set, right? You've got that S1 sleep, which can have the additional turn, the cleanse, the 3-turn defense break plus the slows. Crucial if you can land them, but you need that stripper to go alongside her.
Yep, and there we have double monkey business if OBABO does lock it in. Double monkey business on the side of OBABO. So that probably does go back to Megumi for the second speed lead of PINKROID. He has been liking that unit a fair bit, but then the big question is, what do you pair that with, or do you even lock it in the first place?
Exactly. How are you looking to try and disrupt right now, obviously? There's one of the units that obviously can answer right there, a recent pickup.
Yeah, it's a recent pickup, and that's also one of those units. If you pull a unit, but your opponent is in the same guild, it's like, wait, I'm gonna hide this. Wait, I'm not gonna hide this. He's in the same guild. He already saw it.
Exactly. Tian Lang coming out on the field, then trying to get some of the attack bar coming through. Right now, that 5th and final pick for OBABO. He needs it to be a good one.
I'm slightly interested about the Tian Lang pick right here, because in the end, if we're counting the number of units that have attack bar gain, PINKROID actually has more attack bar gain units than OBABO has, so are you almost countering your own team more than the enemy? It is very understandable against the Athena, but I'm not sure if it's the best play. We're also going to go back once again to a few metas ago. Valajul, no, we're actually taking a Piranha.
Wow, Piranha coming out then to play on the side of OBABO this time round from that previous first set where it was on PINKROID's draft. Bans, crucial.
Well, the Piranha is also an attack bar gain unit, so in the end, the Tian Lang is going to have a lot of to feast on.
Definitely speed lead taken out, but PINKROID still has one of his own right there with the more, and it's going to be for OBABO. The accuracy lead going into this. This is our set number 4. Could be the deciding set here at the Europe Cup 2025. What will happen, say?
Ooh, we have a super fast Moor, actually outspeeding the Athena of OBABO because it has no speed lead. So let's see, and also has a chance to go for... Ooh, does Optum not go for a scroll trap right away?
Big damage coming in right there, say, but I mean, are you just sending the S3?
You have to send the S3. If you steal the attack bar early, does he steal? I think he stole the attack bar or the attack buff super early and therefore got under the 50. But this Tian Lang is doing massive work, so is this Zhongxiang Lao stunning everyone on the field. So damage is flying back and forth a lot. Big question right now, Piranha, are you on a crit rate 4? Because if you're crit rate 4, defense break on the enemy, you will do so much damage, and that's a lot of damage coming in right there.
Wow, so much damage. You can cycle through with that Etna again right now, and wow. Things have turned, and now we're going to be going through to a set number 5 between PINKROID and OBABO in the Europe Cup, say.
That was a very fast turnaround, but that is the danger of the Zhongcheng Lao. That is the reason that we have seen Zhongcheng Lao being pre-banned twice already. The moment he takes that additional turn, you're full open. Without immunity, you're looking at armor breaks, you're looking at stuns. It's super consistent. And then if you have that crazy follow-up with the Piranha, very well played.
Wow, I mean, this is what all of you folks watching online wanted. Me and Say secretly wanted it as well to go to a best of 5, just so that we could see every single one of these matches right here. We're not going to see the Sonzon Lao monkey business or the Hagan right now, but this is it for these players, Say.
It's also interesting to see that the Hagang is pre-banned by both of the different players in different matchups thus far. So Hagang is definitely one of those units that I don't want to be playing against it. I also don't want you to have it, but also giving it in the end, you're going to be having a matchup where you're not being able to play it yourself.
Exactly. First pick right now here for OBABO, the deciding set. Wow, I'm kind of a bit speechless, sir.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about what is the best draft opportunity right now, because you have first pick, you could go for that Jokan because you do know your enemy wants to contest the Jokan as well. But that does also mean, because you did not pre-ban the Shio, Shio is going to be on the enemy side, plus potentially an Oliver or a Sierra.
Yeah, exactly. Taking away the speed lead, trying to get in that first turn, does go for that Oliver then this time around. Are you going to be locking in your own 33? Are you going to be looking for the Vanessa? How else are you going to combat this?
Well, you definitely could go for a 24 right now. It is an option that you could go for, but the big question is, do you want that pair, and where's your main damage going to come for if you don't? So still up to go for Sierra, and it's going to go back to that crazy good set that is normally in the Sonya, and now is definitely on that Athena.
Wow, he's locked it in as well there, so we've got that Etna, we know it's on Will. Again, bringing the disruption, bringing that heavy fire damage. I mean, Marsh has been all around Europe Cup so far.
Yeah, it's actually a few units that we've seen a lot in the prelims, such as Misties, that we haven't seen too much right now. Whereas Marsha, we did not see that much in the prelims, but we're going to see that a lot right now. Same as the NFL, time and time again have seen that. Wouldn't be surprised if we once again lock in an NFL in this position right here. Unit we haven't seen too much is a Layla, but it's also, with all of those Marsha drafts, it's preventing the Laylas from coming to the field.
Exactly, another one that we've seen a lot of right there again. Anavel coming out to play. Are you even suspecting like a Josephine right now? I mean, there's some stuns going out on the side of PINKROID.
I would actually really like a Josephine right there. Shizuka is an interesting pick as well, and we're actually going to see a super fast locking on that Sonya. So Sonya might be the must-ban for OBABO, because we already know which was the trap. You're not going to trap everything. So that is going to be the big question, or do you?
Do you? I mean, Shizuka is the one that he's looking at right there, right?
Well, Shizuka is most of the time guaranteed to trap, but is the Sierra trap? Is if you have the speed lead but your enemy doesn't have the speed lead, is the Athena killable? So there's a lot of options right there you have to keep in mind, and therefore probably you have to ban it out.
Yep, banning out that Sonya, taking away the Etna as well from the side of OBABO right here. We're going to have speed leads. This is it. We're here for the Europe Cup, the last quarterfinal of 2025. PINKROID versus OBABO, a best of 5, 2-2. Let's go.
Let's see, is this Jokan on 100 resistance? Can we connect on the... No, we do actually connect on it. It was on Nemesis, so it's fast enough to take turns, but we might say goodbye to it right away, because I see a Masha moving right after. Plus already more cooldown is been increased, so the Shizuka skill 2 has lower value.
And look at all of that immunity as well, still on the side of PINKROID right there. Awkward turn right now for the Anavel, because you can get some stuns in, get it on that Ciara.
Ooh, does not connect on the Sierra, and therefore we will have bomb, and that also does mean Shizuka will have bomb in her repertoire to be putting on the field once again. So we might be looking at a lot of work right here. Plus we're looking at invisibility, 2 turns, cooldown reduce on that Sierra. Sierra will be bombing very soon again.
She definitely will right here, but how are you going to be getting through that Marsha eventually, right? I mean, she's still on the beast, she's got that immunity right now, just keep bombing away.
Well, the big issue is right now, if you bomb right now, you will lose your immunity, you will lose your invisibility, you will lose everything, and OBABO does know that and prevents it from happening at this moment. But as you mentioned, Marsha will have prolonged immunity at all times. Shio is hard to take care of as well, and the Shio connects a stun on a very high resistance target.
Yeah, and just chip damage coming through this skill 3. How much is he going to be able to do?
Oh, we're actually going to go full hard on the Shizuka, and so far taking a lot of damage. Ghost Spray is saying something against that just far, but we're going to be fighting against a lot of immunity with the only strip on the field as Shizuka skill 1.
Yep, the only strip is going to be there. Is not even worth maybe for that bomb, but I mean, that Megumi's probably going to be going down pretty soon as well, but this is the defense option.
Ooh, not taking it out. And that's the awkward moment. Sure, you wanted to have the bomb of an off turn for one of the two other units without the immunity. But are you gonna get to that point? We're taking so much damage on these Marshals. Even a miscrit right now on a defense break might take it out. Does he go for it? Yep. Glancing, but still enough damage.
Does get it right now. I mean, Shizuka. Oh, that's really playing into PINKROID's effect right now. You've got this. You've got the skill 2 that you can look to put up.
Oh, you have to go for skill 1 into skill 3, but did not happen. Also, this Xiao is working so well for connecting stun and stun again. Once again, we're in the range where just any glance would take it out. We're going all the way, best of 5, but the victor is PINKROID.
It will be. I mean, it's going to be a lot of work from this Annabelle if she can get stuff going, but with stuns, with defense breaks coming up, that's going to be a bit of a heal right now.
Ooh, is OBABO taking it back? There is an option. Even OBABO wasn't really believing it anymore, but he also did not want to press the concede button thus far. We have once again Fastlane coming in, doing so much damage. We have to go for a lot of sleep cycling right there. It's not going to happen. Alter Ego taking out the Annabelle.
Wow. Holy mackerel. Holy mackerel. What an incredible match there, our quarterfinals there. OBABO and PINKROID. We expected such big things and we got everything we wanted. The only thing we couldn't do is let them both through to the next round. It couldn't happen. PINKROID is your victor. We sadly lose OBABO from the competition, but PINKROID progresses to that semi-final where he'll face GOLEMPICHAGA later on. I mean, fellas, where do we start here? It was, I mean, we wanted sparks, electricity. That is what was delivered there. And it took a lot there for PINKROID to overcome OBABO, get fighting back. But in the end, one of them had to go through.
Yeah, in the end, there's only one winner in this competition right now in these first rounds. So that is definitely the moment. Unfortunate bracket, I could say. But in the end, we had some fireworks of matchups. So it was just absolutely a stellar and just also really enjoyable to watch, to see what the two players bring to the table, what kind of traps they have, what kind of units on different builds they normally have. We saw the Piranha on super high damage because of this Zhongchen Lao. We've seen traps that I right away says like, you're not gonna trap that. Yes, we are gonna trap that. Amazing to see.
Yeah, and I think as well, there's already some units that are definitely proving how strong they are in this Europe Cup right now. We've got those Marshas, we've got the Annabelles, we've got Jogun being super highly contested as well. And I would even say like the FAMICOM just so annoying to try and deal with at the moment. You can tell that the meta is adapting, and usually these cups bring their own kind of meta, and that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking ahead to kind of what's coming our way in terms of semi-finals later on. When you think about GOLEMPICHAGA, must be looking at the last matchup thinking, either way, whoever I face is going to be a really tough battle. PINKROID, though, I mean, what will he be looking at, GOLEMPICHAGA, do you think, at the victor of this? Happy, disappointed? Where do you think he will stand?
It's always going to be one of those things, like, now you have to reset, like, that was a really tough matchup, but now about the next. And I think PINKROID is really one of those players that can do that. He's been in multiple of those tournaments before. He really has been between all of the best of fives before. And as mentioned, he's so great at drafting, finding those units that he didn't have in previous matchup. It just worked so well.
Definitely did. I mean, just look there. These two guys, huge within our community as well for Europe. That is a stellar matchup, but the journey still continues for 4. Let's see who can make their way through to that Paris ticket for the World Finals.
It's incredible. You can see it, folks. The bracket as it stands, the semi-finals, match 1 and 2 coming your way in a short while's time here. Look at those names, those 4 names, because 3 of them will be going to the World Finals. Only one of them, sadly, will not. So it all comes down to a last game or two now, best of 5s, which are going to be dictate exactly how this competition is going to pan out there. But 2 brilliant semi-finals coming up. We say commiserations again to OBABO, FAMICOM, TAYFUN, and ISMOO, who will not be competing for the course of the rest of today. Folks, I mean, you wanted a thrill ride courtesy of the Europe Cup, and that's exactly what they got here, say, because later on in this competition, it doesn't get any easier. It gets hard. It gets real hard.
It gets real hard, but also there's only 3 players making to the World Finals. We have 4 players left. There's 1 player that's not going to make it in the end.
I mean, wouldn't want to be that player, obviously, but at the same time, being in contention is incredible. The last 4 players in the Europe Cup. For you folks at home as well, we've got lots more exciting stuff coming your way. Obviously, you've been predicting this entire time as well here. But one thing we should do, we should give something back to the community, lads. We should offer something to the community. Give them something. Give you guys something that you can enjoy, embrace, and take away with you. Do you think it's time for a coupon code? Dare I say it?
No.
Have I jumped the gun there? Should we just do it?
Yeah, we should do it.
Let's
Yeah,
just
we
do
should
it.
do it.
Let's just do it. Let's get a coupon code on screen for you folks at home. You can take this away with you. There it is. Do make sure to enjoy that code there. Energy, crystals, emblems, all coming your way. There is an expiration date, but just make sure to get it in. Let's all just, I mean, we do this every single year. Just go, that's where it is.
Yeah.
You literally can't miss it. It's just making sure everyone can see it there on screen for you. But that is your event coupon as of right now. There may be more later on. We'll have to find out and things. But we've got ourselves a jam-packed, like, last kind of like stage of this competition. Sam, have things panned out as you thought they would have done at this point? Is there differences in your own predictions that haven't quite gone the way you thought they would?
No, nothing went right. But that's a good thing. It's a good thing that it didn't all go right, eh? That's why I'm here. I just want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Live in the moment. You know,
living the dream. And say, how about yourself?
I had a few wrong as well. I can definitely be on. I would say I'm a 50-50er.
A 50-50er. Okay, we'll find out more about that later on. But as you can see, every single matchup, such close contention. What's going to happen next? What we'll do here on the broadcast, have a short break for you folks at home to grab a refreshment. Come straight back to your seats though, because semi-finals coming your way, followed by our 3rd and 4th place matchup for that place in World Finals, and of course, our grand final as well here on the Summoners World World Arena Championship Europe Cup 2025. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a moment. back into the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025. You're watching the Europe Cup, and we are back with a bang as we look ahead to our semi-finals. It's myself, Adam, Sam, and Seishizo bringing you all the action for what has been an extraordinary first kind of part of this competition, our quarterfinals here, where we didn't know how it was going to go, how it was going to play out, and all of us kind of got it wrong in many ways, and also right in others. So it's all to play for here, and these next two matchups are the best of fives that are going to determine whether or not someone makes it through to the World Finals in November, Sam. This is huge.
It is huge. I mean, it's a scenario now. Technically, if you lose right now, it's not the end of the world, but you want to guarantee your ticket already, right? I don't want to be on the waiting list for a flight to Paris for a world final. I want to book my ticket straight away, make sure I'm there so I can invite all my friends and call them before the final.
Say, would you invite me and Sam as your plus ones, or
yes, yes, totally.
Why did he hesitate?
Wow,
He hesitated.
that was so long.
That was so unreal. But I mean, say this is a massive deal for players, particularly players who are debutants as well, getting a chance to feature in the World Finals on year one. I mean, we've got an opportunity here for a couple to make it all that way already.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have one of the two debutants in the World Finals, because whatever outcomes come, we're only losing one player from this point on. So guaranteed one debutant making it all the way to the World Finals by having 12 players in the World Finals, which I really do like to see. So that's going to be an even longer day than it is today, and I'm absolutely loving every bits and piece of it. So very looking forward to the next matches coming up very soon.
Yeah, I'd like to think as well here that looking at the other regions who have got players who've qualified. We saw the China qualifier. We saw Gus, who was waiting in the wings there from the French one. Obviously, the other cups that are kind of playing out soon, Asia Pacific and America. I'm sure they're watching the European Cup here, thinking, okay, they've got some pretty tidy players. Who this could be a very different World Finals coming up as well here. Do you think this could be a year that Europe could really have a strong case for being the world champions in some respect?
Definitely think so. I mean, some of the players right now, the way that they're playing, I think the meta definitely lends itself towards kind of the European region players, in all honesty, right now. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a balanced patch coming up very, very soon, prior to a World Finals. Whatever we think could happen right now, it could all change.
I mean, it absolutely could. It really could here. One thing's for sure, though, we have definitely got two semi-finals coming your way here. Keep on predicting who you think is going to be the victor of each of these matchups ahead of our grand final later on today. I think it's time we meet our competitors who are taking part in this next matchup here. We're looking forward to seeing it. I know you guys are too. First up, we have Pafix versus RAXXAZ. Come on out here, fellas. Here they come. Welcome back to the studio, these two juggernauts who are ready to go the distance, playing for a place in the Europe Cup final. And I love RAXXAZ's point to the crowd. I just feel like he's talking to me, like he's speaking to me directly. Maybe you feel the same way down the lens there. But it's incredible. I mean, say, two players here, we've seen both of them are cool, calm, and collected customers. But if you had your say, who do you think is going to be who's got the more chance here, you think, of going through?
I would give it slightly up to RAXXAZ. Once again, we talked about that live barring. It's working very well. We saw in the previous matchup, Pafix in the Zek did very good against ISMOO because of that Gianna. But RAXXAZ is not a Gianna owner, so it's one of those units. It still has value, but it has a little bit less value in this matchup.
Definitely does, and I mean, like you said earlier, Adam, these guys were laser focused. I think the more they can remain laser focused and really play what's in front of them, the world is their oyster.
It is. I know that you guys at home are laser focused as well here. A best of five, our first semi-final of our Europe Cup day here today. RAXXAZ versus Pafix. We head on over, jump on in as we join Sam and Seishizo for whatever happens next.
Pafix, RAXXAZ. Battle bigger bosses. Settle matter. Hammer summer winners. If you don't get it, write down those words. There we go, Pafix versus RAXXAZ. The same pre-ban together right now. Oliver is out.
Yeah, definitely not something I really expected for a double Oliver ban right there. Also for the Sierra pickup right there, because a lot of the players thus far where they had first pick were opting to go for that Joe Gun. So it's always interesting to see the double pre-ban happening, but always here and there, once or twice in the cup, you do see them, but we do see comfortable units on the side of RAXXAZ once again with a Shio and a Joe Gun.
Yeah, exactly. Taking away those high base speed units. I mean, he hasn't got a speed lead locked in yet right now, but it could almost be pivoting soon to that Bruiser kind of matchup. And there you go, Pafix responding very much so.
Yeah, very bruiser heavy right now. This is also very much the option where a NFL becomes very strong. But then what would you like to pair with that NFL if you even so pleased to pick it at this moment? Because RAXXAZ isn't looking at any speed lead yet. The Megumi is available, but is that kind of a unit that he would like to play in this moment?
Exactly. I mean, the other part is the more it gets into a bruiser, the longer these matches. You've got a light Hwoarang as well that's still in your box, and we see it right there, partnered with some more sustain in that Raccoon. If we bruise it out, there might be too many bruises.
Yeah, it's going to be a very bruiser-heavy unit right there with the Anvil. And also, once again, going back to the Chow, taking it away, is actually going to go for the Miles. Interesting take on the Miles. It might have been a steal where he doesn't want RAXXAZ to have both a Miles and a light Hwoarang, maybe paired up with a Raccoon.
Exactly. You bring in that sustain, you bring in the speed buffs coming through, more damage to be ploughing out as well. Right now, maybe Rax still needs another kind of damage dealer in case.
It's one of those options where you might be thinking Sonya, but the issue with the Sonyas right now, you could go for a defense lead on the side of Pavix. It could be something that's still on a trap on the side of a Josephine. So Sonya is an option, but it might be dangerous. We're going back to a Lamila.
Lamila, the Europe Cup unit right now as well, representing. I mean, is it a ban or do you just have to respect this Hwoarang, man?
I think you really have to respect this Hwoarang, but on the other side, I think we might be respecting that NFL, because if the NFL comes through, the multi-hits will make it where most likely you land something on the Hwoarang. When it lands on the Hwoarang, it is there to stay for a little bit longer.
Exactly, those defense breaks, those slows on top as well. Can you then pile in the damage? Pavix has other sustain as well in that show. We're seeing the Lamila being taken out, and the Anavel is going to be an attack lead versus a speed lead. We're here, Europe Cup semi-finals, baby. Pavix versus RAXXAZ in this one.
Let's see how much we can do on this first turn for this Miles. Where are we connecting the stuns, and are we connecting stuns? Could go for the Jogun, could go for the Shio, are going for the Jogun. It's very tanky as well, because if that is 10k damage, then there's still a lot of HP to be going through.
Definitely is. I mean, right now you've got that skill 3, you get this stun, you allow Josephine to come in and disrupt and take a turn right now, and that Asho could even take his own turn.
Yeah, let's see what happens on this turn right now. We're actually going to go for a provoke. Does manage to land the provoke. Are we going to connect the bomb right now as well? You can go for the bomb and just let it sit over there. It's actually going to go more on the bomb, but we just seen it that it's very tanky right there. 15k damage, but still, that is a lot of HP left. But we actually do have a skill 1 stun, because in the end, Josephine's skill 1 can still always land on a Hwoarang.
Exactly, you've got all options right now. Get it in the scroll trap, strip, get some attack buff on your side. I mean, Raccoon is changing the game for RAXXAZ right here.
We once again have a stun on this Jogun, but what can we do with this Shiho? We are stunning a lot of units, but not the unit we wanted to stun the most. Resistance over there, so we have the light Hwoarang slowly getting into the match. Once again, we have another turn on this Josephine. Can we get the stun right now? We do get the stun, and the heals go to the Jogun, so therefore we're not cleansing anything just yet.
No, we're not right now. It's tactics from Pavix right now, keeping that Jogun low to allow the Raccoon to heal that and not going through that light Hwoarang right there. Skill 3 coming in. Is it going to be enough?
Ooh, that is by the sliver, just enough. Not an insane high amount of damage, but just enough damage to take it out. Right now, we're looking at an uphill battle for Pavix, because the big question is, Pavix damage is going to come from a few units, but those units have no sustain. Plus, even if you get countered, you're losing more HP than you won in your first trade.
Yeah, you definitely are. Come on, Miles for Pavix right now, but there you can just see the limited damage going out even to that Hwoarang.
Yep, you have to wait for a bomb, but you do have the bomb available of the Sierra pretty soon. Ooh. But you don't have the promised time available just yet, but we also have a lot of work going for this Josephine right now. If you land the bomb on that Hwoarang, Raccoon will cleanse it off. So you either have to go for the Raccoon, or the Jogun does go for the Jogun, so that will be exploding at a later moment. But you actually have the Raccoon being slightly faster right now, and therefore healing a good bit, also removing that bomb. Once again, Jogun is looking at so much HP, and Hwoarang is here to play.
He definitely is. So much work from that Raccoon right there. And now you've got some skill coming in. Look at the damage starting to stack up through. We're just chipping away, and it's going to be too much chipping.
That's a lot of chipping work right there, but also since the Jogun doesn't have any debuffs on it right now, can go for normal skills, has to be provided with the provoke, 2-turn provoke, but we've seen the damage on this Hwoarang every turn he takes. In this case, you can actually boost the Hwoarang, take out a unit, confirm your kills right there, and we're looking at a Miles that has to do an insane uphill battle. Does take the additional turn, good bit of damage on that Shiho right there, but is it going to be enough to take out a Josephine with that alter ego right now?
Exactly, he does manage to get rid of it there as well, and Hwoarang would have taken it. RAXXAZ 1-0 up against Pavix here in our first semi-final of the Europe Cup against it. That unit, so dangerous.
It is so dangerous, but also two super hard counters were on the field. Josephine's skill 1 can still always land, doesn't care about the passive of Elemental Advantage. But also the Sierra, one of the better counters. But then you have the Raccoon next to it. It's like the old Raccoon plus Miles combination, but now with a unit with multi-hits that has all of the elements and none of the elements.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy one. You've got to work your way around it right here if you are Pafix. Like you said, brought in some counters, didn't quite work. Also has some knowledge now. That Jogun was hefty tanky and managing to survive some really big bombs there. Is it something you have to play around in these pre-bans? We've got to respect Trauma.
We got a Trauma ban right over there with the light wall rank not on the field in the next round. On the other side, we have Heigang off the field. So interesting to see what RAXXAZ would like to go for. Most likely going back to that Jogun because that's a very strong opener if the Heigang is not potentially picked.
Exactly, it's going to provide so much right there. Or you can obviously take a speed lead, take that 33 Oliver, but you do allow these two.
Yeah, you do allow to have the Jogun on your enemy side, so I'm curious to see what that Heigang pre-ban meant, because so far you're not having anything in your on your draft right now that was saying I don't want to be playing against Heigang, whereas Pafix is taking the advantage of the Heigang pre-ban thus far.
Yeah, look at this Shiho coming out then, so a high base speed unit to compete. Who are you going to look to partner it up with as well right now to get into the fray?
Yeah, let's see who likes to go for maybe a Bruce unit, Ashur, Anivels. No, we're going back to an Okeanos. Actually, I haven't seen too many of Okeanos just yet, but you have to keep in mind, Zinezek is really good against the draft with pushback units and stun units, and RAXXAZ is having all of those.
Exactly, we saw even before that Zinezek was pretty damn fast on the side of Pafix as well from the previous rounds. Let's see if they have been re-runing during the breaks for these guys, watching what's happening, maybe some replays, seeing where they can get the best effect.
Yeah, let's see what they would like to pair that up with, because in the end, Marshas have been showing so much damage. So in this case, I'm liking the style of the draft of Pafix. Let's see if RAXXAZ has any counters to it. Also more, was a bit away for a meta or two, where we felt like, ooh, the Megumis were doing too much work if you gave it turns, but it's actually making a return right now with being played a lot and doing a lot of value for these players.
Exactly, and more I think last time when RAXXAZ's hand did so much damage on that skill 2 when it could get off as well. So I mean, it's dangerous to have to play against if it's going to be provoked and taking that turn. Lamilia.
Once again, Lamilia making it to the battlefield, and also where you cleanse stuns, you do not cleanse provokes on the side of the Zinezek, so it is a good counter against that. But the big question is, are you gonna get good skills off at a good moment? Because there's a lot of things working around in the draft of Pafix thus far. Let's see if it can make a good fifth. Are we looking at maybe a Sonya, take out any of the units if the speedlet is removed in the Oliver?
Dude, I'm even thinking like Smiter. But
Smiter is definitely an odd unit that I think most people don't have ruined right now, but Chow is definitely a unit that is ruined right now. If you go for the Chow, you 100% have to ban the Lamila, because Lamila versus a Chow is going to be 40k damage on the side of Lamila.
Yeah, exactly right there. This is where it comes to. We're going to be entering our set 2 again, still a best of 5 here in the Europe Cup semi-finals right now. Who is going to be able to take that extra point along their way to the journey of the final?
Yeah, let's see what the bans are going to be over here, because there's a lot of options right there, but I would have to say that Lamila is very dominant, that you have to remove it and he does so.
Yep, and Jogun as well has been removed, so we've got speed leads for both Pafix and RAXXAZ as we're heading in to our semi-final set number 2. RAXXAZ currently 1-0 up against Pafix right now. Over to you, Monkey.
Let's see, Shiho, can we connect the stuns? Also in this case, the Zinezek is faster than anything else on the field. Lots of damage coming in, stun not coming in just yet. Rain of Stones, it's gonna be cleansed out, but in the end, there's just so much damage coming from these artifacts. You will take out the unit. However, you can go for skill 2 as well. No, opts to go for the Rain of Stones does take out the unit, but we have a cleanse of those stuns coming in soon.
We do, but I think it was all about dismounting that Marsha as well, not allowing anything to come through in terms of a defense break right now. Oliver can still play on those other units. Yes, Zinezek is going to do some work right now, but can you get rid of the others?
Yeah, big question is here, does he go full on the... Ooh, he's actually going to go full on it. Actually, he's going to opt for skill 1. Feels like that skill 1 with a dot potential does a lot of damage. 2 additional turns already. So we might see some additional turns on the side of RAXXAZ, and he's going to need them because he's losing his Oliver.
Yeah, exactly, and Oliver is one of those big units against that Chow right there. He's going to be able to push him back later on, because otherwise it could be some Chow food.
Yeah, and Chow with the Zinezek together, it's preventing all of the stuns on the whole team. There's just so much going on with these 2 units, and I could definitely see a potential where that is enough.
Yeah, and right now he's going to allow the bomb, I think, to get rid of that Oliver right now. You've got that skill 2 if you wanted to use it at any point as well.
Yeah, the big question is you actually go through the invisibility of the Shiho, so it's a unit that you can use very well against Shiho for just chipping out the damage. And as mentioned before, Justice starts dealing more damage the more allies you lose.
Definitely does. I mean, Okeanos, do you just want to confirm your kill right now? I'm not sure if Moore had that skill 2 available next.
I think we're one turn away from it, so you have to use the Moore right now, which is dangerous to do, but you have to just simply go for it. He preferred to go for the hit on the Sierra. Sierra does not get any value out of her skill 1 that much.
No, we've got skill 3 back again though right now. Are you going to be sending it into that Chow even?
I would not send it into the Chow. I would definitely take out the Sierra over here because you probably do enough damage to take out the Sierra. Ooh, not enough, but we have another Justice coming in. Justice, with 1 unit off the field, is taking out this Monkey Bomb, cleaning up the other unit right there. Chow is taking over this match.
He definitely is right now, and it's not a violent Moore from what we've seen, so you can even get some stuns, healing with that skill.
Ooh, no bomb coming in though, and first we still have to work through this unit that has Rain of Stones, and Rain of Stones is 3 to 5 hits, which can be a lot of additional damage artifacts right there.
It can be right now. It's going to likely end up becoming Moore versus Chow.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna take out the Okeanos right now. Ooh, yeah, it's going to be a full 1-on-1 because this first hit is going to be in the passive, and in the passive with an attack buff skill 2. But there's nothing to absorb, so yes, you will be lapping, but it might be one of those options where you just skill 1. No, actually goes for the skill 2, does fully lap, gets the passive back, so in this case also he does know Pafix is counting the turns, but the issue is this is not a passive moment right now. Nemesis does take it out in a clean hit with a Justice.
There we go. Chow, say your favorite unit come into play here at the Europe Cup. He's always just, you know, a little bit snacking from time to time, eating up some good units, and I mean there, like you said, I think the combination with the Zenisec, RAXXAZ has to be wary of that going into the next set.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you expect your child to perform a full 1 against 4, it's very difficult. But if you already take out the Oliver, the other 3 units become a lot easier. If you even have like a 1 against 2, that's where Chow really shines, where he just has to deal with 1 or 2 targets and he can cleanly take them out. Once again, great counter into the Shio because of that Justice going straight through the invisibility.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Shiho being pre-banned out here alongside the Ciara as well. Pafix does have again that first pick within the draft phase, but the Hwoarang, you've got to remember, it's in the box.
Yeah, Hwoarang is for a potential pick right here. Jogan or Oliver. Oliver is what we're picking on the first side, but that does mean that RAXXAZ can go back to a Jogan, but he has been picking Jogan plus a Shio in the past. In this case, he cannot go for that, so let's see if he opts to go for different kind of speed leads right now, because we have seen RAXXAZ, if he doesn't have the Oliver, he doesn't have the Sierra, he doesn't really like the Megumi that much in these kind of drafts just yet.
Exactly. How is he going to work his way around it right now? It's 1 apiece. Remember, best of 5, so this is the midway point. This is where things can turn, who can take that little advantage. Okay, back to the Moore, and we've got that Jogan.
Yep, Moore is the option if you do not like the Megumi that early, so there we have it right there. There's a lot of options for Pafix to be drafting right now. Heigang, always very strong if you're facing against AoE strips, and those are on the enemy side.
And partner it with some damage again, bringing that Marsha. We've seen how much, especially when mounted with the defense break. Looks like a bit of Jogan, Marsha food with that Jogan.
Yep, there's definitely a lot of options for the Marsha. We've seen Marsha almost every draft, but unit we haven't seen all too much as of yet, which is actually a really good counter into an Oliver. But is it going to be good enough though? Because the Gojo on water cannot be pushed back, therefore Oliver cannot absorb anything. Once again, going back to a Marsha, good counter into the Hwoarang, but is it here to stay on the field?
Yeah, exactly right there. There we go. I mean, things hidden, tricks up the sleeves, seeing how you can adapt right now. RAXXAZ has another player with a lot of experience in trying to work around this. Pafix had that Chow out. Whoa, first time for us in SWC?
I think for the European Cup, yes. I have seen it in different regions. Actually, in China region, it was used before. And the counter to it is to actually take single target hits, so he doesn't rotate the threat state at all times with his passive up. So let's see if RAXXAZ does know how to play against it, because he's looking at 3 units with AoEs thus far. Let's see if what he likes to look in for a 5th, because if you go for Sonya right now, ban the Oliver, Minato, you will definitely take out, or are we looking at more traps?
Wow, that's going to be mind games right now. How are you looking to deal with that right now? Can you even get it in a scroll trap? I mean, what do you think?
That's going to be difficult because, as I mentioned, the AoEs are really feeding Minato's passive, and if you don't remove it, Lamila would have actually been pretty bad into Minato maybe itself. So let's see which unit is going to be taking it out, because both of them have a very strong bruiser draft.
Speed lead versus water attack lead. It's here. Semi-finals, set number 3, Pafix versus RAXXAZ, and that Jogan is going to be taking the first move.
First move, but as mentioned, we're gonna be setting up that threat state right there. threat states. Once again, if you go for skill 2 right now, you're not removing the threat state. Well, you could strip this threat state. Does he actually fully get it? Ooh. Does fully get it right there. But then again, threat state once again, and we actually have full healing. So that's a lot of damage coming in from those 3 units thus far. But it can be healed up. Ooh, we're actually gonna go for armor breaks.
Yeah, we're sending it right there. More can come in. Hwoarang, are you just going to try and dismount?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the skill 3 over there, because it does mean that the threat state was taken out by the Moor. Oh, we're trying to go wrong element crits. Did not get it, but we do get 2 stuns or 1 stun so far.
Yeah, I mean, you've got some defense breaks that you can hit if you are that Marsha right now as well. And I mean, whoa, Minato's maybe going to take over.
Yeah, Minato's actually really good in this draft, because also the moment that this unit has to focus into it, it's kind of a waste. Oh, we take the additional turn on the Hwoarang, and because of that, we don't have to hit in the threat state, and we're nearly taking out other units.
You want to get rid of it though, because there's a healing coming in right now, and there we go. Maybe even a sleep to add to it.
Sleep, no sleeps that we have right there, but the Hwoarang is just taking so many turns and it's left this Minato. If the Minato's not sitting in the threat state, the Hwoarang can take over this fight.
Oh, not quite enough yet though to get rid of that Marsha. You've got that skill 1, can't quite take it out yet.
Ooh, the Minato is moving right after this. Ooh, the additional turn on the Gojo. Interesting unit to have on Violent and Ruined Up in the current meta, because it is decently strong, but it's mostly not really doing its job. But so far, it's doing very good, but we're looking at more threat states.
Yeah, we are. Look, Hwoarang coming in, but obviously with that threat states, nothing's happening. Oh, is this the option?
Yep, we're going in for the scroll trap. But then again, we're gonna be doing a fight of Hwoarang against Minato in the late game. I do think it definitely favors the Hwoarang over there, but we're gonna have to see how that works out.
Yeah, we definitely are. I mean, sleeps could be huge right now if you can get back in to any of the skill cycling.
Skill cycling on skill 3, do not manage to get it just yet. And the big question is, also the Hwoarang is taking double the amount of turns of this NFL right now. Ooh, especially with this pushback potential and a lot of additional damage. So much additional damage is coming in, and the Hwoarang is just simply here to take out units.
He is. You can even still just rely on that skill 1 even right now. I mean, get rid of this Annabelle. Minato, you just deal with her later.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see the Minato interaction with this right now, because you still have to kill 2 units. Good stun sitting right there, but okay, we're just waiting for this interaction that we have right there, because I think that a light Hwoarang would win this, but I've never seen this 1v1.
Oh, now it will.
Yeah, no, that's not a 1v1. That is an unfair stun right there for a 2v1, and yes, that will definitely take out your unit.
There you go, light Hwoarang again, taking it for RAXXAZ in our set number 3 again. Pafix trying to come in with some sort of response to that light Hwoarang. Again, not the answer.
Yeah, it's just light Hwoarang is difficult to deal with, and people have been debating on all kinds of media. Is it the most OP unit we have seen in any meta thus far? There's definitely other options there, such as Gurkhas, Veronicas during their prime times, but there's not that many answers to the light Hwoarang that we have seen thus far. Sure, Sierra Bomb can do a lot of damage, but light Hwoarang, you don't need that many stats except for a lot of HP. You will eat those bombs.
Exactly. So how are you going to deal with it in our SWC phase? Maybe it's signaling another pre-ban right here. I mean, Pafix did win that set when he wasn't facing up against it. Just in terms of the pick him first and the pre-bans now, though, that final set, if we get to a set 5, he will still have to face it again.
Yeah, that is the big issue. Like, sure, you might have a favorable matchup right now if you remove it. And also the question, is he going to remove it? But looking at the previous 2 matchups against the Hwoarang, I guess you have to not play against that unit.
Yeah, let's find out right now. Final moments for this pre-ban. This is our set number 4. If RAXXAZ wins, he will be going through to our finals. Hwoarang being banned out and taking away the Hay Gang as well, signaling a Jogan maybe, or an Oliver?
Yeah, last time around he actually went for the Oliver and he gave the Jogan to the enemy, whereas we said that the Hay Gang on the field was actually more providing for Pafix. So in this case, he does flip that around, goes for the Jogan. But then again, we shall see a Sierra plus a Shiho or an Oliver plus a Shiho on the side of Pafix.
There you go. I mean, we were saying it before, people that are in this competition are very good at adapting. We're seeing the adaptations right now within this part of the draft. RAXXAZ mentioned it before in his player video even. The draft is the most important phase of Summoner's War right now. Annabelle coming out with that Oliver.
Yeah, definitely going into Bruiser heavy, and once again, Masha is here to play to do a lot of damage. So let's see if it makes it all the way to the field. And what is he going to be pairing it up with? Because in the end, he has to do something against that Jogan. Shio can potentially do it, but is it going to be in the field and your only answer?
Exactly. Oh, Tian Lang then as well, so using some of the attack bar. Oh, okay, very quickly locked in.
Absolutely clearly locked in, and that does also mean that RAXXAZ was expecting a draft like that, so very curious to see if Pavix has an answer to it. Last time around when RAXXAZ was using the Inosuke against previous opponent TAYFUN, he just respected the Inosuke, so we haven't actually seen the full potential of it. We have seen the potential of the other units, but not the Inosuke. Is Pavix gonna be playing the same style, or does he go a different route?
Let's find out. He's got the last few seconds right here. He's currently 2-1 down. Ashur is going to be the answer for some sort of bruise. Very quick bans out as well there. We're going to be going in with the speed lead into our set number 4, Europe Cup 2025, Pavix versus RAXXAZ. Who's going to guarantee that ticket already to the World Finals in Paris?
We're gonna go for a Blossom Painting, nearly taking everyone, but I saw one missing just yet. Also, Tianlang is enough right now. Tianlang, you gotta do some miracle work here, get some stuns. Does get one stun, can be cleansed off, but we're definitely going for some Water Guardian Angels. Look at the artifacts. I've been loving to say it, artifacts deal damage. And right now, there's just only artifacts damage, and it did so much work. Marsha is already dismounted.
We're already dismounted. We can already get some cool times with this Oliver right now.
Where do you send it though? Like, I'm thinking like, Ashur, you definitely want to, but Sierra, you 100% want to. So, and you cannot do both because of the Tianlang. So Ashur is gonna get skills off, is gonna get healing off, and might actually take out this Oliver because the runes on these units are incredible. Marsha nearly taking out the Oliver by itself.
Yeah, I mean, right there, we've got it. We've got the healing coming in. Doesn't really matter when that defense break hits, we're going to get through it. But we do have still a skill 2 from that Annabelle at some point if we need some healing, but whoa.
Yeah, in this case, everything is full HP already, so we're just gonna go for sleeps, still hitting on armor break, but the main damage comes right now is just that more. Like, Annabelle, chip damage on skill 3 is really good, but it will take a little bit of time to get there. Also missing the silence right now, but the more is giving good hits right there.
Definitely isn't there, just providing that scroll trap right now, pushing back. Maybe even skill 1 can kill.
Skill 1 can definitely kill. Ooh, well, a skill 1 into a skill 3 is 100% kill guaranteed right there. Armor break with the small rolling spikes is doing so much damage.
Definitely isn't that defense break with the 2 water units on the side of RAXXAZ right here. Just even opting to heal, gets into that skill 1. Ciara will come back, but Ciara against these, it's not looking good.
It is definitely not looking good, and this time around, RAXXAZ did have the answer. Without the light wiring, he's absolutely sitting in the driver's seat. Sierra has to do such an uphill battle to bomb multiple units, exploded on multiple units right there, and it's just simply not gonna happen.
Definitely not right here. RAXXAZ, been super strong in the competition so far, is going to be going to our Europe Cup final.
I love to see it. RAXXAZ has confirmed a place in the Europe Cup and in our final at the Europe Cup World Finals later on this summer as well. Or this winter. It's incredible to see here. What a display again. I mean, RAXXAZ, I love every time that he wins a matchup. It's pointing to the camera going, you know it, you know it. And he's right, like he may look kind of like, you know, kind of focused, almost like laser focused, as you said earlier on, Sam, but I tell you what, as soon as that victory was confirmed, leapt from his chair like a jack in the box, and he was ready to rock and roll for later on in this competition in our final later.
He's going to be so happy. He's already guaranteed his ticket to that world final. Cherry on the cake, maybe a little bit later, if he can get that actual Europe Cup champion status as well and go there with a bit of a higher seeding through to the world finals, which I'm sure he'll be focused on doing. He wants to get at least 1 title under his belt as a Summoners War player, not allow his friend to get all of them, right?
Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, his friends has been sitting on 3. He still has to play. He could even add 1 more as well, or they could be even ending up in a final against one another.
That is very true, actually. We'll get on to that next matchup very shortly. For now, though, we'll look at some highlights there. I think that I don't know if you felt the same way here, but obviously we're sitting across from the players, and it felt that as soon as Pavix had conceded the first of the 3 that of sets that he lost, there were rounds, he seemed to, there was like almost like his shield had been cracked. You could feel it a little bit there, and he kind of slumped in his chair a little bit. Going by body language, you kind of feel like when RAXXAZ is that strong and that kind of like, you know, I think the light Hwarang again was just unreal, say.
Yeah, the light Hwarang is one of those units that's just doing so much work. Paired with anything next to it, it's just so hard to deal with. And the big issue is, sure, there's pre-ban, but there's pre-ban every other match. You're still going to be facing it every other match. So in that case, yeah, it's just difficult to deal with. And let's see if the next opponent actually has a better answer against it.
I mean, even to add as well, yes, Light Hwarang was a thing during that match. But you also have to think of RAXXAZ was taking through a different speed lead than normal. He was relying on that more. And the damage that he could set up for the rest of his team from those skill 2s they were almost at half health straight away. Like, it's an uphill battle from that moment anyway for Pafix, and then when you add a little light Borang into it, that's why RAXXAZ has made his way through to that final already.
He certainly has. You can see on the screens right now, RAXXAZ is sitting pretty, confirmed in our Europe Cup final, confirmed the first competitor going through to the World Finals on November 1st, which is going to be absolutely unbelievable. One you do not want to miss, of course. But let's not forget here, it's not all tears for Pafix. There is still a route to get to that World Finals. You'll see the third place matchup later on where he'll face the loser of GOLEMPICHAGA and PINKROID coming away very shortly as well here. But I want to talk about Pafix just 1 second before moving on, because Pafix, we've seen earlier in this competition in prelims, even earlier on today, we saw in a great matchup against ISMOO, such a strong player that we've seen has really kind of come on leaps and bounds in this competition. And I think, Sam, as well, we can safely say that the future of this competition, we will see him a lot more as well.
We definitely will. I mean, he's been around our European leagues as well, which is taking place at the early start of each of the years as well. And I mean, he's just always around there. He's even at a lot of our meetups as well, at the different Tour of Europes that are happening. Very strong box, surrounded by a lot of very good players as well that are friends, and I think that always just kind of inspires and pushes people on. Right now, probably sit back, relax, because you're either facing off GOLEMPICHAGA or PINKROID in that next one, and either of those opponents, I wouldn't really want to face right now.
I know.
I would definitely say, do not sit back and relax. Be hyper-focused, because you're playing against one of the two players that's playing right now. Take the opportunity to look at the match. Take the opportunity to think about the pre-bans, the post-bans, the speeds, what is on wheel, what's not on wheel. Those are very important factors.
That's the difference between an ex-player and not an ex-player right there.
Yeah, and you know, I can feel that with the smoke kind of like engulfing the stage here as well. That means that our next matchup is ready to go. Let's welcome back the semi-finalists to the stage. It's GOLEMPICHAGA and PINKROID. I can feel the heat. This is getting incredible here. We're erupting here. We don't know what's going to happen next. What we do know for sure is that this is going to be a serious war, a battle. It's going to have everything, no doubt, because both players are, you know, PINKROID's history in this competition, GOLEMPICHAGA's really like superb display thus far, almost kind of impeccable, Sam.
Definitely impeccable. I mean, right now you can see the laser focus straight into it, kind of probably already know what they both want to be kind of pre-banning, hopefully, and how they're going to figure each other out right here. I mean, PINKROID, if you want to face up against your friend in that next round, you know what you need to do. I
mean, say, when you think about the competitors here, we talked about the kind of the accolades that PINKROID has, having won this multiple times and been at World Finals. But GOLEMPICHAGA, who's a debutant, is there kind of any worry that you're playing against someone who is of that stature? Do you kind of, will GOLEMPICHAGA be looking up to kind of like a veteran and kind of thinking, wow, he's kind of done it all here? Does that kind of affect you at all?
I think it does affect most, but so far I've seen GOLEMPICHAGA being super focused and laser focused as well. So I think he really just sits in his own mind, does his own thing, and just see how it goes. So let's see how he brings that to the table on this match.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, it's a best of 5 once again. Who's going to go through to join RAXXAZ in the Europe Cup final? Of course, we're going to find out soon. Predictions, get them in. For now, though, PINKROID versus GOLEMPICHAGA. Sam and Say, take it away.
Well, we've skipped a few beats. Are we going to skip any more? Some more back-to-backs? Or will he be the one player to rule them all? The little precious Etna and Joe going to be pre-banned out there, Say.
Yeah, Etna's a pretty interesting pre-ban. I'm not sure if we've seen PINKROID play that before, because he was actually putting good runes towards a Sonya. So definitely one of those units that he just simply doesn't want to face against. And we're going to have the Oliver plus a Okeanos on the field on the side of PINKROID against the Shiho for GOLEMPICHAGA.
Yeah, let's see how these players are going to adapt into this semi-final right now. We're taking away another Ciara with the speed lead. And Marsha, obviously, can do some great damage. Instant response, though.
We've seen a lot of Marsha thus far, same with the Ciara, so let's see what we're going to be pairing up against this. Maybe going back to something along the lines of a Josephine. It's a really strong pair. You're not going to have that much value on the Marsha, but it's still a unit that you can disrupt a lot.
Yep, all about disruption right here. We've seen it before from PINKROID, using even a Fire Megumi, kind of doing that same disruption, interrupting with turns, doing its job. 4th and 5th pick right here for GOLEMPICHAGA. I mean, in previous times, we've seen crazy Lamilas come out.
It's actually interesting that Lamila is one of the few units we've barely seen. Misty, we haven't seen a single one yet, which is actually dominant in the meta normally. So in this case, we're going to go back to an old meta and we're going to go for the Wind Twin Aegis. Let's see what he likes to pair that with, because the Wind Twin Aegis is actually kind of taken care of by a few units already. And we're actually going to go to the same style that we saw in China. We're going back to a Cigar.
Cigar coming out, Fire Megumi in response there, then with some AoEs coming out, trying to take as many turns as it possibly can. Do you need to respect it, or is the damage coming from somewhere else?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the question, like, where's the damage coming from? Also, you have the potential where you have 1 speed lead on the side of Golempichaga, 2 speed leads on the side of PINKROID. So the speed leads on the side of PINKROID most likely not going to get banned out, whereas Golempichaga could lose his speed lead. But then the big question is, are you faster than a Swift Shiho?
That is the question to answer right here as coming into the last seconds of the ban. We've got the Fire Megumi taking out the speed lead of that Ciara as well. So on a 33 speed lead, let's find out. Going into our second semi-final of the Europe Cup 2025. This is set number 1. The winner is going to be joining RAXXAZ in that final. Loser over to Pafix in that 3rd place match as well. Oh, this is going to be incredible. I'm kind of tense, waiting to see exactly which leader skill we're going to take.
Yeah, we're actually thinking about a few leader skills that are potential there, but in the end, the attack leader skill for both the Shio and the Masha just do so much value. So let's see how this match revolves around those.
Let's go, Monkey. I mean, you're going to be providing Josephine with a turn. If you take something, that Anavel's going to follow up anyway with a cleanse.
Anavel's going to follow up with a cleanse, and also Oliver and Okeanos. Everything is moving on that side, so you can prevent things on multiple occasions. Big question is, where do you like to use them? We're going to go for the Cigar right there. I'm not too sure if that is also the best play right there, because ooh, in the second hit that actually connected. So those are the 2 units that he did want to disrupt. However, you still have skill 1s that tend to provoke, so the provoke skill 1 can come out. Are you gonna go for the Oliver? Are you gonna go for the Anavel? There's a lot of options right there.
Goes for the Oliver, trying to disrupt that turn cycling as well, but it does leave an Anavel skill 3 to come through and try and land some defense breaks off element.
Yep, but we also do have the Shiho. Shiho is not being reset or anything, so there's so many high-value targets on the side of Golempichaga. Armor break coming in, not too much damage just yet, but that is because of that shield stuns. Ooh, connecting on a lot of units.
Definitely, and that defense break staying on the Okeanos. You can just keep plowing in a little bit more damage, right? Get it off the field slowly.
Yep, that's some good damage coming in right there, especially from a skill 1 right now. But also, you have like the awkward turn right now, where Shio loses the immunity and invisibility right after the turn from this Anavel.
Yeah, right now you're looking to land. You do land it at least on the Shio and that Cigar as well right now.
Yeah, Cigar is also sitting already at the skill 2 because it was not fully reset. The Cigar cooldowns are very lengthy, but only if you reset them or they are already used. In this case, you can go for skill 2, but also the skill 3 is coming soon.
It is coming soon. I mean, are you looking to try and provoke that Oliver again right now? Going into it, and the defense break is still, ooh, that's huge.
That is huge right there, but then once again, big question. Do you go for the Shio to prevent the skill 3? Do you go for the Cigar to prevent that skill 3? You want to do both, but you only have one option right now, going for that Cigar.
Yeah, I'm scared a little bit more of those provokes coming out from the side of Cigar right now. I mean, still, just keep going in the Okeanos and get it off the field.
Trying to get it off the field. Josephine, skill 1 does get the stun right there. We're going to go for sleep. We're going to go for sleep. We're going to go for heals. Girl Spray is nearly full HPing this Okeanos.
There you go. Tables have turned right there. Okeanos looking very healthy right now. Is going to be able to take a turn in no time. And it's looking strong.
Ooh, great stun as right place right there. Ooh. But also the Rain of Stones from the additional turn, taking out 1 unit, leaving all of the other units with very low HP. As we like to call that, driver's seat goes to PINKROID.
Yeah, it definitely does. You can get rid of that Okeanos right now, but these 2 water units against that Marsha, even if you're on your beast, it's probably all she wrote.
Yeah, Marsha is not going to have that much of it because Marsha likes to be working with a armor break. Even in the human form, on armor break she can do an insane amount of damage, but she first needs that armor break. It's not going to happen in this match, and the win goes to PINKROID.
PINKROID taking that first blow against Golempichaga here in our semi-finals right there. It was very much on a knife's edge, to be honest, halfway through that kind of set there. Say things turned, and then they nearly turned again, but in the end, PINKROID showing experience sometimes counts.
Yeah, it was definitely the question of like, where do you want to place your CC? Because you had the disruption with the cooldown increases and also very well tuned NFL moving first. Sometimes you get into momentum where it's like, okay, your NFL moves, but then it goes into full immunity. That is really bad, but it's still the trade-off that's way better, where you also, in this case, you get one unit stunned, you can simply cleanse it by NFL moving first.
Exactly, all about the tuning right now. Can you make sure you put off your opponent enough there? Pre-bans of Shiho and the Heigang. Again, a steal of that Jogun.
We're going back into a segment, so far only GOLEMPICHAGA from the players that we have over here is liking that segment. So far also has been doing very well, but let's see what PINKROID has as answer.
Yep, Oliver coming through, Okeanos again. When Okeanos could get online for PINKROID, it was really crucial for him in that last match right now. Is GOLEMPICHAGA again? Looks like a bit of a speed contest at the moment. Are you going to follow it up with another high base speed unit? You maybe don't want to sacrifice another speed lead as well, like you did in that first set.
Yeah, speed leads are definitely the option. He has been playing some more before, but in this case we're going back to the Anvil and the Masha, and the more goes to the side of PINKROID if he's so pleased to lock that in. Ooh,
Light Monkey.
Light Monkey, the good old Chitian the Sheng. We haven't seen that unit in a very long time. This is taking us back all the way to, I think, 2020 or 2021, where Mr. Chung won very much with that Light Monkey. Currently, it's not in the meta as much, but it can be a very strong unit, followed up after, but we're not going to see it, we're just going to see a Chow.
We are going to see some Chow action right there. I mean, you want to have some sort of pushbacks on him if you're going to take control of him, but I mean, are you just following up with a bit more Bruiser now?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. Are you going to go for more Bruiser? Are we going to be looking at an Assure? It doesn't really take care of the Chow, so then your Chow is a ban. We're going to go for the first Diana of the day, which is definitely a great answer into a Chow.
Yep, exactly. Can take those turns. Big damage coming out through those skill 2s, transforming. Even some shields along the way as well could be crucial. Who are you liking for the bans, though?
I would say that the Jogun is definitely an interesting one for the bans. On the other side, it kind of depends if you respect the Diana or you just want to take that first turn, and if you want to do so, Sekhmet has to go out.
Exactly. Are you quicker than Sekhmet even as well? I mean, let's find out for PINKROID and GOLEMPICHAGA right here. We're going to take rid of that Jogun, taking away the speed lead again from his side. HP versus speed, it's here. GOLEMPICHAGA versus PINKROID in our semi-finals, match number 2. Let's find out and let's see. Whoa!
More goes first, goes for the pushbacks, but we do give the turn to this Diana. However, if the Diana goes for anything as form of a transform right now, you need an additional turn, and therefore we go for Nature Protect, which also makes it a little bit harder to land this, but we're still fully connecting that skill right there. Reset, you can only reset one of the two, unless you have a lucky land with the Absorb. Does not get the Absorb right there, so Masha is sitting with skills available.
She is, and that's why he tried to dismount there with that Chow as well, but I mean, she's going to get off at least one defense break and maybe a big hit, but the moment you can get rid of her, it's maybe looking a bit better.
Yeah, let's see what we're aiming for. Once again, trying to get some sleeps in from those occult girl, but cannot get it yet. Fast link, good bit of damage, but not taking out just yet.
Yeah, and she's going to be able to cycle through again right now on a defense break. Not quite enough this time round, maybe even a skill 1.
Skill 1 takes it out, we have the additional turn, and this is actually a free change right there, because there's no attack bar on this Oliver just yet, so you can freely go for a skill. Do not hit the Moor just yet, because it will get up the pass, but you can freely hit on this Oliver.
Yeah, going into that Oliver right now. Some good hits. Diana. GOLEMPICHAGA's Diana. Is she?
Ooh, no stun over there, but the thing is, every hit you do on a different unit right now, then the Diana would also have a resistance on the cooldown of that Oliver. Oliver still has the skill 3 available in the next turn, but you would have preferred to see Diana just simply not being able to take a turn, taking out a Masha with a Chow.
Here we go, though. It's Chow versus Diana. The teams on each side. I mean, you have to get rid of the Oliver if you GOLEMPICHAGA, right?
Yeah, you definitely have to be facing off this Oliver. We're going to go for a skill 1. I think that was maybe a timeout right there, because the Chow is the most useless one to hit, because it's simply, ooh, the additional turn from this Oliver. Are we looking at Absorbs? We're looking at Absorbs. We're looking at cool time increase. Ooh. So can this Sekhmet do right now, but the less of turns that this Diana gets, the worse the win rate potential for GOLEMPICHAGA gets.
Yeah, right now going in that Oliver gets the cool time right now. It's all action, all eyes on Diana. Can you survive?
Can you survive? Ooh. We have Girl Sprayer also available. You could send it right now, you could wait with it, but I definitely do think you want to send it right now, because your next turn you want to be using that Water Guardian Angel for potential armor breaks.
Yep, and I mean, now you've got the opportunity to do defense breaks around there as well. Doesn't really matter that Moore's got his passive, you've even got some glancing.
You got some glancing, you still want to just use skill 1. Justice does connect on the crits, good damage. Oliver not looking at skills just yet. However, the moment that Diana goes, that might be a great opportunity right there. We have a defense break sitting on that Chow. You want to be aiming for that Chow. Dianas are most likely on crit damage slot 4. Can it one-shot a Chow from this range?
I mean, he's going to have to send it, right? Oh, we've got nothing.
We got nothing. I thought for a second, no, it was still reset by the Oliver, so you have to take this additional turn right now, or a good stun. Does get a good damage in right there, and we will look at a cleanse from this Chow. Chow, wrong element. Chow is looking at wrong element, not taking it out just yet. Additional turn on this Annabelle.
I mean, you're increasing the attack bar as well with some Nemesis right now, but Diana surely has got this in the bag for Golempichaga.
Yeah, most Chows are not high on defense. They're focusing way too much on the HP and attack to deal damage, and this Diana likes that.
Golempichaga bringing it back 1 apiece against the previous 3-time Europe Cup champion right there. Not bad for a debut.
Absolutely not bad for a debut, and also very well good find in the draft on that Diana, seeing like, okay, there's a lot of units that are hard to deal with, but Diana might be that one unit to do it.
Exactly. It's all about knowing. You've come through that experience, you're adapting on the draft right now. Everything is still runed up because you're prepared for any single moment. I mean, PINKROID is the guy who wrote the book on that.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. Also, we mentioned it before, PINKROID is very well drafting and will almost never run back a similar draft. Always tries to adapt to the draft. Has seen more units on the side of Golempichaga right now and knows that he can deal with that maybe in a later moment. Also in this case, we're definitely taking a longer time on the pre-bans. Pre-bans locking in Oliver and Dijogun.
Yep, taking away a speed lead, taking away probably one of the most crucial units that's happened in this Europe Cup as well this time around with that Jogun. First pick, last time it was a Shiho if I'm correct for Golempichaga.
Yeah, Shio, and I think Shio's more of a steal rather than, well, it's a comfortable pick in the first place, but it's also very much a steal because we do know that PINKROID likes to opt for that Shio over one of the speed leads. So in this case, we're actually not going to go for the Sierra, which is the most common speed lead if all of the other units are banned. We're just going to go for the Bruiser right away.
Yep, we're going in Annabelle and the Okeanos. Okeanos featured in every single one of PINKROID's draft actually during this match at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting unit where a lot of the players I talked to are like, okay, Okeanos is good, but it doesn't really fit my runes and my draft at the moment, so not opting to go for it. However, for PINKROID, we do see it a lot. Also, a very early Lamila right there, which does enable Layla. So if you lock in the Layla right now, I do expect a Masha to be coming from Golempichaga later. However, I could see PINKROID going for a draft where there's just a random Wind Robo coming in, because that is very open right there. Or you expect what your enemy is going to play and you're going to steal it up front.
Yeah, if you steal it early enough, then there's no response coming out from the side of Golempichaga. You saw a little head shake as well during that pick there as well, knowing that maybe that was his response originally. How are you going to adapt around it right now? The moment that Marsha is off the beast, it's all fun and games, but prior to that,
going back to the ruined units with the Sekhmet and the Cigar. I'm not too sure if that's exactly what he wanted to lock in, because he locked it in, went back in his tier, and then actually shoot up is like, wait, was that actually what I wanted to do right there? Interesting units in that position would have maybe be something along the lines of a Chivo if you have it ruined up, because you do know all of your enemy units are violent and all of your enemy units are going to be slower than you if you ban at the 5th pick, which in this case is the speed lead.
Let's see how they're going to tackle this one. 1 apiece right now. Set number 3 of the semi-finals at our Europe Cup. Again, really, you still have a second chance, even if you lose, but everybody wants to win. You want to get there nice and early. Make sure you've got your ticket as the Shiho has been banned out, as well as that Fire Megumi right here. We've got speed lead versus that defense lead. It's here. Set number 3, Golempichaga versus PINKROID, 1 apiece. I think it's over to you, Sekhmet.
Yes, Sekhmet, how much can you land? Also, there's a very instant interaction between Marsha and Cigar. Marsha was always the hardest counter into the Cigar meta, so let's see how well she can perform in this matchup as well.
Oh, does manage to land right there, and now you've got this Cigar as well. We're looking to send it, maybe even on the Annabelle?
I think you want to go for the Okeanos in this case, because the Okeanos has the most devastating skill, and the devastating skill is going to be online. Okeanos is also probably one of the highest value targets that you want to be taking out fast. But right now, the Lamila has a bit of an awkward turn right now, where he doesn't even want to use any of the skill 2 or skill 3.
No, I mean, you've got bombs. There's only one unit without that immunity right now if you want to look to send it. But like you said, Okeanos, that skill's going to be coming out right now. Oh, not what you want to see.
Yeah, not what you want to see. I think it's still better to go for an S2 into S3 rotation just to get the Lamila out, or at least the Lamila stun, because now Lamila gets her skills off as well. And she takes turns very fast if her allies are landing those debuffs, and those debuffs are being landed.
Yeah, I mean, right now, looking to make the kill, confirms it on to that CR right now. You can throw away some defense breaks, but Annivel's still got skills.
Annivel still got skills. We also got Lamilla still on skills, but I don't see Lamilla doing all too much work, and those skills that we just talked about are gone. Same as the unit itself. Girls player looking at full HP on the side of PINKROID as if nothing ever happened.
Exactly, back to full health. You've got a Marsha, still very healthy. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, this was a very quick match, and once again, PINKROID very well adapting to the draft. And this is actually also what we saw in the China region. The Cigar and the Segment, they look very strong, but the players in the China region locking in those units also did not make it.
No, there you go, PINKROID bouncing away right there, one step away from joining RAXXAZ in the final of our SWC 2025 Europe Cup, but GOLEMPICHAGA is the one that stands in his way right now. What can he bring back to the table from those sets that he won previously? I mean, this is the most sets that he's ever lost in the SWC so far.
Yeah, so far it's the... yeah, he hasn't been losing to a 2 points just yet. So let's see what we have for the bans. We have a Shio and we have an Oliver. First pick belongs to PINKROID. Is he going to go back to a Jogun? Are we going to go for Sierra? Or are we going to go something completely different?
Exactly, like we said, he always comes up with something different. If he'd lost that previous set in a familiar phase, he's going to change things up and not just rely again on what happened that first time. We've got a Jogun, great response, usual response for Europe Cup.
Definitely a useful response. Let's see if GOLEMPICHAGA right away goes for fast units right now, because his fastest set is on that Segment. That's why he's opting for the Segment many times already. But so far the Segment, sure, it has that one reset, but after that it kind of loses the value where she's not doing too much. So Sierra's Segment is an option. Probably is going to go for it right here, but I'm not sure if he's really confident in this draft right now.
Yeah, he's kind of locked into that situation right now, using those runes prior to the match right here, and he's locked in with it on that high speed runes likely. Again, similar response coming in from PINKROID, that Annivel, that Okeanos.
Yeah, let's see. Last time around we had a More plus a Chow from PINKROID in the 4 and 5, which was answered very well with a Diana of the 5th for GOLEMPICHAGA. So let's see if GOLEMPICHAGA can kind of set up a similar draft like that. As we mentioned, PINKROID reads those drafts. He's not going to lose to the same thing twice, so he's going to be expecting a Diana coming later if he has a draft that's open to Diana.
Let's find out. So we're stealing across that more then on this time round. We've got that Josephine as well. A good response to an Okeanos right there, say, but 4th and 5th pick for PINKROID.
I could see a Diana on the side of PINKROID into a draft like that, and also just going heavy on the Bruiser right now. You already have the Annivel for Bruisering. If he likes to lock in a Raccooni or even Raccooni Angela, it's maybe a kind of a draft of very passive heavy, but I think it is a draft that could win. He's actually locking through so many units. In the end, we're going to go for Lamilla plus a Megumi.
Taking another speed lead coming through on the side of PINKROID right there. 5th and final pick right now. I mean, can't go for a Diana, so how are you going to respond?
It's going to be a difficult 5th pick. Maybe you're looking towards something that could potentially perform more of a solo kind of style. But if you go for Chow right now, it will end up in the scroll drop. It will end up being slow, so that's not going to work out. Same for a Misty. It's going to be slow by a whole bunch of units. Chow is in the end the answer he goes for.
Yeah, Chow is it going to be enough? Chow say, dare I say it?
Well, we have seen the Pavix Chows do very well so far, but in this case, we're not going to see a Chow.
We're not, and we're likely to be taking speed leads going into our set number 4 of the SWC Europe Cup. PINKROID versus GOLEMPICHAGA, currently 2-1 to PINKROID, one step away from joining RAXXAZ in that final right now. GOLEMPICHAGA, all eyes are on you, my friend. Those speed leads finally locked in. Let's do this, say.
Yeah, let's see what we have on that first turn once again, because that first turn does go to the Segment. We're most likely gonna land on this Jogun, is what I assume. Could go for the Okeanos as well. No, it's actually gonna go for the Annivel, which does have cycle potential for getting skills back pretty fast. So let's see what we do. If you go for just a skill 1 right now, you can go for a scroll trap later, and PINKROID exactly read that right there. So also setting up the armor break already. So if we go for skill 3 right now, we have the attack buff. Could be taken away, but let's see if that actually does happen.
Yeah, more coming in with damage, but there we go. Skill 3 on that defense break. Big damage is coming in, say. PINKROID looks very strong.
Yeah, that is so much damage right there, and that's the interesting thing about the Segment. In the end, the Segment connected, but there's so many high-value targets on the enemy side that is just simply, the Jogun just did it. The Annivel with skills, it did not matter at all for this matchup.
Yeah, but I mean now, while Josephine is away from the game, all of the other units can seem to play, get those stuns in. Annabelle going through. I mean, PINKROID, this is why he's back-to-back champion, but let's see, say.
We still have a Josephine here to play. We're going to be able to put in that provoke. However, we're not going to get any of the shields just yet because the stun has to land. Taking the additional turn can stun out another unit, but HP bars are still looking very lively on the side of PINKROID, except for that NFL.
Exactly, and GOLEMPICHAGA's not really got any form of sustain right now. So if you can land your stuff on these units, it's going to be staying for the long haul.
Ooh, not being able to take out the more getting back that passive. So let's see if the Okeanos can do something about that later, because the moment Okeanos gets all skills available, he can do a lot of damage. Are we going to go for sleeps? We're not going to go for sleeps, but we're going to be taking out a little bit over there.
Exactly, just a little bit more damage, trying to get rid of this segment. Does manage to crit. You've got that scroll trap again.
You got the scroll trap again, but if you go for the scroll trap on the Josephine right now, you will give more the attack buff plus the skill too. So that will be deadly to a certain extent, and PINKROID is very well at counting who has what skills available and does it the other way around.
Exactly, I mean, Josephine right now really has to control stuns every single turn likely.
Yeah, let's see, you have to go for the Okeanos. Actually, opts against that. It doesn't want to take out this Annabelle, which is interesting because the damage on this Josephine isn't showing that much. And I think PINKROID is going to go for skills which simply do not provide any stuns.
And I mean, right there, we've got a defense break that landed as well right now. There's still the revenge, but that's going to be huge.
Yeah, let's steal the revenge. Revenge is stolen right there. Skill 1, attack break, and Josephine scaling. Some people think it's from HP. She is attack scaling, so therefore it's not going to do enough damage. Did not connect the stun right there, and both of them are sitting back in the chair. One out of excitement, the other one is like, oh, this is not going great. PINKROID already taking off his headset, and he's taking the victor, going to the World Finals.
PINKROID is triumphant, and they are out of here. They're right out of here straight away. GOLEMPICHAGA falling at the taste of defeat for the first time in this competition this year. But you can see there, PINKROID advances to the World Finals, joining RAXXAZ, confirmed that they'll be back in Paris in November, trying to take on the whole world and become world champion there. But what an incredible display. I mean, PINKROID there as well. He'd taken off the headset, Sam, before the match is even done, just knowing that in terms of like the rotations and such, he just knew that he had everything it took there to wipe the slate clean when it came to GOLEMPICHAGA and secure that place in the final.
Such a good knowledge base, knows exactly when he's won, even knows in drafts when he's lost potentially, saw that Diana, but the most adaptive player that I think we've seen in Summoner's War can really adapt to what is in front of him, come back stronger every single time. And I mean, now he's going to have to play against his best friend in the final. They say, what is it? Keep your enemies close, keep your friends closer? Well, whatever way around it was, that's what's going to happen.
It's around. That's fine. I totally was with you. I was on board. It doesn't matter. I mean, RAXXAZ and PINKROID in the final. I mean, a worthy final. I mean, two great players that have been around the block for a long time here now, but we've also got that third and fourth place matchup, two debutants, one of which will go through to World Finals and join them as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because actually in previous years, PINKROID often took RAXXAZ as a +1 to the World Finals. But now it's like, yeah, but we cannot invite both each other as a +1. That doesn't even work.
It's I mean, it's great to see that they both actually managed to make it there all the way. I mean, we say that. I mean, actually going off against pal. What a Saturday! What a great Saturday! Just to kind of play against your best pal, in a European Cup final. I mean, it's just everything. It's just magic, really. Isn't
Let's
it?
not downplay it. They've played pretty hard to be.
I mean, they have done. Yeah, they have absolutely done very, very well here. Before we kind of celebrate PINKROID and RAXXAZ, as we will do here, let's take a look at the bracket and look and see how things will kind of end today with those two final best of fives, the actual grand final of our competition, which is RAXXAZ PINKROID as mentioned, but also that third place match confirmed as Pafix versus GOLEMPICHAGA. Both equally as exciting because there is so much on the line here, say.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, especially for that third place match. In the end, the final match is the big prize money. Do you go home with the big prize money or just the big prize money? But in the end, the third place, they get same prize money, but who gets the ticket to the World Finals to win? Even more money right there. So there's a lot of options right there. I'm really looking forward to that third place match because who can represent Europe in that third slot?
That's absolutely right, yeah, because $10,000 goes to our winner of the Europe Cup today, But you're right, there is lots more opportunity to the prize pool on the line when it comes to World Finals as well here. Not to mention the experience of being at Worlds against some of those players we talked about previous in the show here. So who have, from different kind of regions who've done so, who have such a different meta type of play a lot of the time, and it'll be kind of fun seeing the worlds collide in Paris in November.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like, in all honesty, the biggest community event for Summoners War. All of them want to be there. All of them are going to be chatting behind the scenes, even more showing off of every single thing that they've got. They don't care if they're other opponents of each other. They'll still show the different quads or all the other stuff that they've got inside their box. I mean, it's just such a great experience, and at least 3 of them are going to go there.
At least three. Something which you guys might want inside your game, inside Summoners War, is another coupon code. I think it's time. We did this again, because we need to give away rewards here, courtesy of the Europe Cup here. So on screen right now, you're going to get a coupon code pop up. 20 Fight for Glory 25. Let's go. 500,000 mana. An SWC statue, Europe Cup, an emblem as well. Lots of emblems. I mean, this is these are things to take away with you, which not only are a great asset to have, in your account, but also it's a great way to remember being here for the Europe Cup 2025.
Yeah, it's always cool. Like, we have that for a few years right now, where you get the statues. And for me, I always like to put them around the summoning circle. So if you summon something, you also see the statues of all of the SWCs that you watch. So it's something that's like, normally the island, maybe you don't see too much because you're just farming or you're doing your arena. But the summoning circle, you see all of the things that are around that building. So it's always fun to place them over there, at least for me.
I mean, if you were there, you could get it. I wasn't there at the beginning, so I didn't get all of the ones that say has, sadly.
That's great. Say living his best life, and Sam just feeling very sad in the middle. But we're all absolutely ecstatic about what's coming our way in terms of the grand final later on here, because PINKROID versus RAXXAZ. Of course, the prediction event is running throughout the course of this. Who's going to be our winner? Who's going to go through in that third spot in our third place matchup very soon here as well? One thing's for sure, it's been an amazing day thus far, and there's plenty more to sink our teeth into very, very soon here. Do we? I mean, I don't know if we do predictions. You know what? Let's save those, because I do want to talk about predictions of our own going into these two big matchups as well here on the Europe Cup. Don't go anywhere. A short break from us here on the Europe Cup here at Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025. When we're back, it's time to really dive in deep to these two best of fives that are going to really finish off what has been an amazing preliminaries and Europe Cup as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time for loads more. welcome back to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2025. You're watching the Europe Cup, and this is where it all gets very serious because we're right on the precipice of our grand final here, not to mention that third and fourth place matchup, which is going to be absolutely titanic. It's going to be huge. My name's Adam, this is Sam, and Seishizu here as well, bringing you all the action from today's Summoners War. It's been amazing. It's been really good thus far. We kind of had some surprises, things that we kind of didn't ever expect happening. But this next third and fourth place match in particular is going to be one really to get excited about, Sam. I mean, we've got two players in Pafix and GOLEMPICHAGA. I mean, both have showed that they've got such quality, and then they're very new in their kind of the journey into Summoners War. What's going to happen? What do you think is going to be the outcome here? I know it's a big question, but it's I guess it's all to play. What have you seen so far today that they might carry on doing in this next?
I think it's really tough to say. Let's be honest. They managed to get through that very first quarterfinals, which was already a good task. They were debuts, so to get through. Pafix on one hand did have to take out ISMOO, which is an incredible player that we've seen before. And on GOLEMPICHAGA's side, it was another debutant that it came through against. But then in that second semi-finals, against the RAXXAZ, against PINKROID as well, I mean, they had to deal with different aspects, right? Pafix had to deal with a light Hwarang, and then, let's be honest, GOLEMPICHAGA had to deal with a PINKROID. It's like, either way, in all honesty, I think it's still very close to call.
Yeah, it's definitely super close to call, but we're definitely going to be finding out who's going to make it for those, well, last spot that's given to the World Finals, because two are already given.
That's absolutely right here. Yeah, RAXXAZ and PINKROID are already locked in as two of our players in the World Finals later on in November. But who will be the third? This matchup here, this best of five, will determine exactly that. The players are ready and waiting in the wings. It's time to bring them out. It's Pafix and GOLEMPICHAGA. Oh, they come back. Look at the steaming desk. It's ready to go. Oh, it's just momentous. It's like being on Mount Olympus right now. Feeling that the gods are going toe-to-toe here. But both players, let's not forget here, we'll see some stats shortly, both players are debutants, both trying, here at the Europe Cup, trying to get into the World Finals for the first time. Sam, they must be feeling like a bag of nerves right now.
For sure. I mean, I think they're trying to keep the composure as much as possible. Again, two other players that have been laser-focused throughout. But let's be honest, I think the moment that anything either goes good or bad in these matches is how well you can react to it and keep on point, knowing what you're going to try and do in terms of your draft. But let's see. I mean, look at them now. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, both of them are just staring at the screen, just thinking through what are the options, what is the pre-ban. Probably already the pre-ban is the very first thing you lock in your mind. It's like, okay, pre-ban, okay, what does he then first pick? Who's gonna get the first pick? All of those scenarios, okay, if I do this, then what does the enemy do? What have we seen work so far today? There's a lot of things. There's so much Summoners War going on right now. There's so much RTA going on right now. And we just want to see who makes it in the final slot.
Yes, we do. The matchup that you're about to watch here is a big one. The third place match, Pafix versus GOLEMPICHAGA. It's a best of five. Do not forget for a second to get those predictions in. Who is going through to the World Finals? Let's find out how this is going to unfold. Over to Sam and Seishizu. I cannot wait to get started. Let's ride.
They've been on a long journey from the Sky Arena Shire. The mountain of the World Final awaits the precious ticket. Who will get their fix of the World Finals? As we see again a double pre-ban Jogun.
Double pre-ban Jogun, and that's always also the funny reaction of the players themselves, having a little bit of a laugh. But then again, you see on Pafix's side, it's still small a little bit, but no focus. So let's see what we have for the first pick. Shiho being that first pick on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA.
Yeah, Shiho, he was using it against PINKROID, but he didn't come out to the greatest effect when he was trying to steal that unit right now. Pafix, how are you going to adapt around it? We've seen his Zenithset come out earlier today. We've seen a lot of his good units as well, taking down the likes of an ISMOO to even reach this third place match right now. Oliver, maybe taking a bit of inspiration from PINKROID in that last set.
Going back to an Oliver plus an Okeanos, two very strong units in the current meta. Interesting to see what GOLEMPICHAGA is going to be answering against those. Himself has been using a lot of Marsh, super high damage on that Marsh as well. Is he going to go back to that? Sierra and Annabelle are first to come out, however.
Wow, okay, so taking a longer speed lead, at least with that Ciara. Annabelle being crucial throughout, but there you go. pretty instant response with a Layla coming out. We've seen that anti-cleanse. When she can get going, do you have to take the Marsha in that 4th spot with you so you prevent it on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA?
I was thinking exactly the same thing. The only answer that GOLEMPICHAGA could do, which might be disbeneficial, ooh, we have a Zeratul. Also first Zeratul showcase of the day thus far. Very strong unit, but doesn't feel in this meta as strong as it was in the previous meta.
Yeah, let's find out. Okay, so 4th and 5th pick for GOLEMPICHAGA right here. We said Marsha earlier. Is there even an option for some sort of like a Fire Monkey kind of situation?
I could see units, both Marsha and Ashur, doing very good over here. 2 heavy fire bruisers, and in the end, you're countering the winds on the enemy side. The fire on the enemy side is fine, and you have that dark unit, so you don't really care. But we're going once again back to that segment, which I'm still not a big fan of myself.
Yeah, let's find out how Pafix is going to respond then right here. He's got that 5th pick. He's seen double fire come out against him right now. I mean, the tactics would say normally a water unit.
Yeah, there's a lot of options right here because it's actually kind of spread out. Sierra doesn't really care about elements, so that water unit, regardless of element what that 5th pick would be, Sierra is still kind of countering it, at least with the damage. But what are we going to go for? We're going to go for the anti-stun as in Josephine.
Josephine out on the field right here. This is our 3rd place match. Still another best of 5, but the most important thing, a win here, and you're going to be at those World Finals in Paris on November the 1st. If you don't, your tail is going to be between your legs because you are going home only as a 4th place.
Only as a 4th place, still picking up that medal and the 4th place prize pool, but we're looking to get to the World Finals. So let's see what we have for the bands. We're respecting the segment and respecting that Layla.
So likely to be taking speed leads from both GOLEMPICHAGA and Pafix. It's here. 3rd place match, Pafix versus GOLEMPICHAGA. Let's get straight into the action right here. Taking that first turn, the Shiho. Okeanos is fast after.
Okeanos coming right after. We're gonna go for a stun on the Zeratul. Zeratul, even when being stunned, is still doing the healing from the passive. We have 1 turn. Ooh, did not get the provoke, but we can still go for a reset right now. And a strip or no pushback on the Oliver at a moment later. Ooh, 2nd hit, 1st hit. Did not fully connect, but the 2nd hit did. Oliver, can you connect? Oliver does fully connect, but we have a Marsha coming in right now. We're first going through shields, however.
Yeah, we have to go through the shields, but we don't want to get Zeratul online if you are GOLEMPICHAGA right now. Pafix will be dangerous if it does manage to take a turn.
It's a lot of damage coming into that Zeratul. Also the additional turn right there. We will have a shield moving on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA after Oliver did what he is about to do right now. Plus, Oliver cannot land it on the Shiho.
No, he can't. You're looking for some more stuns right now. There's no passive coming out from the side of Josephine. Send it.
You definitely have to send the skill through 2 right now. Try to get as many stuns possibly or nothing. Did not fully connect it. Skill 1. We have seen a lot of damage on this match. Can you take out the Zeratul from this position?
You've got to try, but wow again.
Ooh, it's so close. 1 HP once again. And Zeratul, the moment Zeratul takes turns, you go for the healing. We get the additional turn as well. Zeratul will most likely move after that Oliver. I don't think the Shio is fast enough to get that gap in there. No, Zeratul moves. Zeratul has 2 turns. A little bit of chip healing first. A little bit of chip healing after this skill as well. And we are looking at a dead Sierra by those dots.
Yeah, the dots are going to play into effect. She's moving in front of that Annabelle as well anyway right here. I mean, 1 unit down. You've still got Marsha on the beast though.
Ooh, good chance for getting a stun on that Josephine right there. So Marsha is looking to get her skills back very soon. But you still have to do it into that Zeratul because otherwise Zeratul is gonna rain upon havoc on your enemies.
Now do you have to send it and try for a sleep just to get into the skill cycling?
Yeah, if you go for a sleep into a skill 2 right now, ooh, I think he should have opted to do it somewhere else, but he wanted to make sure to guarantee kill it. But I think his Marsha's high enough damage that he would have guaranteed killed it regardless.
Yep, and right now you can get the cool times. Oliver is going to be online. I think at the moment he can dismount that Marsha, Pafix is looking very strong.
Yeah, the Marsha will have skills available right now, so we have seen the damage before. Okeanos or Oliver is going to take a lot of damage right there, and that's nearly taking out this unit. But at some point you have to be fighting against this Josephine, and she has passive available again.
Yep, she does right there at the moment. Not enough again. Slither of health, it's really showing the gems used.
Yeah, it's once again like those little bit of extra grinds, those little bit of extra artifact damage would make it work. But then again, on the other side, the little bit of extra HP, gems and grinds would make it do. Oliver taking a lot of turns.
Yep, taking those turns right now. It's useful just to keep preventing those water units on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA from interrupting at any point. Can you even get a kill?
Oh, can get the kill right there, but is going to go for the stun. Stun is recommended because you have a rain of stones, which is AoE damage, and that AoE damage is doing a lot of work. However, you're one turn away from that fast link. If you land it on the Okeanos, you might take it out. However, we have resets from this Okeanos. Does actually connect once again on that second hit. We did get that buff recently where Okeanos has 2 hits on that skill 2 rather than just 1.
Exactly, and right now Monkey's so far away from skills. Dismount that Marsha, get up some provoke.
If you go for provoke right now on the Marsha, you would still 2-turn provoke it. You only 1-turn provoke it if there is a debuff at first. But in this case, ooh, the Marsha though, still a dangerous unit. The slow, it has potential. I think we're gonna look at a Josephine against 2 pretty soon.
Yeah, let's find out. You're gonna send it into Okeanos, try and get that final kill. Does get the stun and it allows Josephine to take that turn.
Yes, Josephine has very like a very strong shield, but it's not that much damage output. I think you still need at least 1 more hit. We're saying goodbye to this Okeanos right now. We're still looking at the protection. Still looking at the protection of that shield. The shield is coming in super strong right now, but you're gonna be losing that shield. Is this skill 1 enough? Skill 1 is enough. I guess this Marsha's crazy on damage. I can see a world where she would take it out, not with the glancing right there, and that is all she wrote.
Yeah, with that glancing right now, Josephine cleaning up on the side of Pafix right there. Pafix taking the 1-set lead against GOLEMPICHAGA. Obviously, you need to win. You need to get to Paris for that world final, so.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those matchups that actually came down very close. And it's also interesting about this meta. It's not a meta that comes down all the way to like 60% up, 60% down, and then we're talking 60% attack up, 60% HP down. We don't see that all too much. There's mostly 1 or 2 sustainers, but there's a lot of heavy on the damage, like, okay, who can take out who first?
Yeah, exactly. Pre-bans last time was both a double Jogun action as well. This time round, let's find out who is going to be banned out in this situation right now. So, I mean, wow, all to play for. 1 set up, best of 5.
Yeah, let's see if we get a double Oliver pre-ban right now. I don't really expect it, but no way, no way. I actually did that just now.
Cast a curse, do we call it?
Or I see the future.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's a day when Say's seeing the future right now. Go it, call it.
Yeah, okay. Well, they were too quick on me on that one. But we're going to see a Shiho and we're going to see probably a Heigang. Let's see if we go that far. Well, it's double water, so maybe not. So let's see what GOLEMPICHAGA actually does like to go for. Well, Sierra, I could have seen that one coming.
Yeah, Sierra and the Shiho coming out then on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA. Pafix likely still wanting to take some sort of a speed lead if he's thinking of contesting there, or we're pivoting straight away.
Everything straight away. Also seeing a Layla without an NFL on the field is a little bit odd. Most of the time you do want to pair those. So in this case your NFL can be stolen. But maybe Pafix already has a plan. It's like, okay, you take my NFL, but I have the next counter against that NFL right away. So let's see, we're going for an Heigang and we're going for a Assure instead.
Yeah, so he's pivoting as well, GOLEMPICHAGA, to a bit more of a bruiser action right here, allowing that Annabelle to still now go on the side of Pafix right there. I mean, there's not really a call, I would say, for a Marsha. I'm just trying to think of where the damage could come from.
I think the damage in this case comes a lot from the chip from the NFL and the chip from the Layla. You can still lock in a final unit that kind of does the same thing, and then the 3 of them could do enough damage. But let's see what he would like to lock in. Are we going to go back to Zeratul?
Okay, Zenisek coming out onto the field right there.
Zenisek is coming back to play. Is very good against those stunts that Heigang might provide. Also, the Shiho has a lot of them, and also the bombs if they stun from the Sierra. So countering multiple units on the field right now, plus providing that little bit of chip healing that he does on the skill 1.
Exactly, 2 forms of sustain, right? You've got that Annabelle, you've got the Zenisek right now. There's 1 main sustain on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA right now. Can you follow it up with an extra, or going in for some just damage?
It's gonna go in for damage, also gonna go in for 2 speed leads against 0 speed leads. This is definitely an option where a lot of players would actually like to go for Sonya, but it is the dangerous play. You do have a Layla potentially there with the defense lead. With the defense lead, Sonya traps are a lot more imminent.
Definitely are, and right now taking that amount of time to see who you're going to be looking to ban out right here. Pafix currently 1 set up against GOLEMPICHAGA in our 3rd place match right here, banning out the Annabelle and the Ciara, so there won't be 1 speed lead taken away, but still another one on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA. It is here. Our 3rd place match, set number 2, Pafix versus GOLEMPICHAGA. Who is going to take the advantage?
In this case, we can go for the Shio skill 3. I was expecting that on the Jogun, because the Jogun was moving in front of the Zenizek. However, maybe because of the Heigang, he's not really caring about it, and he's just trying to take out the Layla as fast as possible, which with a stun like that does work, but as mentioned before, it's gonna get cleansed up. But I think he just want to take it out as fast as possible to not have to deal with it, because in the end, he does know he doesn't have any sustain on the enemy side.
Yeah, and right now, like you were saying before, you've got that damage to maybe put into Layla, but there's still the shields, and the shields are going to provide some sustain.
Shield's gonna provide double resistance right there. That's definitely not what you like to be looking at. In the end, if you went for a silence would have remained, but what does not remain is that stun.
Oh, and there the bomb with the stun right there. Layla can come out to play, get some silences, those anti-cleanse. She's gonna start cycling.
Yep, she's definitely gonna start cycling right there. And also the Zenizek is pretty much on a rampage right now where she can do a lot of work. Also, we are the only unit that has like the strong comeback mechanics. Once again, looking at the stun, looking at the silence, these units on the side of Golempichaga are not moving.
Yeah, they're not. And I mean, if that bomb takes down that Asher, there's no sustain on the side coming out still from Golempichaga. But like you said in the draft phase, that skill one from Zenizek is going to count for something.
Yeah, the skill one from the Zenizek is going to count for a lot of work right here. Also, you can start taking out units, just putting him in the scroll trap. You're going on the timeout bench for a little bit. You're coming back later.
Yeah, well, put you to sleep. Get some stuns out there as well onto the Heigang right now. There's going to be an awkward turn moment for that Shiho as well.
Yeah, Shiho cannot really do anything, but also we have more ghosts coming in on the Shiho. Can we connect them? And this Layla is doing so much work. Disperse left, right, and center.
Yeah, and there we go. We can now use that skill 3, get the attack buff up, get some more stuns, hopefully. Not quite from the Josephine there.
Not from the Josephine just there. Also, the big question is Zenizek, how much damage is your bomb? But once again, this Layla is the full house of CC.
Yeah, everything. Silences, if not stuns. Anti-cleanse, I mean everything here. Land another bomb, get another stun off, maybe even onto that monkey.
Going for the monkey right now, double turn on that as well. Once again, Layla taking more turns. That's going to be enough for the bomb. The bomb only has to do about like 5k damage right now. Does a good 12k damage, taking out at the Shure, taking out the main sustainer on the side of Golempichaga.
Exactly there, scroll trapping into that Heigang now as well. There's a bomb on that monkey that's going to go off anytime soon. And I mean, wow, Pafik's really turning on the heat here in this third place match.
Yeah, this is once again where the Zenizek shows so well and so well placed, and it's doing so much work. It's providing the heals, it's providing the CC, but it's even more important at providing those cleanses.
Exactly, Golempichaga letting it just play out in front of him right now. He is one set away from taking the 4th place instead of that world final ticket. Pathix, on the other hand, wow, he's come back to play after that defeat from RAXXAZ earlier on.
But you can also see in Pathix, he's so focused. Even if he's winning a match, I would be like, yes, I have that once. Like, one more, let's go. He's like, no, hyper-focused. Every match is won, but I don't want to get anything out of the nerves, of anything out of crazy. I'm here to win, I'm here to play. Are we going to go back to double Jogun?
I mean, you're the foresight seer, you're the oracle.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen, I can tell you that much. Because one player, I think that the side of the player that has the first pick is most likely not going to do it, and it's going to go for a different ban. But let's see what kind of ban would you go for. Do you go for a trauma ban on the Zenizek maybe?
Could be. I mean, how are you going to deal with it otherwise? I mean, this will be an incredible moment if you do guess it again, though.
Oh, well, actually, I was right on the Jogun not being on the side of the first pick, so that part was there. But we're actually opting a Josephine over the strength of a Zenizek, because in the end, they kind of have similar values. You stun someone else, I'll fix that for you.
I like that analogy right there. A bit of Bob the Builder action going on.
A lot of action going on over here in SWC 2025 European Cup, with once again a Shio on the field. On the other side, we do have that Sierra. Are we going to go for a Heigang right away? Because in the end, the Jogun cannot be picked up. That's normally paired with this unit.
Exactly. Are we going to be seeing a lot of stuns coming out during this phase with no Josephine? Like you said, the Zenizek is still always there as an answer, but you maybe don't want to pick it so early. And Anavel, a bit earlier than usual.
Yeah, Anavel we mostly tend to see in the slot 2 or the slot 3, but in this case it is a strong counter into that Shiho already. Plus Anavel is gonna not have any issues with just being outsped by Jogun and then have a lot of follow-ups, because the hard counter in the end to a Anavel is just being outsped and cleaved.
Yeah, exactly. Asher coming into the fray as well right here. Big defense break, get some more healing throughout. I mean, responding right there in Pathix style with that Zeratu again.
I actually, in this case, would have liked the Masha a little bit more because the Masha has more damage potential for, at least for a Oliver. On the Azure, maybe not as much, but it has a lot of feeling right there because right now you first have to land the armor break from the Anvil and then your Xerato can do a lot of damage. But then again, Xerato, the TOA hard value that it has in there, which we call the dots, still can work out.
They definitely can, and Sonya coming out to play for the first time on GOLEMPICHAGA's side right now, followed up with those Wind Twin Angels as well. Was there a trap left there?
Let's see if the trap is there. The potential is always there. But let's see, what is this fifth pick that we would like to go into right now? There's a lot of options right there. You could go for a play where you guaranteed ban out the speed lead, and you might have a speed lead. We're gonna go into a Douglas. That is a very tricky one right there. I actually would not have liked the Douglas, because that means you have to ban out the Shio, but then Azure can't take out a Douglas, so I do like the Marsha pick instead.
Yeah, Marsha being picked in there right now. I mean, does it signal again that the Sonya might still just be banned out? You can deal around the snipe?
The big question is if your units are actually a trap, because if your units are trap, well, the big issue is if you ban out the Oliver, Shio attack lead will actually make the Sonya more likely to snipe out something.
How will these guys play it? It's set number 3. It's a best of 5. If Pafix wins this, he is going to be going through. Likely no traps were there as Sonya has been banned out, and speed leads for both Pafix and GOLEMPICHAGA going into our third place match. Set number 3 right here. Monkey, over to you.
Monkey, over to you. But also what's interesting to see, the NFL is moving right after this, even though there is a lower lead. But it's moving, but it's not in tune for the Xerato to move right after. So even your cleanse right now is not going to get as much value. You probably still have to go for it, though. As you go for it, actually helps against it. Gets 2 awkward turns right there.
Yeah, do you have to go for it now? Decides on the second turn to obviously take it right now. I mean, Asher, is he just going to try and send it into this Xerato coming later?
Well, the big question is you can actually boost up the Oliver as well to do that, but you definitely have to go for the protection. Does go for the protection and the immunity. Does get the stun once again on that Xerato. Big question right now. We're gonna go for the damage right away into this Xerato. Can we get an early armor break? Armor break about halfway there, but still a good bit of damage.
Definitely. You can see there the 2-turn immunity coming out and the big resistance against that Oliver right now.
Well, it was not the resistance as much that he was looking at. He did not want the additional turn. Because of this additional turn, he's losing the immunity. If you lose the immunity, you are open for bombs. You are open for a Marsha, and you're most likely going to be losing a unit because these Marshas on the field are super strong. Xerato back on the field with that additional turn. Twice the healing coming up from both turns. Are we going to take out the unit? No, we're already spreading the damage elsewhere because we do know that the Azure already used that skill 3. No more healing coming up from that unit.
Yeah, and look right now, you can even set up with some slows and the defense breaks going into that Azure. Wow, things suddenly changed.
Yeah, where it looks quite good for the setup of the first few turns on the side of GOLEMPICHAGA. Things turned around with the Oliver taking the additional turn, losing that immunity.
Yeah, and here we have, you've got that second skill, just trying to get rid of that Xerato from the field. You wanted a big stun right now on the Marsha. You do get it, but wow.
Ooh, the stun is there, but so is the additional turn, taking out these units. Shiho against the world, because sure, you have the pair of the Twin Angels sitting next to you, but those are not going to be providing any damage. All damage has to come from this alter ego rotating every 3 turns.
Exactly, you're going to have to keep cycling through, and there might be a moment where it opens up for even some sort of a Marsha, maybe even a bomb flowing around as well.
Well, you still have to keep in mind, this NFL is 1 turn away from her Guild's play. First, we're looking at a fast link, not landing the armor break, however, but also no skills available to disrupt any of the enemy turns. You could go for skill 1 stun, but you have to land it. You do actually land it right there, so you're saving yourself a bit of healing just now.
Exactly, you've got that stun, there's no extra turn. You can look to put the bomb on right now, cycle through a little bit more. I mean, there's no point hitting that Shiho yet.
Yeah, no point in hitting that Shio just yet. Shio will have the off turn, but how much do you get on the all or nothing? Because if you land those stuns, you gain attack bar. Did gain a good bit of attack bar, but we're looking at heals. Now we're just simply looking at the alter ego every 3 turns right now, and you have that 1 off turn, and the units of Pafix are waiting for that off turn, waiting for the immunity to go away, waiting for that invisibility to go away. It's still there. You have to stun everything right now. Do you stun it? Does not fully connect it. We're gonna go into a slow cycling with the armor break into the girls player, into the bomb, into the promised time, taking out this Shiho.
There we have it. It is confirmed. Pafix is your 3rd place here at the Europe Cup in 2025. And we'll be going through to the World Finals. Commiserations to GOLEMPICHAGA, who put up a strong fight there, but Pafix, you can see it on your screens, has absolutely dominated there, and he will be there in Paris in a month's time, say.
Yeah, it's gonna be there, but also Pafix was that focused. At some point he was like, wait, we're done already? he was still looking at his, he wanted to go for another round. He was that focused. It's like, I don't really care about winning or losing. I'm gonna go for another round. I'm here to stay. It's like, but you already won. It's like, oh, that's good, right?
Dude, the man is built like a fridge, and when he's ready to eat, he's ready to eat. That's exactly what happened there with Pafix. It was incredible there. I mean, you know, commiserations, of course, to GOLEMPICHAGA as well, who's been amazing to watch over the course of the prelims and Euro Cup as well. There was some really kind of like some clean sweeps as well under his belt. What would GOLEMPICHAGA have learned here in this? Could anything have been done better there against Pafix to have made the kind of results go the other way?
I mean, in all honesty, it's just one of those things where you've prepped for a certain kind of style and you've come into it. I think maybe he was relying on some of the older meta styles a bit too much. He had the sec mets, couldn't fully deal with the stuff that Pafix was bringing forward to him. But at the end of the day, like the two players that he actually ended up losing to in the Europe Cup was one, a previous 3-time Europe Cup champion. Another one was second place in the European League in Pafix. So it's not like these are phony players. Like, these are really top players that you've lost to, and you've managed to even get here in the first place. I think the biggest win for him is just experience.
Yeah, I mean, that experience counts for so much as well, I'd say, because obviously moving forward here as well, but there could have been some nerves there perhaps. Next time around, been in the situation before, it's like, you know, kind of a muscle memory. You've been there, you've done it, you've got the t-shirt, let's go again.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. He's here to stay. He definitely will be trying again, like next year for the Summoners War European League at the start of the year, but also European Cup next year. He is here to try that again, because in the end, for first try, he came very far.
Came so far, so close, but not quite. I mean, that's the story of GOLEMPICHAGA, sadly, who comes in 4th in our competition. We're seeing some highlights here of what happened in our 3rd and 4th matchup. Even Pafix had moments there where things got tense, but managed to dominate it towards the end and confirm a place in the World Finals, confirming a 3rd in our Europe Cup 2025 here at the Summoners War World Arena Championships. It's been absolutely incredible to watch here, but we already turn our attentions now towards a final, which is coming up very soon here as well. Grand final with 2 players so respected in the scene in RAXXAZ and PINKROID there. But yeah, here's our bracket. Just to remind you guys, if you just tuned in, where you been? You missed it all, apart from the grand final, which is right around the corner. This is how the land lies after what has been a whopping great day full of quarterfinals, semi-finals, and a 3rd place match. You can see there 3-0 Pafix confirming qualified. But you can see some of the results there. We've had a lot of, like, you know, 3-1s, 3-2s here and there as well. Here we've seen like 3-0s in previous iterations in the prelims, Sam. But it's good to see as well here. There's been a real competition between our players. We expected it, and they've delivered.
Yeah, they've definitely delivered today. I mean, we've seen almost, like I said at the very start, a different style of meta coming out from our even SWC Europe Cup this year. We've seen the regain of Amasha. We've seen the regain of Moore. I mean, we're likely to see more of that against these two guys coming up next in the final, RAXXAZ and PINKROID, because surely they've cooked up something special for us, since it's the decider of who wins that Europe Cup.
I know, this is the last matchup. The last best of 5 of the Europe Cup is coming your way here. Our grand final. 2 players who I think we can all agree here. Either way, it could go either way. It's a 50-50 here right now. It could go either way. And of course, that prediction event has been going on all prelims and all Europe Cup as well. Let us know who you think is going to be the Europe Cup champion here 2025. Is it RAXXAZ? Is it PINKROID? Do get in. You got your points there. There's rewards and things, all that kind of stuff too. So you can very much take part in our competition here. Predictions ahead of this one. I'm going to ask you both. It's the final. I got to ask. Say, kick us off. Where's this going?
I'm going to go for RAXXAZ.
Okay.
And that is mainly because I like his drafting style, and he does have the LDs really in his favor right now. He has the light wiring, but also everything that PINKROID drafts, he has to keep in mind that Beelzebub, we've seen it with the 60k damage. It's there on the field as well. It can potentially do a lot of work. So questions are, which LDs work better right now? And we actually have seen RAXXAZ work better with the LDs than PINKROID has. So I'm going to give him a favor on that one.
Sam?
I would just say the opposite, just to make it fun and interesting, because then either I win or Say wins, and everybody wants, hopefully, me to win alongside PINKROID, because he's now my choice.
That's us, classic us here, sitting on the fence. 50-50 split. It's time to meet our finalists as you welcome them to our stage here for the Grand Final Best of 5. It's RAXXAZ and it's PINKROID. Here they come. Oh, we've talked about Titans in this. Two gladiators going toe-to-toe. The Colosseum, the Sky Arena. That's where it's all about to go down. The grand final here of the Europe Cup 2025. RAXXAZ, PINKROID, you know the names, and they have made it all the way here. They have been both superb in this competition. We didn't know how it was going to go earlier on for either of them, and they've shown us, Sam, that they both absolutely deserve to be in the hot seat here. Already confirmed the World Finals. Now it's down to I guess, in some forms, with clout in terms of, like, you know, kind of having bragging rights down the line too. 100%. That's what you want to say for a year. These guys are friends. You want to say, yeah, but who's Euro Cup champion?
Exactly.
So you want to say that.
And I mean, it's happened before, if I remember correctly as well. We've had a situation maybe prior where it was similar to that, or maybe it was in a semi-final even.
It was I think it was in the semi-finals, like talking back in 2022, where the winner of the match took the other one to Thailand, I think it was at that time. Or no, it was Korea in 22. So the winner of that match took the other ones. Like, do you remember that one time I took you to Korea? Well, in this case, they're both already going to the World Finals. But there's still one thing to play for outside of the prize money. A better seed in the World Finals. Whoever wins over here right now is not going to play his first match in the World Finals and is skipping one match ahead to play against one of the lower seeds from the other regions.
That is a great point, well made there, Say. You have it. You heard it right there, folks. PINKROID versus RAXXAZ, our grand final here at the Europe Cup 2025. Who will be the victor? Let us know in the chat now as we head into this best of 5. It's over to Say and to Sam to get this show on the road.
Damn right. Pure skill is up on that table right now. Let's find out who's going to win between RAXXAZ and PINKROID. Pre-bans have come in, Haegang and that Jogun as well, and a Shiho quickly stolen. Wow, okay, Pinky.
Is he actually going to lock that in with the Diana right there? The Diana into Shiho is not bad, but it's good on the 4 or 5. He's actually going to lock that in. I wouldn't be surprised if the Okeanos actually does make it to the table, if the Shizuka Okeanos kind of style that he likes to play on ladder, which it looks kind of like, are you actually actively playing? It works for him. He climbs very high with that. So in the end, it is a strategy that does work. So let's see what RAXXAZ has against Diana this early.
I mean, also the other thing is, right, playing so wild and crazy, you're not used to it. You're not necessarily prepared for it. You're like, how do I approach this as a situation right now? How do I feel comfortable? PINKROID always seems to feel comfortable in uncomfortable situations.
Yeah, let's see what that goes. Also, still in the end, we have the Light Warring being able to be picked up. There are a few units that can somewhat deal a lot of damage to it, but that Diana skill too. You're definitely not going to be shooting at a Light Warring because it's wrong element no matter what you do.
Exactly. Is it a pick right now for that 4th or 5th? Are we even going to see a Beelzebub?
Beelzebub is definitely an option that you could go for there as well. We have seen the Water Gojo, definitely a unit we didn't see that much in this tournament, but only RAXXAZ has been showing it, and it was in a good violence set, doing a lot of damage, and to a Lamila, which does actually mean those are units that are kind of bad into the Diana, so the Diana is probably leaving the field, but a Gyu is also first time showed thus far, which is strong against all of those units.
Exactly, so many interruption units on the side of PINKROID right there. You've got the Josephine, oh, I'll pop up and take a turn. You've got the Megumi, oh, I'll pop up and take a turn. Gyu, oh, I'm also going to pop up and take a turn.
Yeah, there's just so many units that gain attack bar, and even the Masha technically gains on her passives as well. Simply said, PINKROID is drafting 5 passives on the field right now.
Yeah, let's find out who they're going to be banning. It's going to be that Lamila. It's going to be the Gyu as well. So we've got speed leads for both RAXXAZ and PINKROID in our SWC 2025 Europe Cup final. It's RAXXAZ versus PINKROID.
Let's see where we have with this Monkey. Are we going to go straight into a Masha, disrupt that one turn, dealing a lot of damage. All of the damage on that field is not going to come back because PINKROID doesn't have any healers.
He does not, but he does get that provoke right now. Can you look to get some strips in there as well?
Also, if you go for the S2 right now, Diana will take a turn, but Diana will not be able to go for the switch because the Oliver is moving right after, and Oliver would cut that turn.
Yeah, let's find out right here. I mean, you've got that Diana right now. Like you said, shield.
Do you still go for it though? Because your Masha might be moving after, does not want to take the risk because Masha was not moving after right there.
Exactly, and right now you can get that cool time, prevent the defense break from coming out right now, but you can get a defense break another way.
A defense break is a potential right there, but in the end I think a stun is higher value, taking out the potential defense break on your opponent's side.
Yeah, let's find out right now then. We've got that skill 2 from Oliver as well. You're just going to plow it into the Diana, keep pushing back.
Yep, Diana having the cooldown is always very beneficial because the cycling comes only when she has all skills available. The only thing is, if you reset her every other turn, she has all skills available.
Yeah, let's find out right here. Going for that skill 1, getting the stun as well on that Josephine, but The additional turn is going to allow that passive to come back up.
Passive is coming back up, but at least the Diana's not taking the additional turn, because if Diana starts cycling right there, that's the deadly one. But actually, he's opting to go for a stun on himself. At least it was a low chance, but it did work out. And we're just trading back blows with revenges.
Let's find out, can you get that strip? Does manage to get it right now, so that invincibility has gone.
Invincibility is gone. Also the stun once again, the additional turn once again going to that Gojo, taking a whole bunch of all of those buffs.
Yeah, not managing that invincibility right there. They'll say defense break coming out. Ooh,
taking out that Assure, taking out the sustain of your enemy side. Diana is looking to move very soon with all of those hits on her allies.
Yeah, you've got that skill 3 option right now, though. Are you just going to send it into the Megumi?
Well, if you send it into the Megumi right now, your Diana's gonna move. If you send it into the Diana, the Megumi is gonna move. So either way, you're looking at units moving very soon. And this Diana is here to transform and gonna do a lot of damage into either Oliver. Yes, Oliver is what we go for.
Yeah, and look, we can follow it up now with a stun as well. Allow Diana to come back round. Are we getting another?
Ooh, taking a lot of stuns over there. RAXXAZ is not liking those stuns, but then again, the Gojo's taking a lot of stuns on its own accord. But the big issue is, if you hit the Megumi, Diana takes more attack bar. If you hit the Diana, Megumi is taking more attack bar. They're really protecting one another.
Yeah, look at that, even the stuns coming out from that skill 1. Wow, so much work from even Josephine being there.
Yeah, in the end, like 5 passives on the field. If they work well together, it's such a strong combo. Now also being able to hit on that Shio, simply nearly taking it out with 1 rotation.
Yeah, do you even just send it into an Oliver? No, still trying to get it through that kill of the monkey.
Ooh, that is a 1 HP monkey over there that was sitting at like 10.5% HP. But then again, ooh, we're actually going to have the protection from this alter ego right now. But where do we send it? We send it on Diana, does not get the stun. Diana can go for the strip and take out units, but is she going to go for that?
Yeah, let's find out. Do you send it on the monkey? Does manage to get through. Maybe even this stun could even get through the Oliver.
Oliver takes out the Oliver as well. It is a Gojo against the world. Can do a good bit of damage, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough against Diana in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to keep targeting into that. Down a big stun, though.
Really big stun right there, but you're also fighting more stuns on the enemy side. Wrong elemental stuns being thrown back and forth. Plus, we're gonna look at a 2-turn provoke right now, which makes the Diana just simply do her thing.
Yep, Diana, transform, send in that skill 2 right now, get through the defense buff, and there we go. PINKROID taking that first set against RAXXAZ right here, looking very happy with himself, as am I, say, with my prediction.
Yeah, let's see how that's going thus far, because in the end, there was no light wiring in that one, which was actually an opening for a potential pick right there. Actually, none of the LDs from neither side were being shown in that match, but it was definitely very passive heavy, so let's see if RAXXAZ can come back from that.
Let's find out. It's his time to shine. Never been a Europe Cup champion before. The guy opposite the side of the table has done it 3 times, looking for that 4th. Would be first in history?
I think that will be the first one that wins 4 cups, yeah. I think there's people, I'm not sure if there's equal people that have been winning 3. I think so, with maybe less in the Chinese region. But Truewill? No, I don't think so neither. I think only less 3 times in the China region, but this might be the first one to make it to a 4.
Let's find out. We've got Jogun out on the field. Quick response coming in from RAXXAZ right there with the Ciara and opting for the Shiho instead.
Yeah, let's see what these units can bring to the table. Beelzebub not being on the field, but we do have a Light Hwoarang potentially gonna be there. We're also seeing a Vanessa. Haven't seen that too much. And we're also a unit we haven't seen at all. The Zenitsu on Wind.
This boy has been cooking hard, it seems like, during that break. Instead going in for an Etna right here. We were saying it before, or I was say, like, if you're playing against weird stuff, you also are just like, what? I have not prepped for this in any way whatsoever.
Well, maybe not for the prep for the tournament, but these players have been playing a lot on the leaderboards as well. On the leaderboards, you see a little bit of everything in your 30 matches a day, so they are probably familiar with a bit of everything, unless it's like a full LD draft that's like super rare and super uncommon.
Double fire coming in right there, then Fire Megumi and that Asho looking to set up some defense breaks. I mean, the typical response would be to say water.
Water in the form of an Annabelle, in the form of a Josephine. Those 2 units would be very strong on the side of PINKROID right now. But it's actually going to be showing us the first Misty of today if he locks it in. We're actually going to have the combination of Misty plus a Maehwang.
Yeah, Maehwang. So again, some real action that can go on later on. Oh, okay, changing it out for the Minato.
Going back to the Minato, I think the Minato is actually the one that he played against himself earlier with Pavix. I'm not sure if it was that matchup or it was a different matchup, but Minato didn't show that strong in that matchup. But let's see if it would do great against and with a Misty.
Let's find out here. Lamila is in that 5th pick spot at the moment right now, opting instead for some more sustain than in the form of an Annabelle right there. The signal Etna?
Yeah, the thing is with Athena is actually kind of, it's okay into the NFL, but also not really because of the 100 resistance of the NFL. Plus, NFL is super strong into Misty because of that slow. So I wouldn't be surprised if NFL doesn't make it onto the field. But then the big question is, ooh, we're actually going to see it on the field. No Shiho and no Minato.
There we go. Speed leads going into it for both RAXXAZ and PINKROID in our Europe Cup final. PINKROID currently 1-0 up.
Yeah, let's see. Capture going in straight into the wrong elemental unit, but we're just providing for that scroll trap. Scroll trap removing the Megami right there from the field. If we boost right now, I'm not sure if the Misty would move. Neither is like how much value do you get out of it.
Yeah, exactly. Opting not to, preferring to keep that immunity on the side of Misty right there, because I think Ciara would be going for... Oh,
it's one of those awkward turns. We do actually have a Vanessa outspeeding, which we maybe did not expect right there. But we can go for an arm break, doesn't get the arm break, does get the additional turn, did not get the increased cooldown right there.
Oh, Misty is going to be moving ahead of that Ciara right now. Going in for a defense break on that Vanessa, wants to get rid of that extra life, but no defense break.
Very high resistance right there. I was actually thinking about more going for this S2 over here, making sure that the Atma cannot go for any cycling later, but in the end, with the additional turn, you still made that work.
Yeah, right now you can look to land bombs. Resisted though against that Vanessa.
That Vanessa right there is looking at 200% resistance because it's resisting everything thus far, except for that dot.
Yeah, and right now, huge how that silence is still on the Etna. Not going to be able to cycle right now. And eventually an Annabelle skill 3 will come through.
Yeah, NFL skill 3 will come through, so let's see how much I can do. Ghost appearance, taking a very early armor break, and with those early armor breaks on attack, you do so much damage.
Going on for that skill 3 right now, setting up its own defense breaks. Get some additional turns right now, and it's going to be danger.
Oh, that's also a good crit from that Athena on an armor broken unit, so a lot of damage coming in over there. Can we get pushbacks? We do actually get pushbacks, but we do also get the Girl Sprayer coming in.
Skill 3 going into that show does get the stun coming through right there. That's a big amount of damage on the side of RAXXAZ that's stunned.
That's a lot of damage coming in. Once again, we can go for the skill 2 for the pushback on the Misty, or do you prefer to have that landed on the Jogun? Because you have to keep in mind, Jogun's scroll trap is coming soon.
Definitely is right here. Deciding to opt for the kill instead. Is that enough to kill? It is.
It is enough to kill, but this is definitely one of those momentums where Misty can take over this whole match. You still have the scroll trap to be working with, and you're just going to be fighting against the Megumi first, and then just slowly whittling down that Annabelle after.
Yeah, now you can even look to strip, get some attack buff going on right now. Big damages. That defense break, not even needed.
Not even needed. The Misty is simply doing so much damage, and for a 1v1 of Annabelle Misty, Misty will win that every time. That's just 100% true statement right there. It might take a little bit of time, but, well, actually with this damage, it's not even taking that much time.
No, I mean, we've got the Girl's Prayer coming in right now, but like you said, that damage just plowing through. And Misty is coming in clutch for PINKROID, 2-0 up in set wins in our Europe Cup final right here. Say I am the new Oracle, you are not.
Well, I've seen reverse sweeps before. You know how they look. They go from a 0 to 2 to the 3 to 2, so we might be seeing that. So let's see what these two gentlemen have in store for us in the next set.
Let's find out. Set number 3 of a best of 5 here in our Europe Cup final. Who will be the crowned champion of Europe this year? It could be decided right now unless, like you said, RAXXAZ can pull it together and reverse sweep the previous back-to-back-to-back champion PINKROID. Pre-bans?
Pre-bans probably going back towards a maybe Heigang plus Jogun. No, we're actually going for the Inosuke. So whereas RAXXAZ hasn't been showing any of his LDs thus far in the matchup, PINKROID is still respecting them and pre-banning them.
Definitely is. He's got that first pick as well right now. So is he going to look to do the classic Europe Cup position right now with a Jogun, or are we going to be opting for a speed lead maybe instead?
Nope, we're going back to the Jogun, and in this case we're actually going for an Antares and a Diana on the side of PINKROID. This is definitely your moment that you want to be locking in a Shizuka early, because you do know what PINKROID likes to play with this. That is Shizuka to provide all of those buffs on the whole team.
Here we have it. I mean, this is PINKROID. I mean, if there's anyone who knows PINKROID well, it's definitely RAXXAZ. So surely he has to imagine how we can deal with this.
Yeah, there's a few ways to deal with this, and actually stealing the Shizuka is a very strong way. But let's see if he finds some other way to actually deal with this, because you could go for double AoE strip, but you have to keep in mind, Darius can take a turn at any given moment. Diana will take the turns by doing a lot of AoEs. And we're actually going to go for a Leo, so we're playing a speed game where the enemy doesn't have that much speed. RAXXAZ could go for 2 Leo counters right now. Also, a Jogun scroll trap against the Leo makes Leo just pretty much disappear for the whole match, and then all the way at the end of the season, he comes back again.
Great analogy right there. Really appreciate that one. 4th and 5th pick right now. How is RAXXAZ going to deal with PINKROID right here? I mean, last few seconds, we've seen a Juno to eat up all of those debuffs that might come out, and the Lamilia as well.
Oh, I'm not too sure about the Lamilia, because in the end, it's decently hard counted by a Diana. Also, the provoked and the branding can be in the repertoire of Shizuka, so she can provide all of those debuffs too. Plus more healing added into the side of PINKROID. PINKROID has been going for those, you could almost say, just having fun drafts a lot in the leaderboards, but he's well known for it and it works for him, so this might actually be a very strong draft right there.
Let's find out. Who are you banning right here? Do you just have to get rid of the Leo? I mean, it's so confusing.
Well, the thing is, like, if your Jogun is gone, you have to ban that Leo, and they exactly do that.
Yeah, there we go. We're going to have a speed lead against a HP lead right here. RAXXAZ versus PINKROID in the Europe Cup final. Is this going to be the deciding set right here?
That is also the awkward moment, because you need so many good Despair units in the current meta. We're talking Heigangs, Leilas, and so many other things. The Juno was not fast to provide the strip for the setup, so we're taking a lot of turns where just simply doing skill ones and not doing anything too useful with those skills.
Yeah, we're landing the bomb, but look how tanky that is right there, Say.
That is very tanky, and also right now you can just simply go for the switch, go for a lot of damage, see where you want to find that damage. Is it going to be the Lamila? Is it going to be the Sierra? It's going to go for the Annabelle. Good damage sitting already right there.
Yeah, right now you've got that skill 1 again, looking for a stun, but look at these heals. The shields are going to be coming in right now. Wow, this is up for PINKROID. Look at those bombs.
All things in nature, which actually gave good healing, but are we looking at some TOA right there? We're doing half TOA, which is not good enough, and Darius looking at the cut turn, and Darius with the additional damage. Are you going to be taking out this Annabelle already?
Yeah, deciding not even to go into it, going into the Juno instead right there. Say we can transform, maybe that's going to get rid of the Annabelle?
Definitely, you have the attack buff, you have crit buff you don't need, but attack buff is nearly 6k per hit. It's just so much damage coming in.
So much damage right now. We've got that skill 1 going in as well. Juno's going to be eating it up, but Antares still is hanging around.
Antares is hanging around and also got a new shield provided just now. You can also go for skill 2 right now to give a little bit more protection. Also give the cooldowns. Now we're going to give the cooldowns to have more cooldown or less cooldown on the Angela. So let's see. Can we actually do it on this skill? You have to go for stuns. Lamila's coming in. Ooh, the Antares. Antares with the skill 1 is probably going to be taking out this Juno. Ops against it, but that is so much damage coming in right there.
I mean, we've got as well, going in for that skill 3, getting the branding on there as well right now. Say, but can you get rid of that unit before it takes a skill 2?
Well, that's the big question, but the slow is definitely helping. And ooh, we're missing the bomb. Can we still double S1, take out this Antares? I think that's your only chance.
Yeah, sending it into that.
Oh, the additional turn on an Antares. It's not just an Antares, but it is a violent Antares. It does so much damage. It's surviving. It has incredibly good runes. Does opt to not go for skill 2 right there, but is still doing so much value.
It is doing so much value right there. You've got even the shields, but just take the kill of the Lamila. Deciding to go into the Juno instead there then.
Yeah, decide to go instead on a different units right there. Also getting the stun from the Juno towards the Diana right there. But we have the sacrifice right now. Big issue is if you go for the sacrifice, you're hitting on one of the shields, and hitting the shields make you deal more damage on yourself.
Definitely do right now. I mean, there's still an opening right here.
There's kind of an opening right there, but I don't think it's gonna happen simply by the shield of the that's sitting on the Diana. Also, the Sierra is just at some point Sierra's like, I've been providing enough for you today. We're gonna go this far.
Yeah, this is as far as we are going right now. You've got that skill 2. Can you get the strips? You do right there. Diana looking to put up some shields.
We actually do have some options here that the Juno can still go for it. Also, I'm not too sure about the targeting that's going on right here, because he definitely could have taken out units earlier right now.
Definitely could have right now. I mean, you've got another option for a bomb right there. This time it lands. for RAXXAZ right now onto the Diana.
Yeah, let's see. We finally have that bomb sitting over there. Skill 1 coming in. A little bit of pushbacks, but not enough pushbacks just yet.
Nope, and the shield is too strong right there for the
Yeah, he went for the transform for cinematic reasons.
Yep. There we go. We can see it right now. PINKROID currently 2-0 up against RAXXAZ right there. All of those debuffs going out on the side.
Oh, skill 1. If you take an additional turn right now, you would still kill. I'm not too sure if it crits, you might potentially kill over here. He's maybe opting to do a skill 2. Is he actually going to do that? Yes, he's opting to do the skill 2, just to give his enemy a little bit of a chance over here.
There we go. Juno is going to be revived right now. Against that Shizuka, you can look to use the skill 2. There's no strip action coming on right there.
Yeah, no strip action coming on over there, and we do actually have this match going toward RAXXAZ.
RAXXAZ taking a 2-1 in our finals right here. Going into that next one, I mean, there was a lot of misplays.
Yeah, there were a few interesting plays, and I think the chat is also probably talking about that part right now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go into it. It's going to be going into our set number 4 right here of the SWC Europe Cup final. Remember, if you win this match, it does mean that you get to go into the higher bracket seed in the main competition, say.
Yeah, let's see if they can make some interesting drafts right there.
Here we go. Pre-bans likely to be coming in very, very soon on this matchup. I mean, we've seen how crazy it can get with an Antares and Diana.
Yeah, let's see if they go back into the actual LDs. In this case, the Inosuke was banned out, but RAXXAZ has a lot more LDs in his repertoire that he hasn't been showcasing in this match just yet. And let's see what kind of units are they trying to find for right now, because they're definitely searching for units that are a bit further or less common than they normally pre-ban.
Yeah, using the full amount of time right here. Let's get into the action. The pre-bans have come in. Diana respected out and do not want to face that, and Ciara on the side of PINKROID.
Yeah, so in this case, at least the Antares Diana comp is broken. Let's see if PINKROID still wants to go for an Antares first pick right there.
Is it going to be back to the Antares? This time we're going for a Gyu.
Going for a Gyo first pick. Is he going to go for a full Gyo Carnal kind of playstyle that we do see from some of the higher end players? It works very well for them, but the big question is, do you actually have that also runed up? We do know that PINKROID has very good runed up, but doesn't go for the full comp of that.
Here we have it. We've got the water units coming in, the Shiho and the Annabelle right here. How is RAXXAZ going to look to respond? That Moore is in my nightmares.
Yep, the Moore has been doing a lot of damage thus far. And this is actually the interesting moment where a Diana on your side, well, except for the Gyo, might have been an interesting play. This is also one of those rare places where a good old Savannah would do very strong, but we're opting for an Oliver first.
Yeah, Oliver coming in, getting another 33 speed lead out onto the field here with a Sonya. Let's see if there's some more traps.
Some more traps, or just a Vanessa to protect that unit right there. We actually have seen PINKROID in the prelims against OBABO use a Triana as a Sonya trap. It could be an option right here, but let's see if he locks that in. Nope, we're going to go for a Marsha.
Yeah, if you see double wind, double fire, usually a good response for any of those new players to the game right here. 5th and final pick for RAXXAZ.
5th and final pick, what we would like to see over here. Actually, an interesting pick that might work over here is just a simple Wind Robo. Wind Robo would do a lot of work banning out that Vanessa and then just working on the other units on the field. But is that one of the units that is available? No, we can actually do something that doesn't trip, but does do the rest of the pushback and armor breaks. Let's see if the Inosuke makes it into the field, because thus far, every time, it's been banned out, and finally, we're gonna see it on the field.
Let's go. Speed lead versus the attack lead. RAXXAZ versus PINKROID. Currently 2-1 up in the favor of PINKROID. Who is going to take this set win? Woo!
We do have this Sonya coming in fast and coming in hot and taking out the Shiho cleanly.
Yep, fully taken out right there. You can get some suppression. Resisted.
Resisted right there. That's something that you absolutely would like to see, but the second part you did not like to see.
And here we go, that big damage coming in again from that Moore right now. Didn't manage to strip the Annabelle though.
Yeah, more Annabelle not being stripped, and that's the main target that you actually did want to strip. So the best value right now is resetting that Marsha. But if you go for the Water Guardian Angel armor break, this Inosuke is looking very squishy.
Yeah, he's looking likely dead. We're going into the Moore there.
going into the more interesting play over there, hitting for a wrong element on the stage. So let's see if the Inosuke actually does get a turn off this way.
Here we go, getting that slow into there. You've got the suppression, can look to land it onto that more, and some big damage through now.
That is a lot of damage coming on the defense break, and it's actually simply just taking out units right there.
Yeah, skill 1 from that Sonya, getting the slow out there as well. Can you get an extra turn with that Marsha?
Oh, does take the additional turn with the Marsha. Let's see where he wants to send the damage. There's 2 armor breaks sitting on the field already. 1 unit without armor break, but he still takes out the 1 unit without the armor break.
Definitely manages to take it out right there. He's got the skill 2 available if he wants to look to heal and get it a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's trying to get that, but at least we see the Inosuke finally going in with the skill. Let's see how much value it has, and let's see why it was banned out all thus far. And actually, it's been showing not that much.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some cool times increasing over there as well. Oliver starting to now pop off a little bit for RAXXAZ. Gonna get some good hits in.
Oliver doing a lot of Oliver things thus far, trying to take out the NFL all by himself just from that provided armor break value. Let's see what we can do on this Marsh.
Let's see right here. It's gonna be up to Inosuke, and let's see what crazy animation.
Interesting animations right there, but definitely something that is not doing enough just yet, but there is a stun on the skill 1. Is it going to be there? Oliver still doing Oliver things. Actually, not getting the pushback right there. Stun. Do we go for the Pierce? Does take it out.
RAXXAZ bringing it back to 2 apiece right here against PINKROID in our SWC Europe Cup Final 2025. I mean, reverse sweep is on.
Reverse sweep is possible. Maybe the glass ball was still there.
My Oracle work was good up until set 2, okay?
I very much agree with you on that one. I very much agree with you on that one. So we have once again a Beelzebub being banned, and we have a Vanessa being banned right there.
Yeah, they're both being taken out a little bit of the content action. Let's see RAXXAZ's first pick again going to him. Are we going to be seeing a Jogun in this situation, or maybe even an Antares Steel?
Antares Steel, well, I would like to see once again PINKROID go for that Antares. Yep, there we go for it. Is it in this case the Shizuka Steel what you're aiming for? Because in the end, the crit buff and the attack buff can be stolen by Shizuka and provided for your own team.
Yeah, exactly. The thing right here, RAXXAZ, that 2nd and 3rd pick, is going to be going into that Ciara then as well. But like you said, if you're going to allow a Shizuka on the field...
Yeah, if you go for Shio right now, it's like a 100% pick on the Shizuka, but either how, it's just Shizuka pick. Last time around, we actually had a Leo picked in that 4th. In this case, we do have a Shiho on the side of PINKROID.
Yeah, Shiho coming in can provide a lot for Shizuka as well in terms of the buffs on his side, the invincibility, immunity, everything else right here. And the 4th and 5th pick coming in for RAXXAZ right now.
Yeah, let's see what RAXXAZ can provide to the team right now, because this is one of those options where I think a light powering wouldn't do that much, but he still might be able to lock it in. Maybe plus a Rakuni. No, we're actually gonna go for a Chao plus a Nasha. First time that we see as Nasha on the field today.
Yeah, first time we see it, but it's super deadly. But I mean, what is it not good against? It doesn't have speed.
It doesn't have speed, but I think we're gonna be locking out the Jogun and the Leo once again as expected.
Here we go, speed lead versus a HP lead in our SWC 2025 Europe Cup. PINKROID versus RAXXAZ in the final. It's the final set either way. Let's see who is going to be taking that win.
Gonna go into the damage on the Nasha. Half HP on that Nasha. And once again, the Lamila's taking awkward turns right here.
Yeah, definitely is right there. And we've got the Ciara popping through right now. You're gonna... Oh, he's woken up.
Antares is here to stay. Skill 2. How much damage are we gonna do across the board? How much attack are we stealing? No, we're just gonna go for skill 1 and another skill 1. But also just a simple skill 1 with 3 hits is nearly taking, or it's taking more than half of the HP of the enemy.
Didn't quite dismount there though on that Nasha right there. You've got the Justice, can hit onto that tanky Antares.
Tanky Antares right there. Also, he can provide AoE invisibility for the whole team, but opts not to do that, even with the additional turn most likely.
Yep, decided not to go for it right there. We've got the transformation. We're going to do the heavy hits coming in right now. Where they're going into that Lamilia.
Into the Lamilia, not taking out any units as of yet. Also getting resisted right there. Skill 2 for the stun. Are we going to aim for a skill 2 stun, or are we going to be just shooting a skill 1 into a Chao?
This is the moment right here. We are going to dismount then right now. You can bring everything, all things in nature, bringing it back and getting that additional turn.
Taking more additional turns left, right, and center. This Antares is also waiting here for these enemies to take his own turn. No, actually, Antares is just sitting there and waiting.
He is. Let's go monkey business. How are you going to approach this? That skill 1 going into the CR. Still a 6k hit.
Still 6k hit over there. Are we going to be going for a switch right now on this Diana? You do have the attack buff, would have done a lot of damage, but opting not to do that.
Yeah, you can put that over there on the monkey right now. You've got the skill 1, can get rid of that CR. The skill 2 can't really come in right now.
No, you can't really do the skill 2, but also going for the skill 3 right now, it's just going to give a lot of attack bar to other units, but Antares is simply just taking turns.
He is taking turns. Got that crit buff as well right there. We've got the Chow. Wait until that cycle comes around, trying to hit through the invincibility.
Invisibility, can you actually take it out? No, this Antares is simply having so much stats. It does so much damage. We're looking at 6k per hit, but it's just simply not being taken out just yet.
Definitely not right here, sir. I mean, Antares again waking up with that invincibility, the crit rate lead, everything going through right now.
Also hitting the slow wrong elements, something that RAXXAZ doesn't like to see, simply being taking out that Chow in 2 simple hits right there. So all eyes are on the Lamila and this Nasha right now.
Yeah, I mean, do you even try and send it now with an S2?
I think you have to send it with an S3. Hope that you deal enough damage, but simply not enough damage has been dealt. Not too sure, Nasha, can you do enough work from this position on?
Yeah, where do you go? Maybe going into that Diana still, so maybe there's an option to get a turn next here with this skill 2 coming through right there, managing to take out 2 of the units. I mean, it's up to the monkey.
Monkey going in with a stun right there. All things in nature is available. Skill 2 is available. So many things are available, but do you opt to go for that? Or do you just simply go for an S1?
Going into that Diana right there, your skill 1 still has to hit through.
Taking that additional turn on that Lamila, but in this case, I don't think it's going to be doing good enough.
No, you've got that skill 3 available, maybe even into the skill 1 right here onto the Nasha. Get a crit, get an additional turn, it might be the moment.
It seems to be the moment, because if you are not going to do any skills right now, the Nasha is going to be taken out, and we have a 3-2 on the side of RAXXAZ to PINKROID.
RAXXAZ taking the win there against PINKROID, his friend in the SWC 2025 Europe Cup competition. Wow, what an incredible final right there, Say. Obviously, huge things happening. We've got the win confirmed. The champion of Europe is RAXXAZ. He will be representing Europe at the World Finals alongside PINKROID and Pafix, the 3 of them all the way there. I mean, in Paris, it's not going to be easy with all of those other competitors from around the globe, but I think we're looking pretty strong.
Be playing against someone from a 2nd seed or 3rd seed from a different region, whereas PINKROID has to be playing in that first match. So that's always having an upper hand where you don't have to play in that first match simply by just already seeing what your opponent's doing, but your opponent is not seeing what you're doing.
Exactly, you're going to have to work around it, see what they're doing, and I mean, it's going to be incredible going into November the 1st for our World Finals here in Paris. If you didn't get tickets, make sure that you are ready for it. And in all honesty, I think we are pretty much ready, because you can see somebody has done a magic trick next to me and completely disappeared. Adam? Adam? Over to you. It's still on us. Okay.
Okay, Adam is doing a little bit longer for the magic trick. There he is. He just came back right on the scene. Interestingly enough, is don't go anywhere just yet.
I'll run in. I was hugging RAXXAZ. Yeah. I was hugging RAXXAZ. Yeah. I had to make sure that he was equally as excited as we are. The fact that he's actually done this thing. He's won the Europe Cup. It's incredible. Exactly. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, the scenes there as well. I mean, we thought PINKROID there with a 2-0 lead. It was a done deal. Mm-hmm. What do you know? This is the Europe Cup for a reason. Things are always mad at the best of them. Bonkers, if you will. And I mean, RAXXAZ.
The Oracle was right.
Yeah, he was absolutely right in the end.
Kind of. I mean, I give that a kind of.
It was, but yeah, I mean, RAXXAZ, I mean, will be absolutely thrilled to get his hands on the Europe Cup and is the champion. I mean, could PINKROID have done anything differently there to change the outcome? I think that RAXXAZ just found that maybe it was that kind of that game 4 that's really kind of changed the way in which the dynamic worked between the 2 of them in that final.
I'll let you take that one, sir.
He could have done everything different.
Everything.
A to Z, everything.
Simple. Everything different. I think that with the PINKROID as well. I mean, having been there in that hot seat, having won 3 previous Europe Cups as well, it's one of the situations that you naturally just presume he's going to do the business again and go all the way.
I think the main thing to say about it as well now is RAXXAZ has that on his title. He is now a Europe Cup champion right here, and I think it's going to be so good for the fact that we're finally here, right? It's been the final, and we're going to be going through everything very, very soon. I mean, we've got a lot to prepare, obviously, in the background for you guys. You know, we've got the medal ceremony coming later on. We've got everything else to see from the World Finals, maybe even some nice chats from some of the people from Comtours as well about everything SWC related. Super excited, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, turning our attention to World Finals in like a month's time, November 1st. It's coming thick and fast. What are we going to expect to happen there? I mean, is this a real kind of opportunity now for the European contingent to kind of put them and make their mark on the world and say, look, Europe's the best region. I mean, I'm being biased here. We would be. But it could be a real defining moment here for Summoners War.
Absolutely, but besides that, for all of the players, they of course enjoy an ending ceremony. But you know what they enjoy even more? Coupon codes. I think there's one more coming.
I think there is a coupon code coming very, very soon. And you guys love free things. So when that pops up, make sure you make the most of it. It's coming any minute. You never know. We're full of surprises here. Our players have delivered surprises, and we have them from the production team as well here. But I think with the Europe Cup every year, I mean, we're very lucky that we've been part of this team for a long time now. And every year this comes around, we always kind of see, like, I think those familiar faces that we're used to. We kind of see some players who don't return, some come back, and you know, for us, it's always good to kind of see the kind of relationship with them as well grow. They're going to learn from each other and things as well. The meta changes, obviously, that naturally changes the way in which players approach things too. My point being here, Seishi, is there any chances you're ever going to go back into the mix? I kind of feel you're desperate. I can see you kind of almost salivating. You want to get back in there again.
Well, the funny thing is I get that question about every year. And the answer I can give, if I give myself a really good chance to make it to the World Finals, I would go back into being competitive. But for me, it's also one of those things. I've been on the stage for a European Cup 5 times. I lost there 5 times. At some point, you kind of have to stop when it's not really working out. But if the meta is revolving in my favor and I get some good ratings, you might see me back. But until there, I'm enjoying it with you guys on the cast.
Why does he get all the decision? We're a duo now. I feel like I should say him whether he gets to go back to a player or if he has to stay sat next to me and listen to the lovely English accents that we both provide him.
I think we need some kind of like therapy, the 3 of us after this. They're kind of like counselling. I was going to say couples counselling, but there's 3 of us here. It's a triangle.
I'm pretty sure you can do couple counselling for 3 people nowadays. It's 2025.
I'm sure you can. But you know, think about the kind of like the future of what's happening in this year and how things are changing. Kind of new players coming through here. I mean, for newer players, I'm sure there's. I mean, we always kind of consider this as well. Kind of players who are out there who have not necessarily watched before, might be kind of new to Summoners War as well. As a jumping off point, does it feel like there's a time now that it's a better time than any to start playing the game, Sam?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's lots going on. There's already been the announcement, obviously, of a bigger update coming. The Tomorrow update that's been announced for some time in November. I don't know the exact dates, but around this. So there's going to be a big change. We don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But again, it's an exciting time for new players to see and join the journey. It's been an 11-year journey for Summoners War. Yeah. And I think overall, it's really interesting to see how the new players come in, bring a new aspect, bring a new attitude around it as well. And we're just going to be having a look at some of the highlights of today, eh?
Yeah, I think we are. Yeah, I think we're going to just take a kind of a step back in time and take a look and see what's happened and how we got to this point now where RAXXAZ has lifted the trophy and become European champion. It's incredible to see here. From the very beginning, we saw the likes of ISMOO competing. We saw the likes of GOLEMPICHAGA, obviously. We saw Pafix. We saw all our players who kind of lined up ready for this. And I mean, some will go away licking their wounds, wondering what they could have done differently here, say. Others will think of, like, cherish the experience and kind of think, you know what, that was a thrill ride for me and I want more of that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be always that interesting interaction. Of course, we've seen OBABO once again on our stage. Big fan favorite. A lot of people I would have liked to see OBABO go further than he has been today. But it's also going to be the question, there's always next year. And that's also for the players kind of the annoying thing to hear. I always heard that myself, so I was like, try again next year. Next year, the years go by fast. But it also takes a long time. There's many seasons to go through. There's a lot of changes to go through. Maybe from one balanced patch to the other balanced patch, not that many changes are coming in. But if you go throughout the whole year, if we're checking last year, we were looking at the tournaments where we had Chandra, Velajul, Cigar. Year before that, we had complete different metas where everything was based around Oliver, Marsha. Years before that, we're even like back to Okeano. So it always goes like a little bit around where a lot of players would say, and including myself, like, ooh, there's not that much changes in the meta. But that is from week to week, from season to season. But if you check from SWC to SWC, there's a lot of changes in the meta.
Yeah, it does change all the time, right, Sam?
Yeah, it changes all the time because I'm usually one step behind it as well in my game style of play. So I'm kind of always one step behind to then try and catch up, you know.
You're tactically late to the party.
Exactly.
That's classic Sam. Yeah. That's classic Sam.
And then when you figure out that a Julian isn't as good anymore, that's when it suddenly sucks a little bit.
Yeah, but that's also the moment, like Julian wasn't good anymore because of the Fire Twin Angels and because of the, what's his name? Zenitsu?
Yeah, Win Zenitsu.
Yeah, or Win Zenitsu, exactly. But these two are kind of drifting out of meta right now, whereas the Julian becomes good again because of that. So you always have like the kind of rotating units where some units kind of leave the meta and therefore other units that were good or bad in the meta might be popping up again.
I mean, that's the thing with the meta. You always have to take into consideration, you know, kind of like you have to. That's the thing to be at the top of the table here, to be in the Europe Cup, to compete always. You've got to keep adapting all the time. You've got to be a chameleon in the mix here, and kind of like change your spot, change your spots if necessary, and your stripes to make sure you ensure that you are there in contention at these top spots here. I mean, with World Finals this year, like if we look ahead again, I'm always one to look into the future. I love it, like a crystal ball, seeing what's coming our way. What do you think fans can expect to see when they kind of think about the World Finals? What do you think is going to happen here in Paris when we kind of have like the crowds there and like players from all over the world? Like this is it's going to be an amazing thing to watch online, both in person as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the venue looks incredible already. I mean, definitely interesting, especially about those World Finals. Just, it's back in Europe. I mean, so many people have nostalgia from 2019. I personally wasn't there, but I know a lot of people that have been there, and the experience that they had from that day still lives on with them to this very moment right now. I really hope that it lives up to that, because I think a lot of people want it to be the exact same and feel the same. Whether it will be, I think, is all determined on the guys listening right now, when they turn up, if they bring that energy and they bring that same action, because if they do that, that's realistically everything's fixed then. Like the whole event will be incredible if the audience brings the same energy, same audacity, maybe hopefully Guts goes a little bit further as well, like as a French player, it always helps, I think, in the French crowd. But at the end of the day, so many people from all over the world. I mean, we already know of some people from different regions that are definitely planning to come. And I think just meeting all these people, it's going to be the biggest community event of the world. So awesome to be there.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be interesting as well, because as far as I know, it's going to be the biggest venue we had thus far. The 2019 venue was very big. I don't know the exact numbers, but from the ticket sales, there's been so many tickets being given away for being there at the World Finals. So it's going to be an absolute stellar event, and it's going to be super interesting to see. We also, once again, we have mentioned before, the APAC region is still to play for. There's 3 spots over there. The American region is still to play for. There's 3 spots over there. A lot of familiar faces are in there. The world champion of last year, Kalian Bao, is still in there as well.
Yeah, there are so many champions. And I mean, there's also going to be some crazy casters. I mean, maybe I can announce it now. You guys are going to be there, and I'm going to be watching from the sidelines, enjoying every single moment of it.
I know. That's
a bummer.
Yeah. I'm thinking there's a way I can find a way to put you in a pocket somewhere with me, with us somewhere. I mean, you're a big unit of a person, so that's probably going to be difficult.
Interrupt
You're
you, wouldn't say anything different.
But I think the French crowd as well, which is where the French crowd has always been absolutely stellar. Each and every time that we've kind of seen the French crowd, they've come out in the masses. They make such a lot of noise, which just galvanizes players too. And you can imagine if you're coming from a different region as well, not experienced that before, that's going to be a hell of an experience.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen it last year. I think last year we had it in Paris. I think it was 2023, if I'm not mistaken. We had 2-2 on the stage, and every time 2-2 came to the stage, the crowd went 3-4 times more wild. In this case around, we're only going to have Guts, the Berserk, as French player over there. So people are going to be cheering for Guts. Everyone from the French crowd is having Guts in those prediction events to make it all the way to that 100k grand prize that's sitting there at the World Finals.
I also hope for him that he can still enjoy the moment as well, because, by the way, that's a hell of a lot of pressure as the only person from your region representing the country in the place where it's happening. I just hope he can also enjoy that and, you know, really take it in, and it's not just a fully overwhelming experience, but, I mean, the Frenchies will still be French, and it'll be awesome.
Yeah, literally carrying the weight of a nation on your shoulders there. But actually, at the same time, like, just imagine for a second going all the way and lifting that trophy in the World Finals in front of a home crowd. That would be magnificent in every way, shape, or form.
100%. I mean, I'm not French, but I could only imagine how crazy it would be for me doing it within London or something like this. I mean, it would be incredible. Sadly, Adam, don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, all right. Okay,
that's my next question, Sam. Where is the London crowd?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But not only on that, I don't think I will ever get to that level. You've seen from these guys that, honestly, for all of the viewers that weren't here during the past few days, seeing what some of these guys have got on their accounts in terms of like the runes and the artifacts and everything that they've got in terms of not even just like crazy quad rolls, yeah, okay, but it's like a crazy quad roll with so much efficiency that just doesn't even make sense to normal people like me. I'm looking at that going, oh yeah, this is my better, and like, oh cool, I've got 4 of those.
Yeah,
4 of them. 4. What do you mean you've got 4 of them?
It's wild, absolutely wild. I can't wait to see how it unfolds. I mean, looking at the highlights here as well, folks, on screen, you can see some of the big matchups today. We saw kind of like some really great performances from players as well, who we kind of are finding out more about as time goes on. The likes of Pafix we saw there, GOLEMPICHAGA. It was great to see them kind of compete today as well. We saw FAMICOM earlier on today, who didn't have the best day, but getting to know these players as well. I'm sure we'll see them again here on the scene at some point here. It's amazing to kind of see the kind of like the new faces coming through and breaking the boundaries and getting to compete for us here in the studio and to watch online as well here. So, I mean, for I guess newer players again, and for the kind of the ones coming through, there's definitely some rising stars on the horizon.
Yeah, there's always some rising stars, and we always do tend to see a few new people, but we have it in regions before, especially in Europe. We had it from, I think it was 22 until 23, that we had 7 players that played in the Cup before, playing again the year after. So we only had 1 newcomer. This time around, we had 4 newcomers. So there's definitely spots for improvements. There's definitely players from last year that are not making it into the next year every time. And sure, it might definitely be an uphill battle to make your way all the way to the top of a region, but in the end, take small steps. Just try to go with every season. Every season you do, it's just a little bit of an improvement. You go from your Punisher ranks, or maybe if you Conqueror ranks, from your Conqueror ranks to your Punisher ranks, to your Guardian ranks, to anything else, and therefore you're just trying to get your ranks in better and better and trying to make it way work. So it's always one of those things. A lot of questions I do get is like, how do I get into RTA? And it's always one of those things, like if you look at the amount of units, it's like, oh, I do have this unit, I have that unit, I have this unit, I have that unit. It's very hard to rune up everything at the same time. Try with a smaller box. Try with like 5 to 10 units. And maybe 5 is too little, because then 1 unit is stolen, it's immediately super hard. But the moment you have a few units going on, and you kind of have your draft around it, and then just start expanding that small bits at a time to have more drafts in, have more units in, and actually make your way work on that.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe a little call out for you, say, as well, for any of those new players. If they don't know who you are and they've suddenly stumbled on this stream, they need to check out your YouTube channel, your Twitch, purely because that is where they can find out all of that information right there. And I mean, everything is going to be happening very, very soon for all of us right here. Please enjoy the highlights that are still going on right now. Yeah. And I mean, look here, some more of the lovely high fives that are going right here. I mean, this is fantastic stuff that we've seen from a wonderful day of Europe Cup action right here. I mean, wow. Say anything more?
It's been an absolute blast, but since we're here right now, let me ask you, how is your RTA journey going thus far? Where are you struggling? What are the things that you might be walking into that also some of the players might relate to as like, hey, I'm having some LDs, but my LDs are just not working, or is it anything else?
I think the main thing actually for me, say right now, is I am missing some units which are elemental, which are really tough to get around in the current meta. So like a Jogun, like a Layla, there's no options for me to play outside of that. And like everyone else, if I have my LD, I want to play with my LD, and sometimes that's bad for me, but it's a lesson that I'm learning slowly.
Yeah, that's actually something you do tend to see a lot, where people just like to draft their LDs. Even if they have like 5 LDs, I want to draft all 5 of them. But there's actually very few full LD drafts right now that are working cohesively together to make strong teams.
Yeah, exactly. massively, and I think very soon, looking at some of these highlights that are in front of us right now, what an incredible day this has been, everyone. Thank you for joining us from 2 o'clock in the European local time. I mean, it's been a good amount of hours of some crazy Summoners War action. I hope you've really enjoyed as much as you can of all of the action. You've been supporting all of your people, and with that, it gives me a great pleasure right now to hand it over to Mr. Adam Savage for our ceremony.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, thank you for bearing with us here. I'm very delighted as well to bring to the stage the General Manager of Com2Us Europe here, Mr. David Moore. David, I'm going to invite you into the studio here, my friend. My man, it's good to see you here. Good to see you as well. It's the Europe Cup. Can you believe it's come around again here? But I know you've got some things to share with the fans at home and some updates as well. Oh, 1 second, David. There you go, buddy.
Hi.
Hi.
The hiccups are not stopping. So this Europe Cup didn't quite end as we expected it to end, unfortunately. I think it was relatively obvious to see that PINKROID lost on purpose in the last match. At least this is what we concluded. So unfortunately, we have to disqualify PINKROID. That means PINKROID is out of the competition. That means RAXXAZ is our winner. And we will now give the prizes accordingly. It is more turbulent than we planned, so we might do our ceremony a little shorter than usual. I would just like to thank everybody who helped make this possible. I would like to thank everybody watching. I'm sorry for the tumultuous ending, but we should still wrap it up nicely, and I hope to see a lot of you guys very soon in Paris again on November 1st for our World Final. And I hope that our players will do us proud. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, David. On that note, we are now going to present some medals, as we have here behind us here. These look very, very good. We'll bring some medals out to you guys. So first and foremost, we're welcoming out our 3rd place, first and foremost here. GOLEMPICHAGA comes out to reclaim his 3rd place. Come on into the studio, my friend. It is great to have you here with us. And come and say hello to David. You can come into the middle of us there as well, or you can... Thank you so much, GOLEMPICHAGA. Hey, congratulations. All the best, my friend. Well done. Well done. 3rd place there for GOLEMPICHAGA as well here. Next up, we have our 2nd place, and we're going to welcome in Pafix to the studio as well. Pafix, come on in, my friend. And congratulations there. It's good to see you here. And you have your medal there to take away with you, sir, as well. An incredible player who's done incredible things today. Pafix, well done, my friend. It's been great to have you here with us. Well done, well done. Thank you so much. And now we welcome, of course, to the stage, the winner of our Europe Cup, RAXXAZ. Come on in, my friend, and come inside. And it's great to see you here. We have David here presenting you with your winner's medal there. Congratulations. And we're also going to present you as well. 1 second, RAXXAZ, with a check here as well to give to you. Congratulations, RAXXAZ. And well done on your win. Well done there, mate, buddy. And congratulations after you vote, David. Thank you so much. RAXXAZ, you too. Thank you both very much there. And well done there to RAXXAZ as well. Obviously, we have got ourselves a finale here in which myself and Sam and Say to come and bring out here as well, lads. Come and join me here, fellas. You got your microphone there too? Yes, my man.
Yes, we do. Me and Say are going to be sharing microphones.
Oh,
as
really?
Well, actually, that's just what we do now. We are the duo, and that is what we do.
We were talking about therapy earlier, so a little bit of sharing is maybe a good first step right there, right?
Yeah, yeah, and I'm glad, and David as well there, thank you so much for sharing that. A bit of a tumultuous ending to our competition here, but thank you for bearing with us here as everything came to an end, as it should have. I mean, Sam, we're looking ahead now as well to what's happening in this competition. Prediction events, they don't stop. They don't stop. It carries on all the way to World Finals here as well. Lots to be taken away from these points that count towards rewards.
Exactly. Make sure you've got everything going with all of your emblems. Make sure you're predicting who you think is going to be winning in the other regions happening very soon. We've got the Americas Cup, we've got the Asia Pacific Cup, 11th and 18th of October, as well as our World Finals on November the 1st, which will be here in Paris. And I mean, we've still got some live stream coupon codes potentially still to give out.
We have. Say, I mean, you love a coupon code. That's all he talks about when we're not here doing this show. It's coupon codes 24/7.
Well, we always do love them coupon codes. Make sure you do lock them in because they do have an expiry date, so they do run out at a certain moment.
And once again, we are looking at the bracket over here. But in this case, as David mentioned, we do have RAXXAZ, PAFIX and GOLEMPICHAGA going to the World Finals.
Absolutely correct. You can see the bracket there. A few changes towards the end, but we have those 3 players going through to Paris November 1st. That is when the World Finals are going to happen in Paris. It's going to be one you do not want to miss, of course, and we'll find out which player from around the globe will go all the way. You can see the finalists confirmed right now on your screen. 6 of them are confirmed, 6 yet to enter the mix here, with Asia Pacific Cup and Americas coming around the corner as well, Sam.
Yeah, exactly. And look at those China qualifiers. Kang Jin, Ask, Guts the Berserk, waiting in the wings for November the 1st. They've had to wait a little bit longer than everyone else, but maybe that's their advantage. They can go and see exactly what's happening during these cups and the ones upcoming for who they might be playing against in that seeded bracket for the World Finals.
I mean, say you've got 4 players from the European region here confirmed for being inside that competition. I mean, a third of the players, European. Is this the year?
This might very much be the year, and we have RAXXAZ sitting at that first position right there, so he can do a lot of fireworks. We have seen it with the light firing, we have seen it with the build-up, maybe with the prize money he just got. There's a few more coming to his box.
This is true, and I mean, you guys at home as well, we've talked about it enough here. We know we're kind of wrapping up here, and we haven't done one last coupon code. We haven't done it yet. We should do it now, shouldn't we? We should do it now. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. It's on screen there for you. You can grab yourself that coupon code. You've got water scrolls, emblems as well there to take away, courtesy of you guys just being fantastic and being here with us in the community at the course of our Europe Cup here today in Paris. Remember, all those different dates that you saw on screen as well for the Asia Pacific Cup and the Americas Cup as well. And of course, November 1st, that is when the World Finals will be happening here in Paris. Congratulations again to our winner, RAXXAZ. And from us, myself, Sam, the entire team, thank you so much for watching, and we look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. For now, it's au revoir. We look forward to seeing you at World Finals. Bye-bye.
What? you.